When an adult soul traverses into the body of the young Lady Vivian Holt of Ravenclaw at Hogwarts, the magical campus life of the younger generation is thus imbued with a uniquely gentle hue. The delicate intersections in the classroom with Professor Snape, the fervor of the Quidditch World Cup, the thrilling Triwizard Tournament, and the healing daily life accompanied by a feline companion. All are concealed within this warm journey. Those who err will apologize and make amends, and after graduation, she will witness the profound continuation of her relationship with Snape. Chapter 68. The Afterglow of Affection. This was once my father's home. Once this alchemical array is activated, the house elves within the estate will emerge. He gently ruffled Vivian's soft hair. Do you know about house elves? They have large eyes and big ears. They will take care of you from now on. There are two house elves residing in Holt Manor, one named Cece and the other Yalila. You are the last bloodline of the Holt family. They will heed your commands. Corolla feigned a light-hearted smile. The meals prepared by house elves are far superior to those made by your father. However, he then adopted a serious tone. Yet, none can compare to the culinary delights of your mother. Vivian threw herself into her father's embrace. Corolla held her tightly. Vivian, this is all I can do for you now. That wicked man has not perished. I do not know if he will reappear in the future, but fear not, for I will not allow him to harm you again. From the corridor to the left of the living room, you will find an entrance to a basement. No magic is required. Simply push the wall at the end of the corridor inward to gain entry. What appears to be a wall is, in fact, a door. I have placed money on the table in the room. It is wizarding currency, which the house elves can use to purchase whatever you may need. I have also hidden a letter for Vivian in the house. Should Vivian feel lonely, she can seek it out. All right? If you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to converse with the portraits in the corridor. They can speak. Isn't that wondrous? However, the portraits hold a rather poor impression of your father. If their words are unkind, do not take them to heart, Vivian. Good girl. He tenderly wiped away the tears from Vivian's face. Do not cry. Your father merely wishes to meet your mother sooner. I truly miss her every single day. Corolla led Vivian to the center of the alchemical array. He stepped back 2 paces, using his cut palm to depict the final part of the array. With the completion of the last strokes, every rune within the courtyard's alchemical array illuminated. Vivian, this is where I must part ways with you. I will deal with that wicked man's soul fragment. If in the future, my brave and strong little one desires vengeance upon that villain, then pursue it fearlessly. Fear not, for your father and mother will always protect you. But if my Vivian feels timid and afraid, then hide away and do not force yourself to do anything. I promise, even if one day that wicked man stands before you, he shall never be able to harm you. Vivian is akin to a blade of grass, a tree, or an inconspicuous pebble. The world is vast, and humanity is remarkably minuscule. Thus, one can always find a corner to exist in, can they not? Good child, do not be ensnared by the past. From this moment forth, you shall experience your rebirth. Your father and mother shall love you eternally. Regardless of the person Vivian becomes, they will always take pride in you. The figure of Corolla began to wane into a phantasmal illusion. In a fleeting moment, he beheld a certain apparition. Through the deceptive, seemingly vibrant flames, Corolla glimpsed the beloved he had yearned for over the years. She stood there, smiling, as if awaiting someone's return. They would ultimately reunite in another realm. Vivian, my daughter, I wish you a life filled with peace. May your path be smooth. These were the final words Vivian heard from her father. Once the alchemical array operated in its entirety, the materials that constituted it transformed into dust due to the depletion of energy. In that instant, Vivian's consciousness suddenly found itself in an expanse of seemingly boundless void. Before her stood a child, with skin of a ruddy hue that appeared coarse, as if a layer had been stripped away. Golden runes adorned the entirety of the void, and the grotesque, discomforting child was ensnared by a dense tapestry of runes. That was a fragment of Tom Riddle's lingering soul. He was completely and securely sealed away. He could no longer forge any connections with the outside world. This would be the eternal prison for that fragment of soul. Upon returning to reality, Vivian could no longer perceive her father's presence, as if he had never graced this manor. The magic, ignited by intense emotions, instantaneously overwhelmed every fiber of Villian's being. The human brain is an intricate apparatus. It blurs the details of profoundly sorrowful events, concealing memories that could shatter an individual in the present moment. For desires for a person to continue living. Villian awakened from the stupor induced by the chaotic surge of magic, witnessing the dilapidated manor and two house elves wailing in anguish. It was the year 1988, the very day Villian believed she had arrived in this world. The fine dust stirred by the gentle breeze drifted away. Villian raised her hand to touch her face, only to find it soaked in tears. How could she have forgotten such a significant matter? She had indeed forgotten her loving parents. "Are you all right, Villian?" Rosalind observed that Villian seemed to have suddenly fallen into reminiscence, and she tugged at the vines that had inexplicably entwined around Villian's arm. "Aye." Villian wiped her tears again, frantically struggling to free herself from the vines, rummaging through her small satchel to retrieve the memory orb she had previously purchased. The transparent memory orb remained clear. How could I have forgotten something so crucial? Rosalind reached out to embrace the tearful Villian, cradling the memory orb. "But you remember now, do you not? You see, significant matters cannot be truly forgotten." Villian could now slightly comprehend the alchemical runes inscribed by her father within her memories. In addition to sealing that fragment of the soul, he had also solidified a permanent, targeted oblivion spell upon Villian. Suddenly, Villian understood why. During her first year, although she and Harry had gone together to confront Quirrell and Voldemort, both Quirrell and Voldemort had almost entirely disregarded her presence. Upon discovering that there was an extra person entering the room, Quirrell and Voldemort's immediate reaction was to eliminate her. The immense malice directed at Villian triggered the alchemical runes solidified within her. Thus, she became a blade of grass, a tree, or an inconspicuous pebble in the eyes of her adversaries. The heart-twining vines in the courtyard suddenly illuminated. The once dull and unadorned heart-twining vines transformed into a golden red hue, as if radiant rays of fire illuminated every vine. If they could uncover ancient tomes from nearly a millennium ago, if they could behold records crafted from pictorial text through the eons. The heart-twining vines possess the ability to awaken memories forgotten for various reasons. Once the vines are adorned with radiant light, the harvest sought is neither the dawn's blush nor the twilight's glow. It is merely a romanticized, metaphorical expression. It does not seek a literal interpretation of radiant light. It yearns for echoes of memory and the stirrings of emotion. It awakens tales that ought not to be forgotten, thereby collecting the most precious sentiments shared between individuals. It seeks the afterglow of love. Chapter 69. The warmth of flickering flames. It could be said that the enchanting tendrils of the heart-binding vines were now adorned with a radiant glow. As Rosalind gazed upon the beautiful, gold and crimson vines that seemed to undulate like flowing fire, she had expanded the protective and repelling charms, which initially enveloped only the residents, to encompass the entire yard, ensuring that no curious neighbors would inadvertently discover the commotion. Vivian wiped away the tears from her face. Taking a deep breath, "Rosalind, I need these heart-binding vines for my survival. Can I trade you some other potion ingredients for them?" She returned the memory sphere to her small satchel, contemplating what potion components she could offer in exchange. "No need for that," Rosalind replied. Vivian was momentarily taken aback. Rosalind tilted her head and smiled. "Didn't I mention from the very beginning that I'd give them to you once pulled? Besides, they don't look frightening anymore. Not only are they useless for guarding the premises, but they might even attract thieves. Rest assured, I have the final say regarding the heart-binding vines. My father is indifferent to the hodgepodge I plant at the entrance of our yard. However, you must lend a hand and help me plant some new guarding herbs." As she spoke, Rosalind began to extract the heart-binding vines from the soil. "Vivian, these are of no use to either my father or me. It would be a shame to let such life-saving ingredients merely guard the house, don't you think?" Vivian composed herself and joined Rosalind in handling the heart-binding vines. As Rosalind had previously mentioned, only a few heart-binding vines were planted in the yard, yet they thrived abundantly. Now, the delicate patterns on the vines gleamed with a warm, gold-red light, enveloping the entire yard in a gentle, dreamlike ambience. The final harvest of heart-binding vines filled 2 cardboard boxes. Together, Vivian and Rosalind planted the new, rather intimidating herbs. The new plants were indeed not picky about soil. Their roots quickly burrowed into the ground, unfurling every leaf with ease. After securing the heart-binding vines, Vivian and Rosalind sat on the ground in the yard to rest. Vivian took out a small vial of the eight-eyed giant spider venom that Hermione had gifted her for Halloween. At the time, Vivian had divided that vial into 2 portions, selling one to a potion merchant. This was the remaining portion. "Here, this is for you," she said, offering the small glass vial of eight-eyed giant spider venom to Rosalind. "Thank you for inviting me and for allowing me to take those heart-binding vines." Rosalind lifted the vial to the light for inspection. "All right. I admit this does pique my interest, so I shall accept it without hesitation." She carefully stored the vial and earnestly addressed Vivian. "Vivian, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors." Vivian withdrew her wand, intending to summon her Patronus, a cat. She closed her eyes, reminiscing about the time when her parents were still in this world, when she was the happiest little girl in the quaint town. Her mother would braid her long hair into beautiful plaits, prepare delightful treats, and praise her as the most wonderful and adorable child in the world, sharing the simplest yet most practical knowledge with her. Her father would repeatedly declare his love for her mother in exaggerated yet sincere phrases, lifting Vivian up and spinning her around, tenderly narrating childish yet heartwarming fairy tales. Opening her eyes, she found a magnificent silver cat sitting before her, gazing at her with gentle eyes. The cat did not speak, yet it too loved Vivian. She raised her hand and exchanged a paw bump with the cat. No fear, no retreat, no forgiveness. Voldemort must die. On the way back to school, Vivian pondered a pressing matter. She had become a Horcrux around August 1981, while Harry became one by the end of October 1981. According to Tom Riddle's original plan, he intended to divide his soul into 7 parts. Vivian doubted that Tom Riddle would consciously choose a child from a Muggle town whom he had never encountered as a Horcrux. This implied that she was perhaps another Horcrux inadvertently created by Tom Riddle. Due to his reckless use of the killing curse, Tom's soul had become fragmented and unstable. He could no longer precisely control the splitting of his soul. Thus, how many unintentional Horcruxes had he created before he was defeated by the rebounding killing curse? A method must be devised to accurately locate all of Voldemort's Horcruxes. You've been standing by the fireplace in the office for quite some time. Do you need your professor to fetch you a stool? Severus Snape's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Vivian snapped back to reality. I apologize, Professor. I was lost in thought. She retrieved the 2 cardboard boxes containing the heart-binding vines, which had been shrunk using the shrinking charm, and restored them to their original size. Placing them on the empty workbench, Snape lifted the lid of the boxes. Despite being uprooted from the earth, the heart-binding vines still shimmered with vibrant gold-red light. He traced his fingertip along the surface of the vines, seemingly astonished by their luminescence. The heart-binding vines, aglow with radiant hues. Vivian opened the lid of the other box. Professor, given the current pace, how many final products do you anticipate we will yield? Snape turned to meet Vivian's gaze, pausing momentarily before moving to his partition to retrieve his notes. From the very first day he had received the ancient tome from Vivian, he had surmised that the potion was intended for someone specific. Little Potter had become a living Horcrux for Voldemort. If they did not find a way to address the residual soul, the boy's future was bleak. He flipped through the recently pinned pages of his notes and handed them to Vivian. I have been adjusting the overall safety of the potion and the magical output ratios of the various steps. The versions we have brewed thus far have not heavily relied on the specimen. Based on our progress, we can conservatively estimate that we will have no fewer than 3 batches. Vivian briefly skimmed the latest entries in the notes before softly inquiring. What about residual souls that have already been sealed by alchemy? Can this potion target them? In an instant, Snape grasped the essence of her question. He regarded Vivian's eyes, understanding that as long as the residual soul coexisted with the complete soul, it could be targeted, regardless of the method of attachment. Moreover, I assure you that the complete soul's safety will be maintained, and the potion will not conflict with any existing alchemical runes. He offered a faint smile. Do you trust me? Vivian closed the notes. Of course. I have always believed in you. She returned the notes to Snape. Professor, we may need to modify our plan. Let us consult with Headmaster Dumbledore. Snape tucked the notes away, taking a seat at his desk. You may proceed. I do not require an excess of details. To be precise, he should not know too many details. Yet Vivian did not leave. Her gaze shifted to the warm glow of the fire in the fireplace before returning to Snape. Let us go together, Professor. We shall not infiltrate him as spies. She asserted firmly, we will confront him directly. Chapter 70. The cavern. The flickering flames radiated a comforting warmth. Snape observed the reflection of the bright flames in Vivian's eyes. In that moment of connection, he suddenly comprehended her underlying message. I too am familiar with the fear of death. I too am concerned about the ever-changing future. But I am not alone, nor are you. I believe in you. Will you believe in me? Snape tilted his head. His words, though phrased as a question, bore the weight of a declaration. So, you have a good plan? Vivian nodded. I have an idea. However, like the soul stabilizer, it will require some time. She paused. And I must return home. I recalled some matters of great importance that necessitated my return home for confirmation. Severus was aware that since Vivian's return from the Boyle household, she had been in a melancholic state, and it was only natural for him to surmise that the thoughts troubling her were far from trivial. Then let us proceed to find Dumbledore. Would you like me to escort you back later? Vivian glanced at Severus and offered a faint smile. No need, Professor. I can return through the Flu network. As they prepared to head to the headmaster's office, a silver phoenix guardian unexpectedly emerged from the wall. The phoenix spoke in Dumbledore's voice. Ah, Severus, I fear I require your assistance with a few matters. There was a brief pause before it continued. Splendid. Vivian is here too. Good child, accompany Severus to the headmaster's office. It saves me from having to convey this message twice. With that, the silver phoenix vanished. Severus rose from his chair, remarking, It seems your planning meeting will be postponed. Vivian nodded in understanding. After all, plans often fail to keep pace with reality. The headmaster's office was rather crowded. Sirius, Harry, and the house elf creature were present, along with Grindelwald, who sat on the sofa in his true form. Listening to the stories being shared, Sirius had already learned of Regulus's fate, and his reason for seeking Dumbledore was clear. He wished to visit the cave where Regulus had perished. Dumbledore intended to bring Harry and Vivian along and turned to Severus, hands in pockets, asking, Severus, might you be willing to protect the two children? What else would you have me do? Severus scoffed with crossed arms. Do you truly believe that wretched canine, blubbering like a fool, is dependable? Grindelwald chuckled at the young man's candor. Sirius, still distraught and not fully comprehending Severus's words, lamented. That was my brother whom I had misunderstood all along. Creature transported them via apparition in 2 stages. Due to the numerous dark magical traps at the entrance, Creature chose a landing point outside the cave, a safe distance from the concealed archway to avoid triggering any traps. Within the cave, darkness enveloped them, and a strong scent of brine filled the air. Even with her eyes open, Vivian sensed the heavy presence of dark magic. Dumbledore and Grindelwald scrutinized the rocky walls and ceiling. The accumulation of dark magic was irksome. With a frown, Grindelwald dismantled a couple of magical traps. You're Severus, correct? He gestured for Severus to assist him. Come, help him with these. Thus, Grindelwald and Severus engaged in a lesson on dark magic and its defenses, while Vivian, Harry, and Sirius kept their distance, occasionally using their wands to deflect flying debris from Grindelwald's end. Who is that elder accompanying the headmaster? Harry inquired, observing the deep, dark lake ahead and envisioning the grotesque creatures that might dwell within. Since Grindelwald had chosen to appear in his true visage, it indicated his lack of concern about concealing his identity from Harry and Sirius. Thus, Vivian answered without hesitation, Mr. Grindelwald. Grindelwald? Harry's eyes widened in shock. Sirius, having somewhat regained his composure, whispered, Is he the Grindelwald I think he is? Vivian confirmed, Indeed, the very same Mr. Grindelwald featured on the headmaster's chocolate frog card. Sirius began to contemplate whether his own strength would suffice to whisk Harry away should another confrontation arise between the two formidable figures. Tom Riddle had established a blood-based magical mechanism at the hidden entrance. Grindelwald offered a keen critique of this magical trap before swiftly dismantling it alongside Severus. Upon entering the archway, they were greeted by an expanse of pitch-black water, its surface as smooth as a mirror, undisturbed by any ripples. Are we to descend to the lake's depths? Harry asked, gazing into the abyss and imagining the bizarre creatures that might emerge. Creature pointed in a direction. The locket box left by the young master lies in the center of the lake. Vivian peered into the depths, crouching beside Creature and looking into his bulbous eyes. Do you possess any belongings of Regulus? Ideally, something he once enchanted. Creature nodded vigorously. Miss Holt, I have the magical pocket watch used by the young master. He cast a protection charm upon it. May I see the watch? Vivian requested. Certainly, Miss Holt. Please wait a moment. Creature apparat back to the Black family home and quickly returned. All magical traps beyond the lake's confines had been dismantled, allowing Creature to reappear safely at the spot he had vacated. He held a well-preserved pocket watch that bore the marks of time. Vivian accepted the watch, opening its cover to reveal a faded yet intact magical photograph. It depicted a moment in time when Sirius had not yet fully severed ties with the Black family. Regulus sat upright alongside his brother, with their parents standing behind them. The protection charm Regulus had once cast lingered upon the photograph. With the pocket watch in her right hand, Vivian took a few steps closer to the lake's edge, followed closely by Dumbledore and Severus, ever vigilant for any sudden dangers. Vivian closed her eyes, allowing every subtle fluctuation of magical energy within the space to reveal itself. The lake's depths were filled with lingering souls, both male and female, young and old, trapped in lifeless bodies, awaiting sunlight they would never see again. among the myriad faint magical signatures at the lake's bottom. She identified one that resonated with the energy of the watch. Opening her eyes, she declared, "I found it, Professor Dumbledore." Using her wand, she wove a strand of magic through the air until it reached directly above Regulus's location, assisting Dumbledore in pinpointing it. "Right beneath this spot," she indicated. Dumbledore nodded. "Good child, please step back. Leave this to me and Gellert." Chapter 71, The Plan. Voldemort had originally set dark magical traps throughout the entire lake area, which would trigger if the water were disturbed or if a summoning charm were cast upon the Horcrux. Vivian observed from behind Severus as Grindelwald brandished his wand. She suspected that he had altered the conditions for triggering the traps. Consequently, Dumbledore adeptly extracted Regulus's body from the lake's depths without incident. Though the deceased could not be revived, at least they could remove him from the cold, dark lake bottom, granting him a proper burial and allowing his soul to find peace. Grindelwald transformed the small boat left by Voldemort into a larger vessel, displaying a nonchalant demeanor as he gestured for them to board. Dumbledore was the first to embark. Kreacher remained on the shore to guard Regulus's remains, while Sirius joined the boat, determined to retrieve the last remnants of Regulus's legacy. Vivian and Severus seated themselves at the farthest end from Sirius. At times, she felt that Dumbledore was placing Severus in a rather difficult position. It was still winter, and this place was bound to be colder than the outside. Despite casting a warming charm upon herself, Vivian still felt the chill, instinctively exhaling warmth into her hands. Snape conjured a jar filled with blue flames and handed it to Vivian. Harry recognized it as one of the jars that Snape had confiscated from him. Hermione and Ron before the holiday. "My jam jar, QEQ." Snape savored the look of melancholy on young Potter's face for a moment before tossing him a similar jar. Vivian observed the bright blue flames reflected in Snape's dark eyes, as if beautiful stars were falling within them. The boat glided slowly across the tranquil surface of the lake, eventually arriving at a smooth, rocky island at its center. "This potion can only be consumed?" Grindelwald attempted to magically dispel the despair potion from the stone basin, only to encounter his first failure since arriving in the cavern. Dumbledore also gave it a try. His hand could not reach in, nor could he use a spell to make it disappear, separate, or transform. Kreacher had previously stated that it could only be ingested. "I'll drink it." Sirius conjured a cup, preparing to scoop the liquid from the basin. Vivian felt there might still be a chance for salvation. Wait. She rummaged through her small satchel for a glass vial and stepped forward, only to be seized by Snape, who grasped her wrist. Vivian blinked at Snape's warning expression. "I want to drink it, Professor. I just want to study it first." Knowing her habit of carrying potion materials and a cauldron, Snape gradually released his grip. She scooped some liquid from the basin into the glass vial. After examining it for a moment, Vivian concluded that a complete antidote was unlikely, but perhaps she could counteract the hallucinogenic toxicity. She handed the vial to Snape. Snape examined the potion's texture and hue in the light, slightly assessing the magical fluctuations within it. He mused. "What materials do you intend to use?" "Headmaster, we need a stable table," Vivian replied. The exceptionally skilled transfiguration expert, Dumbledore, promptly waved his wand to conjure a smooth and sturdy table. Vivian retrieved her cauldron from her satchel and then took out several potion ingredients in succession. After a brief hesitation, she produced two somewhat uncertain potion components. "Professor, which of these is better?" Snape pointed to one. "This one. Slice it." "All right," she replied, taking charge of processing the ingredients while Snape operated the cauldron. It did not take long for them to brew a potion. Snape poured the entire concoction into the stone basin. The moment the two potions made contact, the basin began to bubble vigorously. When the reaction subsided, the liquid had transformed into a large basin of black, bubbly water. "It looks like cola," Vivian remarked, "but I'm certain it won't taste as delightful." Sirius, feeling the liquid had become even more ominous, advised, "Steady yourself. Just close your eyes and you'll finish it quickly." He filled his conjured cup to the brim and gulped it down in one go. "Are you all right? Did you experience any hallucinations or discomfort?" Harry inquired anxiously. "I'm fine," Sirius replied with a burp. "No hallucinations, no discomfort. If I had to say, this bubbly water is a bit too effervescent." He quickly downed cup after cup. Once Harry confirmed that Sirius was unharmed, he visibly relaxed, gazing at the black, bubbly water in the basin. "It really does resemble cola, right?" "I think so too. However, several of the newly added ingredients are bitter, so it probably won't taste very good," Vivian noted. "I can vouch for the taste." Sirius interjected, "Yes, it's quite bitter, and it makes me feel quite full." He burped again and made a determined effort to finish the last of the bubbly water. Once every drop had been consumed by Sirius, the bottom of the basin revealed the locket that Regulus had replaced. Inside the locket was a note. The message Regulus had left for Voldemort, which also served as his farewell to the world. "I willingly face death. for you shall encounter a worthy opponent as nothing more than a mortal flesh and blood. After bidding farewell to Harry, Sirius and Creature returned to the Black family estate to lay Regulus and his note to rest. Meanwhile, Harry followed Dumbledore and the others back to the school. As Vivian mentioned she had matters to discuss with Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry greeted everyone before seeking out Hermione and Ron, who remained at school during the Christmas holiday. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Snape were present. According to Tom Riddle's initial design, he intended to split his soul into 7 fragments. His diary, the Resurrection Stone, the Slytherin locket, the Ravenclaw diadem, the Hufflepuff cup, himself, and soon, a serpent that will always accompany him. However, in August 1981, his soul fragmentation spiraled out of control. Both Harry and I should be considered unintentional Horcruxes he created in his subconscious. Thus, the knowledge I possess may be insufficient. We must devise a method to locate all of Tom's Horcruxes, Vivian stated, looking towards Dumbledore. Headmaster, when do you plan to orchestrate the theft from Gringotts? Dumbledore replied, after the term begins. You see, ever since the Dementor incident, the Ministry has been keeping a close watch on me. I require witnesses to attest that I am still at the school. Very well, let us not destroy that Horcrux just yet. I shall attempt to transform it into an alchemical item capable of locating the same soul fragments. Before her words faded, Snape interjected. He approached Vivian, gazing directly into her eyes. No, Tom Riddle would have placed protective dark magic on the Horcrux, even if we could dismantle all the dark magic traps. Inscribing alchemical runes directly onto the Horcrux would be tantamount to courting death. Rest assured, Professor, once all the dark magic traps are dismantled, only the malice emanating from Tom's shattered soul fragment will remain. She smiled at Snape. He cannot harm me. She was not seeking revenge alone. She had the support of all her loving parents. She aimed to end Tom Riddle's immortality. Do you guarantee he cannot harm you? Snape inquired, scrutinizing Vivian's eyes. Yes, I guarantee he cannot harm me, Vivian replied without hesitation. She redirected her gaze to Dumbledore. Headmaster, I will swiftly construct an alchemical array capable of achieving the locating function. But before I inscribe on the Horcrux, perhaps you could assist in consulting some true masters of alchemy? Of course, I shall perform the final inscription myself. For now, I am likely the only one who can directly inscribe alchemical runes onto Tom's Horcrux without being affected. But we should proceed with caution, shall we not? Dumbledore nodded, regarding Vivian with a gentle smile. Certainly, my child. I believe my friends, including Gellert, would be more than willing to lend a small hand with this. However, I have one request. We must be present during the final inscription. That is only natural. I would have requested the same even if you had not, Vivian responded. As for the cup, we shall address it promptly, and we will first dismantle the dark magic set by Tom. Tom's main soul is likely to make significant moves during next year's Triwizard Tournament. We should aim to complete the most crucial tasks before the final, Vivian added. Snape slightly raised his left forearm, having recently begun to attempt summoning his followers more frequently. However, given the current situation, his state seemed largely unchanged from the past 2 years, at least for now. Snape was well aware of what the Dark Mark looked like at Tom's peak, and thus could deduce Tom Riddle's current condition through the Dark Mark. Then we still have time, Dumbledore concluded. Very well, my child, let us proceed with this arrangement. He gently prodded the tips of the wings of the Phoenix Fox with his fingertips, his tone unexpectedly tinged with eagerness. It had been many years since he had engaged in any grand ventures, and the mere thought of pilfering from Gringotts brought him a thrill of excitement. Severus Snape, Headmaster, may I borrow the fireplace in your office? I shall return home briefly and come back before the term begins, Vivian said. Albus Dumbledore made a gesture of invitation. She bid farewell to everyone in the headmaster's office and then stepped into the fireplace, returning to Holt Manor. Sissy and Eulalia were the first to notice Vivian's return home. The 2 house elves ceased their tasks, appearing before the fireplace with a cheerful pop. Welcome home, young mistress, Sissy and Eulalia chorused. Vivian affectionately patted the heads of the 2 house elves. Home at last. Good afternoon, Sissy and Eulalia. She strolled from the sitting room to the outdoors, eager to survey the grounds of Holt Manor. The resurgent memories were so vivid. It felt as if she could distinctly recall the breeze that brushed against the hem of her robes on that fateful day. Vivian could even envision the vast alchemical array that filled the courtyard, each intricate alchemical rune etched into her mind, its orientation and placement within the courtyard meticulously remembered, along with the materials used for its construction. Every word spoken by her father, every gesture, every subtle, reluctant expression was etched with exquisite clarity. Vivian settled into a spot in the sitting room where she could directly gaze upon the courtyard. She pieced together several sheets of parchment and, facing the yard, meticulously sketched the immense alchemical array from her memories. After stowing away her drawing, Vivian proceeded down the corridor to the left of the sitting room. At the end of the corridor stood a wall. Pressing her palm against the cold surface, she pushed with force. The wall yielded. Before her lay a room devoid of windows, yet a vent near the ceiling allowed for some airflow. As the door swung open, Vivian felt the air within the room stir. She lingered at the threshold for a moment. Instead of using magic, she picked up a match from the rack near the entrance and lit the candles within the room. Against the wall stood a bookshelf brimming with volumes. On the desk sat a small iron box containing a few galleons. Though the sum was modest, it was ample enough for 8-year-old Vivian to grow safely until she could attend Hogwarts. Vivian gently brushed the dust off the galleons. It seemed that Corolla had known long before that she would be attending Hogwarts. Vivian pondered this and found it quite reasonable. Her perceptive abilities were inherited from her father. Corolla was the first to recognize the fragment of soul residing within her. Knowing that she would inevitably become a witch, that she would have ties to the magical world. Corolla, who could no longer cast any spells, was unable to protect his child from adversaries through magic. Thus, even if it was a desperate gamble, he sealed the fragment of Tom Riddle's soul and solidified a curse of benign neglect to ensure Vivian's future safety. That was all he could do for his daughter. In the room, Vivian discovered many letters left for her by her father. Corolla had mentioned that he had concealed letters within the house, but they were hidden rather poorly. He feared that if they were too easily found, she would uncover them too quickly, failing to alleviate her solitude. Yet he also worried that if they were too deeply concealed, she might not find them at all. Consequently, each letter bore the marks of its concealment, as if to plainly convey to Vivian, "I am here. I have always been here. I will always be here. Do not be afraid. Do not fear. Do not be alone. Your father and mother love you." Vivian meticulously read each letter before carefully storing them away. Eulalia and Sissy had baked a cake. They used jam to write upon it. "Happy Christmas holidays. Happy to have the young mistress home. Sissy loves the young mistress. Eulalia loves the young mistress." The two house elves stood at the doorway, cradling the cake, inviting Vivian to partake. Vivian called for them to join her inside. The cake was adorned with so many words that there was little space left for delightful illustrations, resulting in only a few small hearts of various colors. Yet Vivian deemed it the most beautiful cake. She, along with Sissy and Eulalia, gathered around the cake. Vivian transformed a candle used for illumination into a smaller, more exquisite one. Lighting the slender candle, she inserted it atop the cake, closed her eyes, and earnestly made a wish in her heart. Upon opening her eyes, she blew out the candle. In the room, Vivian found all of her father's previous manuscripts. The books on the shelf were entirely dedicated to alchemy. During the remaining days of the holiday, she immersed herself in studying the alchemical array she had drawn from her memories. Cross-referencing her father's manuscripts and the tomes in the study, she intended to first identify the component used for locating the soul fragment, dismantling each nested alchemical array. Once she confirmed and reconstructed the alchemical runes, an array for pinpointing the soul fragment, she could then devise a method to intertwine it with the alchemical runes for resonance and alignment, ultimately inscribing them onto a Horcrux. That Horcrux would transform into a sword that would eternally point toward Tom Riddle. Chapter 73, Progress. Time seemed to fly when one was engrossed in work. On the final day of the Christmas holiday, Vivian gathered her requisite books and manuscripts, bidding farewell to Sissy and Eulalia in the manor. Severus Snape reclaimed the potion list he had previously assigned to Vivian for reorganization. This time, only a small portion remained, including Professor Lupin's Wolfsbane potion and the potions needed for the hospital wing. The nested alchemical arrays required extensive calculations. Vivian was wholly absorbed in the dominion of mathematics. With a substantial stack of draft paper accumulating daily, Snape's potions seemed to have progressed into their 10th iteration. The process of refining the potions necessitated continual recalibration of magical potency and ingredient ratios, and in a short span, the potions office became the location consuming the most parchment in all of Hogwarts. The Daily Prophet reported on a break-in at Gringotts. The bank claimed there were no financial losses. However, the true Horcrux, the Hufflepuff cup, was securely stored in the headmaster's office by Dumbledore. Thus, the old headmaster must have, akin to Regulus, replaced the genuine cup with a nearly identical counterfeit. Grindelwald dismantled every dark magical trap set by Voldemort, subsequently casting multiple spells that severed the cup from any dark magical fluctuations and influences, ensuring that the Horcrux could not corrupt or affect Dumbledore in any manner. Vivian recalled the day Dumbledore visited Gringotts, as Hogwarts was hosting a Quidditch match. Everyone present at the match was aware that the old headmaster occupied a seat in the professor's section. The match that day was a face-off between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and Vivian had also attended. From a distance, she spotted Dumbledore, hands tucked into his robes, in the professor's box. Yet, that was actually Grindelwald. One could not deny that Grindelwald's transfiguration skills were exceptional. He required no polyjuice potion to flawlessly disguise himself as another person. Moreover, Vivian felt that Grindelwald could truly masquerade as anyone. He mimicked even the most subtle gestures and habits of the old headmaster without any discrepancies. Had it not been for Vivian closing her eyes and utilizing her perception, she might not have noticed the substitution. In early February, the nesting of the alchemical arrays hit a bottleneck. Vivian contemplated various methods, yet no matter how she adjusted the nesting logic and sequence, the results of the critical calculations always fell slightly short of the ideal values. However, to ensure that the entire alchemical array functioned seamlessly and as anticipated, there could be no margin for error. On the 5th consecutive night of her tireless endeavor in the potion office, Vivian found herself unable to continue. Severus Snape, unable to bear witnessing her plight any longer, rose from his seat as she once again buried her head in her hands, lost in contemplation over her drafts. "You should go to sleep," he murmured softly. Vivian snapped out of her daze, her mind still awash with numbers. With a flick of his wand, Snape transfigured the small sofa in the office into a single bed and transformed 2 cushions into a pillow and blanket. He gestured toward the modest bed and reiterated, "Go to sleep." "Sleep in the office?" Vivian questioned. "What other option is there? It is already the wee hours. Can you guarantee that you will return to your dormitory safely?" "Not really," she admitted, recalling the previous nights when she had found herself stuck outside the entrance, unable to rouse any fellow housemates for assistance, ultimately wandering to the room of requirement to sleep for a few hours. If the entrance had posed a math question, she would have surely succeeded, for her numerical prowess had recently flourished. As Vivian gathered the multitude of books and drafts cluttering her workspace, she still pondered why a particular calculation eluded her. Snape gently covered her eyes with his hand. "Stop thinking, clear your mind. Tomorrow, take some time to relax," he advised, echoing a sentiment he had expressed long ago. "When you are weary, it is imperative to rest. Miss Holt, if I may be so bold, you are not yet at the age where you can recklessly disrupt your sleep schedule." Unable to suppress a laugh, Vivian replied, "Professor, neither are you." A brief silence enveloped the room. "I could go undercover," Snape proposed quietly. Vivian grasped his wrist, pulling his hand from her eyes. "No, we are not doing that." She gazed intently into Snape's eyes, enunciating each word. "We are not going." Snape offered a faint smile. "I am a willing participant. No one can compel me to undertake actions against my will." She was acutely aware of his voluntary nature. "Then we shall not proceed," she asserted. They both understood the gravity of the situation. The only reason Dumbledore had permitted Snape to refrain from going undercover hinged on Vivian's ability to transmute Tom Riddle's Horcrux into an alchemical object capable of precisely locating the fragment of his soul. Should she fail, the sole opportunity to acquire information about the Horcrux would necessitate Snape risking his dignity and freedom, endangering his life for information that could not be guaranteed or confirmed. Snape patted Vivian's arm. "If you sleep now, I shall not go." Vivian retorted, "Are you trying to placate me?" She locked her gaze with his. "Do not attempt to deceive me." With a resigned sigh, Snape replied, "If you can produce the location, I shall not go." "I can," Vivian asserted confidently. Snape smiled. "Then I shall not go." Vivian scrutinized him. "You promise that as long as I can produce the location, you will not venture near Tom?" Snape nodded. "I promise. As long as you can produce the location, I shall not go." Upon uttering these words, he extinguished all the lights in the office. "Good night, Vivian Holt." In the tranquil darkness, Vivian heard his footsteps retreating toward the bedroom. When one immerses themselves in a particular subject, it is easy to become ensnared in a deadlock. At such moments, the most prudent course of action is to temporarily divert one's attention and engage in something novel, allowing the mind time to revert to its previous state before the impasse. Subsequently, one may uncover previously overlooked misunderstandings. The following day, Vivian sought out Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Following their friendly suggestions, she accompanied them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to visit Professor Hagrid. As they entered Hagrid's yard, Fong, his formidable dog, bounded out, eager to play with Harry. Soon, Harry found himself racing around Hagrid's hut with Fong. Hermione succinctly summarized Vivian's current predicament, while Ron suggested that Hagrid allow Vivian to engage in some fresh activity. With enthusiasm, Hagrid introduced them to Buckbeak, the magnificent hippogriff. Having previously bowed to Buckbeak in care of magical creatures class, Vivian felt a sense of familiarity with the creature. She had even stroked his feathers, which were soft and pleasant to the touch. "How about riding Buckbeak for a flight?" Hagrid proposed. "I believe once you try it, you will never forget the experience." Upon returning from her flight, Vivian was exhilarated, particularly by the final 2 spins, which had sent adrenaline coursing through her veins. Amidst the rhythm of her heartbeat, a sudden clarity struck her. She realized precisely where the error lay in her alchemical array. The mental block had been lifted. Chapter 74. The location is ready. Why must the alchemical array be circular? Because such a shape ensures an even distribution of energy across each critical point. However, when multiple alchemical arrays are nested, the energy in various areas inherently accumulates multiple times. Since the final calculation pertains to the combined value, why must each nested alchemical array remain circular? It could also be elliptical, square, or even irregular. Theoretically, as long as the overall energy distribution of the entire alchemical array met expectations, it should function effectively. Even if the array took the form of a lengthy line or curve, the theory was sound. Now it was time to practice. Vivian casually picked up a stone near Hagrid's hut and transfigured it into a sculpture of Buckbeak. As this material was neither metal nor a gemstone, its energy capacity was limited. However, the transfiguration remained solid, and she could potentially nest a smaller alchemical array to enable the stone sculpture to fly. To test her hypothesis, Vivian altered both alchemical arrays to a haphazard configuration, ensuring that the calculated values of the critical points remained consistent with theoretical expectations. After inscribing the final symbol, she activated the alchemical array with her magic. The sculpture's four legs began to rotate like propellers, and astonishingly, the stone Buckbeak took flight, soaring higher and higher. Vivian, momentarily speechless, marveled at how the mechanism operated in an unexpected manner. Hagrid, ever supportive, exclaimed, "Well, that's unique. Quite a sight. It resembles Buckbeak." Ron, whose mind raced with possibilities, questioned, "Am I seeing things? Was Buckbeak actually flying like that?" Harry, returning from his playful escapades with Fawn, entered just in time to see the whimsical sculpture. "Wow, whose sculpture is that, with legs spinning like a windmill?" Hermione replied, "Clearly, that is Buckbeak." As for the unconventional flight, it seems there was a miscalculation in Vivian's inscription. Vivian, undeterred, reassured them, "Do not panic, I will rectify this." With Hagrid's help, they managed to retrieve the nearly airborne sculpture. Adjusting the nesting direction, Vivian reactivated the alchemical array, allowing the Buckbeak sculpture to flap its wings and take flight gracefully. She gifted the sculpture to Hagrid, instructing him that to halt its flight, he merely needed to trigger the alchemical array once more with his magic. By the end of March, in the potions office, Vivian affixed a large parchment to the wall beside her workbench, diligently sketching a magnified version of the alchemical array manuscript. Snape noted that this was already the third iteration Vivian had revised, as she alone would inscribe the alchemical array onto the Horcrux. It was imperative that she construct the foundational layout herself. This ensured that she comprehended the underlying logic and magical flow of the entire array, thereby minimizing the risk of failure when inscribing the runes. Once she completed the final strokes, Vivian set her quill down on the workbench. Stepping back a few paces, she began to examine the intricate details of the grand alchemical array, which was composed of numerous smaller arrays intricately nested within one another. The intricate geometric patterns composed of runes coalesce at varying angles, positions, and sizes to form a complete and exquisite alchemical array, the outer contour of which resembles a regular 36-sided polygon. Each segment's function and the energy calculation values of key points are meticulously inscribed on the parchment. After confirming that the manuscript is devoid of omissions, Vivian tilted her head towards Severus, who sat across her desk. She raised an eyebrow at him, as if to convey, "Look, it's accomplished." Vivian then took this version of the manuscript to meet Dumbledore. The venerable headmaster employed an exceptionally refined copying charm on the document. Due to concerns that owl correspondence might be intercepted and scrutinized, he and Grindelwald separately brought the replicated manuscripts to visit their respective old friends. In early April, Vivian received responses from the two master alchemists through the headmaster. They offered several new ideas for improvement, which could, to some extent, simplify certain runes. After thoroughly examining the replies, Vivian crafted the fourth version of the alchemical array in late April. Severus had successfully developed the soul stabilizer. The vibrant orange potion, seemingly imbued with flickering light, appeared remarkably beautiful. The glass vial containing the potion radiated warmth, akin to a gentle flame resting upon the desk. The remaining materials could yield at least 3 additional vials of the same potion. Severus looked at Vivian and said, "Very well." She smiled at him and replied, "Let us store it for now. I believe it will be some time before I'll need it." Vivian explained, "The final plan for the alchemical array will soon be finalized. I intend to eliminate the fragments of our souls only after this alchemical item is completed." Severus inquired, "You wish to use the fragments of your souls for localization testing?" Vivian nodded. "Harry possesses blood magic protection, and until Tom's primary soul dissipates, the fragments within him will not be easily disturbed. At that point, I will first test the effectiveness of this potion. If everything goes well, then we shall have no reason to fear." Severus gazed at the vial and softly remarked, "I can only guarantee that the potion theoretically meets expectations. Vivian casually pulled a stool to sit opposite Severus, resting her chin on her hand and smiling at him. Does even the Master of Potions experience moments of self-doubt? Severus smirked slightly. Miss Holt, do not jest with your safety. Vivian averted her gaze to the potion. Do not worry, Professor. Whether it was Moira Holt, who initially formulated the potion, or Severus Snape, who is now refining it, and myself, who will ultimately consume it, I possess ample confidence. She redirected her gaze to Severus's eyes. Thus, there is truly nothing to be concerned about. You are, after all, the most formidable potion master in my estimation. Severus raised an eyebrow. I thought humility was a virtue of Ravenclaw. Spare me the flattery and exercise caution. Vivian smiled and nodded. Confidence is also a hallmark of Slytherin. Be confident. You are remarkable. The final version of the alchemical array was swiftly established, with the engraving scheduled for a weekend in May. Due to the complexity of the entire array, Vivian spent nearly 40 hours inscribing it onto the golden cup. During this time, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Severus took turns guarding the headmaster's office, ever vigilant against unforeseen occurrences. Finally, having completed the last few runes, Vivian exclaimed, exhausted. Chapter 75, The Invaluable Locator. After consuming the stamina and magical energy supplements that Severus had prepared for her long ago, Vivian felt rejuvenated and promptly performed a sit-up. Let us test it, she declared, lifting the engraved golden cup from a smaller workbench to the larger desk of Headmaster Dumbledore. Vivian retrieved a magical map from the office and placed the cup on one corner, ensuring that it could resonate with the map's magic and thereby activate the inscribed alchemical runes. 6 red dots appeared on the magical map. This is absurd. Voldemort has fragmented into 11 pieces. This one represents me. Vivian pointed to the red dot located in the headmaster's office. This one is Harry. She indicated the rapidly moving dot at the Quidditch pitch. With the Quidditch matches of the second half of the school year approaching, Harry spent most of his weekends at the pitch. The 2 adjacent dots likely represented Tom and the snake by his side. Vivian pondered. It seems that Wormtail has reunited with Tom. Dumbledore gestured towards a further isolated red dot on the map. This location is the cave we previously visited. Severus furrowed his brow, but the Horcrux that was originally in the cave has already been destroyed. Grindelwald affirmed. That place has been thoroughly dismantled, save for the lake bed. I am certain there are no remnants left. Severus remarked. Then it must pertain to those specters at the lake bottom. Vivian contemplated. There are indeed quite a few specters at the lake's depths. I was so focused on detecting Regulus's magical fluctuations last time that I overlooked whether any specters were harboring multiple souls. Grindelwald pointed to a red dot in the Albanian forest. What do you suppose this represents? Vivian replied. We will find out upon arrival. At that time, we can switch to the directional mode with the golden cup. She lifted the cup from the map. In the absence of resonance with the magical map, activating the inscribed alchemical runes would transform the cup into a soul pointer. Vivian demonstrated. Looking inside the cup, one could see a shaft of red light illuminating the inner wall. At that moment, the tip of the red light pointed directly at Vivian. She rotated the cup and moved it across the desk, yet the beam of light consistently directed toward her. It indicates the nearest soul fragment. Red light signifies proximity, while green light indicates a greater distance. Once all fragments, aside from the cup itself, have dissipated, triggering this mode will cause the entire inner rim to glow red. As for Tom's significant actions during the Triwizard Tournament, Vivian gestured toward the pensieve in the headmaster's office. It would be too tedious to explain. Shall we simply view it? Dumbledore made a gesture toward the pensieve. Good child, I presume you will extract your memories? Vivian nodded. Having organized the events that would transpire before and after the Triwizard Tournament, while waiting for the alchemical master's responses. After the 3 emerged from their recollections, Vivian reinserted that segment of memory into her mind. Summarizing, she stated, we should expedite the disposal of Tom Riddle's remaining Horcruxes, and with the means of localization. We need not worry about locating the primary soul. In fact, Headmaster, you could surprise Tom by suddenly appearing before him. Grindelwald concurred. That is an excellent approach. Severus queried. Are you certain it will be a surprise? However, Dumbledore, upon hearing Vivian's words, appeared somewhat hesitant. Vivian surmised what the venerable headmaster was contemplating. Are you pondering that prophecy? Dumbledore abruptly raised his gaze to meet Vivian's eyes. She recognized her intuition was correct. Gently tapping the golden cup with her fingertip, she reminded him, let us not forget. This also pertains to Tom Riddle. After eliminating the primary soul and the other Horcruxes, this cup will be the last remnant of the Dark Lord in the world. After disposing of the other Horcruxes, they could place restrictions on the cup before vanquishing the primary soul. Once the primary soul is defeated, Harry would use either the Basilisk's Fong or the Sword of Gryffindor to obliterate the final soul fragment. This, too, must occur at the hands of another. For both cannot survive, only one may prevail. Thus, Harry need not engage in a duel with Voldemort. He merely needed to complete the relatively safe final step, which corresponded to the verdict in Trelawney's prophecy. Vivian remarked, Professor Trelawney's prophecy is bound to become reality. However, the prophecy does not stipulate the process of its fulfillment. Does it? Gellert Grindelwald, unsure of which segment of the prophecy they were discussing, mused, what are these two playing at? Yet, Severus Snape, possessing some knowledge, quickly deduced that Vivian was referring to the prophecy he had overheard many years ago. Instinctively, Snape lowered his gaze. If she knew that prophecy, then she must also know who had revealed it to Tom Riddle. She was aware that he was one of the catalysts of the ensuing tragedy, was she not? Albus Dumbledore looked at Vivian and suddenly chuckled, pocketing his hands, his words laced with a hint of self-deprecation. It seems you had this planned all along. You are right. Perhaps with age comes a certain restraint, lacking the vigor of youth. With his thoughts solidified, the venerable headmaster began to devise a plan. During the summer, Gellert and I will take the cup to the forests of Albania. Snape calmly interjected, I will handle the inferi in the cave. I will accompany you, Vivian replied. Snape turned his gaze toward her. Vivian smiled briefly. Aren't the headmaster and the others taking the cup to the forest? I am quite adept at finding people. We can proceed simultaneously with them. Grindelwald questioned, and what of that Gryffindor boy? Vivian replied, the Professor's potion is already prepared. The cup's location has been tested, and it can be dealt with in the next couple of days. Headmaster Dumbledore returned to his chair at the desk, declaring, I will keep an eye on young Barty Crouch. We must resolve Tom's situation before the Triwizard Tournament. He winked at Vivian. This time, I shall not permit Tom to harm any more of Hogwarts inhabitants. Of course, that is our mutual desire. After discussing the important matters, a weary Vivian bid farewell to everyone. She decided to return to her dormitory for a good night's sleep before rising to eat something. Once she felt rested, she would seek out Snape for the soul stabilizer. Chapter 76, The Potion's Success. Vivian had been engraving the Horcrux from Friday night until Sunday noon. Dumbledore and the others, who were assigned to keep watch, took turns sleeping, while Vivian, despite having consumed stamina potions, felt utterly exhausted. Upon returning to her dormitory, she collapsed onto her bed and fell asleep the moment her head touched the pillow. When Vivian finally awoke, the sky had turned dark. She casually cast a time spell, discovering it was already 8 in the evening. It seems my biological clock is a mess. I wonder if I can fall asleep again later. I hope I can remain alert during tomorrow's classes. Luna was not in the dormitory at that moment, and Vivian surmised she was likely with Ginny. Usually at this hour, they would either be in the library studying or playing somewhere in the castle. Moreover, there was no need to worry about Luna getting stuck outside the door, as she always managed to answer all the questions posed by the enchanted door. On 2 occasions when Vivian found herself locked out, it was Luna returning to the dormitory who rescued her. By now, dinner time had passed, and Vivian sneaked into Hogwarts' kitchen. Upon entering, she discovered several Hufflepuff and Gryffindor upperclassmen present, along with a Ravenclaw upperclassman who was explaining something while holding a book. They appeared to be 5th-year students, preparing for the ordinary wizarding level, OWLs, exams at the end of June, gathering to study while enjoying some food. Vivian conjured a transparent animated image with her wand in the air. The background featured colorful fireworks bursting beautifully, with a tabby cat holding a sign that read "Keep it up," swaying back and forth. The Ravenclaw upperclassman remarked, "You've done well with that flashy spell, younger student." The Hufflepuff upperclasswoman pointed to a table slightly farther away, indicating that the food on that table was the tastiest. The house elves in the kitchen, adorned with scarves bearing the Hogwarts crest, seemed accustomed to people eating while studying. They quietly ushered Vivian to another side to eat, and even made her a particularly adorable cat-shaped cake. After satisfying her hunger, Vivian proceeded to the potions office. Awake at last, Snape set down his quill. I thought you would sleep straight through until tomorrow morning. I expected to wake up before dinner, Vivian replied. Haven't eaten yet? Snape inquired. I've already eaten. I just slipped into the kitchen, she explained. Snape retracted his wand, which he had intended to use to contact the house elves in the kitchen. Is it time to take the potion now? Vivian blinked. Does it matter if I take it before or after a meal? Clearly, it did not. He rose and returned to the office's partition, retrieving a vial of orange-red potion. Vivian accepted the vial, perched on her stool at her small workstation. All right, I shall drink it now. Snape intended to say something further, but before he could speak, Vivian had already uncorked the bottle and consumed the potion in its entirety. Snape approached her side. Do you feel anything? Vivian pondered for a moment. The flavor was surprisingly pleasant, akin to juice. Was I inquiring about the taste? I meant to ask if you feel any discomfort, Snape clarified. Just as Vivian was about to respond, a fleeting daze enveloped her. Her consciousness once again traversed the boundless, golden rune-filled void. The remnants of Tom Riddle, sealed within layers of runes, gradually dissipated before Vivian's eyes. The golden runes in the void began to shift slowly. The power initially intended to seal the remnants of the soul, dispersing evenly throughout the entire space, redistributed across the solidified protective runes. This was an alchemical array that adjusted itself automatically. Her father, Holt, was a genuine genius. As Vivian's consciousness returned from the spiritual realm to reality, she heard Snape calling her name. "Vivian, I'm here," she replied with a smile at Snape. "It worked. I saw his soul fragment dissipate." Snape pressed, "What about the others? Any other sensations?" Vivian shook her head. She hopped off her stool. "See? Nothing's wrong. I'll go find the headmaster to test the cup's location. I'll accompany you." Snape responded. Together, they sought out Headmaster Dumbledore. They placed the cup on a corner of the magical map to trigger a magical resonance, revealing only 5 red dots on the map. The headmaster's office no longer bore a red dot. The venerable headmaster cast several health detection spells on Vivian, confirming that aside from her biological clock needing adjustment, she had no health concerns. Snape appeared to exhale in relief. "I will brew the remaining potion in the next few days. The soul fragment's location in the Albanian forest has remained unchanged." Vivian examined the positions of each red dot on the map. Dumbledore nodded. "The one in the cave, if it is attached to the inferi, would naturally remain stationary without anyone disturbing the lake." Snape remarked. "The one in the forest could possibly be a concealed object?" Vivian mused. "It might also be a plant or something similar. In any case, the lack of movement is a positive sign." With less than a month until the final exams, Vivian no longer had to immerse herself daily in the ocean of alchemical arrays and mathematics. She began to prepare for the imminent final examinations alongside her friends. Hermione compiled the key points for various subjects into several notebooks. Harry and Ron took turns borrowing her notes, cramming vigorously into their minds. Professor Snape's sharp audio recorder made a reappearance, and this time, Neville, Luna, and Ginny also participated in the practice, having become nearly immune to Professor Snape's scorn. Harry and Ron exuded a serene composure reminiscent of seasoned veterans. They could even swiftly utilize the cleaning charm whenever errors arose. Hermione, primarily responsible for elucidating key concepts, was ablaze with a fervor for learning. This year's study group boasted that each member's potions grade would be no less than an E. Meanwhile, Vivian, tasked with technical support and embodying Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor, was eagerly advancing in transfiguration. Before long, Snape successfully brewed the new soul stabilizer, producing 3 vials in total, one for Harry to address the fragment of soul atop his head, and the remaining 2 to be taken during the summer, one to be delivered to the headmaster in the Albanian forest, and the other for himself and Vivian to carry to the caverns. Although their use was not guaranteed, it was prudent to have them on hand just in case. As Snape and Vivian deliberated on summoning young Potter to administer the potion, they were interrupted by Harry's arrival at the potion's office, knocking at the door. Chapter 77, Dreams. Vivian approached and opened the door, allowing Harry to enter and greet them. "Good evening, Professor Snape." "Good evening, Vivian." He raised a hand to touch the scar on his forehead. "I've had a dream in the last couple of days." Noting that Snape and Vivian awaited further elaboration, Harry succinctly described his vision: a dimly lit room, a serpent, a chair turned away from him, and the faint echo of Tom's voice. It felt strange, as if something had invaded my mind. I instinctively employed the brain-blocking spell and then woke up, but I couldn't quite catch what Tom was saying. After sharing this, Harry produced the golden snitch Vivian had crafted in his first year, designed to ward off dark curses. He noticed the runes had become defunct, though he was uncertain when the snitch had deteriorated. Vivian took it from his hands for inspection. Her alchemical skills had improved significantly over the past 2 years, allowing her to deduce from the metal's markings. "It seems the damage occurred around the time you had that dream. It can't be repaired. Let us make a new one later." She gestured toward the vial of soul stabilizer on the table. "You arrived just in time. I was about to seek you out. The potion Professor Snape brewed will prevent any further incidents like this." Seeing Snape standing by the desk with his arms crossed, seemingly acquiescent to Vivian's assertion, Harry approached the desk and picked up the potion. "Do I drink it directly? Is there an alternative?" retorted Snape, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Does the illustrious Mr. Potter require a melodious aria recited by your potion's professor before imbibing?" Harry replied lightly, "Thank you, Professor Snape. However, I believe I can manage without a serenade." Vivian chimed in. "Everyone is so articulate." Harry uncorked the glass vial and gulped down the potion. "Did you feel anything unusual?" Vivian inquired. Harry pondered for a moment. "Well, it wasn't as unpleasant as I had imagined. I think I saw a shadow dissipate into dust." "That indicates success," Snape remarked, his tone now noticeably more relaxed. "Congratulations, Mr. Potter. I believe you shall no longer be troubled as you were before. However, I implore you to remember to keep your mind clear." "Understood, Professor Snape. I shall not forget to continue practicing the brain-blocking spell." Out of an abundance of caution, Vian made her way to the headmaster's office to report Harry's condition and confirm, using the golden cup, that the fragment of soul had completely vanished. With the most concerning matter resolved, everyone visibly relaxed. However, it is well known that after prolonged periods of intense stress, sudden relaxation can lead to illness. Just days before the final exams, Snape fell ill. During that morning's potions class, Vi noted that Snape appeared unwell, and after her afternoon class, she visited the potions office to find him sitting at his desk, hand pressed to his temple, eyes closed in repose. Upon hearing her entrance, Snape opened his eyes and lowered his hand. Vi sensed he might have a fever and likely a headache. She approached him softly. "Shall we visit the infirmary?" Snape averted his gaze. "Unnecessary. A dose of revitalizing potion will suffice." Yet, Vine recalled that the office lacked any prepared revitalizing potion, and truthfully, she believed that instead of a stimulant, Snape could benefit more from a proper rest. She tugged at his sleeve, transforming the office sofa into a single bed. "Lie down for a bit. I'll brew you a potion." Perhaps illness dulled his reflexes, for Snape blinked slowly, seemingly caught off guard. She reiterated, "Please, rest for a while. I'll prepare a potion for you." Vine adjusted the formula for the revitalizing potion, recalling that she had used this very mixture when she was ill. It treated her cold without causing her ears to steam. It might induce slight drowsiness, but a good sleep would restore him to health. Snape lay beneath a light blanket, the gentle sounds of potion brewing filling the office. His mind felt like a tangled mess. Before him flashed images of Tom Riddle hurling curses in rage, followed by the troublesome quartet from his school days. The werewolf in the shrieking shack extended its sharp claws toward him, and many years ago, Dumbledore had asked him what he was willing to sacrifice. The ceiling light flickered as though the illumination twisted into chaotic lines in his vision, jumping erratically and causing him discomfort. Vine approached and handed Snape the freshly brewed potion. After he drank it, he drowsily closed his eyes and succumbed to sleep. She glanced at the stack of student assignments that Snape had retrieved. Today's potions class consisted of 1st through 3rd years. Drawing upon her extensive understanding of how Snape graded assignments, she diligently processed the urgent pile. Some uncertain submissions she set aside separately, ultimately placing a book atop the completed assignments to prevent them from being whisked away by the draft from the open door. Snape found himself in a dream. Dreams lack strict logic. He discovered himself transported back to a time when his parents were still alive. They were embroiled in a fierce argument in Spinner's End, while young Snape stood outside the house, lost in thought. In the dream, he did not recognize Vian, yet a girl who appeared to be his age suddenly appeared, tugging him along in a whirlwind of activity. They arrived at a vast clearing, filled with an array of flowers and vines, as if the world was bathed in a warm hue from the golden-red tendrils sparkling in the sunlight. Snape was unsure why he suddenly spoke. "I wish to learn dark magic." The dream's Vian was weaving a flower crown and responded with a soft "oh." Snape pressed, "Don't you have anything to say?" Vine blinked at him. "Well, good luck." In the dream, Snape felt something amiss with her response. "Do you not think I am mistaken?" Vine continued to weave the crown. "Magic is merely a means. Survival is the ultimate goal. Dark magic can be used to save lives, just as white magic can be wielded to harm. If you wish to learn, then learn. There is no shame in seeking strength." The dream lacked a coherent timeline. One moment he was amidst a beautiful sea of flowers. The next, he found himself at a perplexing ballroom. Vine asked if he wanted to dance, and for a brief moment, Snape was taken aback, as she seemingly conjured a flower crown from thin air and placed it upon his head. He had no chance to utter a single word. Everything before him faded into oblivion. Severus Snape awoke from his slumber, his eyes fluttering open as he returned to the realm of reality. He found himself still reclining on the single bed that had been transfigured by Vivian, while neatly arranged student assignments, seemingly already graded, adorned his desk. The room was devoid of any human presence, save for a magnificent, silvery white Patronus cat. The feline sat before the bed, its strikingly large eyes tilted in curiosity as it gazed at him. Chapter 78, The Patronus Charm. This marked yet another instance for Snape to behold Vivian's Patronus form. Previously, when the Ministry of Magic dispatched Dementors to guard Hogwarts, he would occasionally witness the grand silver cat darting toward the castle's periphery, hissing defiantly at the dark creatures. Snape sat up in bed, shaking off the remnants of his dream, and performed a time-conjuring spell to ascertain that it was still early. The cat approached, affectionately nudging its fluffy head against his. Vivian possessed an exceptionally high reservoir of magical energy, a fact that Snape had discerned the first time he encountered her casting the Patronus charm in the potions office. Since he had advised her to hone her control over her magical prowess, she had likely been diligently practicing. Thus, the Patronus cat now before him was not merely a complete embodiment of the charm. In its corporeal state, he could genuinely feel its soft, furry texture, akin to that of a real cat. The creature not only appeared fluffy but felt so too, as it nuzzled against his face before dutifully returning to its seated position. Tilting its head to observe him, Snape gently stroked the cat's chin. He had indeed considered the possibility of falling ill. However, before he became aware of his fever, he had harbored the belief that Vivian might succumb to illness before him. She was still young, or at least appeared so. From late December of the previous year until late May, when the Horcrux locator was successfully crafted, Vivian had been burning the midnight oil every night. During the past 2 years, she had frequently accompanied young Potter and his friends on wild escapades, yet in recent months, she had become rather reticent. On weekends when classes were not in session, she could go an entire day without uttering a single word, often fixated on her alchemical diagrams even during brief meals. Snape was no fool. He extrapolated from Vivian's demeanor and, with a little contemplation, realized that should he return to Voldemort as a double agent, there would be but one inevitable conclusion. His statement about being willing to go undercover was not merely a comfort, but rather a genuine testament to his readiness to embrace death. I am a willing participant. No one can coerce me into actions I do not desire. Do not strain yourself. I am prepared to sacrifice everything for the ultimate victory, but I hope for your well-being. Thus, Vivian, there is no need to weigh my life against your own. I shall bear the burden of all matters. Yet, it became evident that in certain respects, Vivian's obstinacy surpassed his own. When she declared her intention to produce the Horcrux locator, she was resolute in its completion. For her, only by achieving an accurate locator could she ensure Tom Riddle's inevitable failure, sparing Snape the perilous role of a double agent. Conversely, for Snape, the creation of a safe soul stabilizer was imperative to guarantee that neither Vivian nor young Potter would need to risk their lives as vessels for Tom's soul. The weight of such life and death responsibilities was a sentiment both Snape and Vivian deeply understood. Day after day, as they endeavored to brew the potion, Snape dared not allow even a moment's respite, nor could he afford any oversight. He meticulously scoured all his tomes, brewing each variant documented in his notes, exploring every conceivable method to ensure the potion's safety. In truth, the potion he administered to Vivian was not the first successful brew. That honor belonged to him. He needed to ascertain whether the potion would indeed be harmless to a complete soul. At that time, Snape had sought out his old friend, Edwina, bringing along all his notes and drafts. He implored Edwina to meticulously document any adverse effects that might arise from the potion, promising to pay any price for her assistance. At that moment, Edwina received the notes and manuscripts from Snape, sporting an expression of skepticism as if doubting whether Snape had mistakenly consumed the wrong potion. Severus, I cannot believe you harbor such doubts about your old friend. Rarely did Snape refrain from their usual banter, replying, I simply harbor a modicum of disbelief in myself. Edwina placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I assure you, should you meet your demise, I shall use your case as a prime example to craft a better version. Snape retorted, I should survive, though perhaps I may emerge a tad more foolish. He then jestingly shook his head. The thought of potentially authoring papers akin to those of some of his students was intolerable. Edwina smiled. What a pity, by the time that day arrives, you will likely be oblivious to it. Naturally, the outcome was favorable. The potion exhibited no side effects in him. Edwina joyfully returned the notes and manuscripts to Snape, teasing him before parting, what a shame, I shan't witness your unintelligent papers. Snape vividly recalled that suffocating feeling of unrelenting pressure, which is why he remained so concerned for Vivian. Yet now, the locator had been successfully crafted. The soul fragments within Vivian and young Potter had been resolved. In recent days, witnessing Vivian preparing for final exams with a voice recording device alongside young Potter, he understood she was in good health, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. Falling ill was rather normal. Observing Snape lost in thought, the cat, uncertain of his silence, tilted its head and playfully tapped his leg with its paw. Snape regarded the beautiful feline with a gentle smile and softly murmured, all is well, you may return. Maintaining a constant flow of magical energy could be quite taxing. However, the cat approached the desk, pawing at the assignments laid out there. Snape rose to inspect the work, discovering that Vivian had diligently graded the assignments in a manner strikingly reminiscent of his own handwriting and tone. A few assignments, she seemed uncertain about, were set aside. Seating himself once more, Snape took up a quill to finalize those few assignments. The cat remained, its substantial form allowing it to crouch just behind Snape, its chin resting atop his head. The presence of the Patronus exuded warmth and joy. The proximity of the cat enveloped him in an illusion of being cherished. Snape set down the quill and traced his fingertips over Vivian's imitated script. He had never contemplated his future. He had always accepted the notion of its absence. Yet, if a future existed, the sensation of being trusted was exquisite, and the feeling of being protected was profound. The cat was not only gentle, but also breathtaking, akin to a light he could never grasp. Noticing Snape's cessation of grating, the cat withdrew its head from atop his. Snape turned to gaze into the feline's eyes, finding them as clear and beautiful as Vivian's. He smiled at the cat. All is well, you may return. The cat nuzzled him again, and Snape briefly closed his eyes before watching the silver feline depart the office. The beauty of the light was so enchanting. How could he not be moved? Snape cast his gaze downward, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Yet, it was precisely because the light was so splendid that it ought not to belong to him. The office fell into a tranquil silence. He grasped his wand and softly intoned the incantation for the Patronus charm. Amidst a swirl of silvery mist, Snape beheld a strikingly beautiful silver tabby cat. The creature sat before him, its lovely large eyes tilting curiously as they regarded him. Chapter 79, Summer. The final examinations arrived promptly. The tests unfolded even more smoothly than Vivian had anticipated. She had initially thought that her performance in this year's History of Magic exam would be subpar, yet there were moments of joy, as she had memorized everything she was tested on. For the potions exam, she submitted her paper ahead of time. At that moment, Vivian handed her written test and the potion she had brewed to Snape. He cast a discerning glance at both the potion and the paper, and promptly inscribed another outstanding next to her name. Vivian remarked, "How delightful, a commendation from the Master of Potions." This year, Hermione truly led the study group to achieve at least 9 potions, which filled Neville with immense joy. After the results were announced, he proudly brought a particularly well-grown venomous tentacula in its pot to the potions office, claiming it was a special gift for Professor Snape. Snape smirked slightly at Neville, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Longbottom." Startled, Neville hastily set down the pot and scurried away, leaving Snape to mutter, "How vexing. I'll transform this venomous tentacula into potion ingredients shortly." Vivian visited the potions office to discuss the timing for handling the Horcrux in the cave with Snape. He handed her the recently distributed meeting schedule. After the holiday, the school will hold a staff meeting. Once it concludes, I shall proceed to Holt Manor. Very well. I shall await you at the manor. Vivian paused momentarily before inquiring, "Professor, do you still have the notes on the soul stabilizer?" Snape retrieved the well-preserved notes from his compartment and handed them to her. "Are you considering references for the previous calming potion modifications?" She replied affirmatively. Snape then extracted another notebook from the shelf. Vivian accepted it, her expression tinged with curiosity. Snape hesitated, omitting certain words he had intended to say. "Previously, I experimented with potions targeting the after-effects of the Cruciatus Curse. The approach differs, but we may review it together." Leaning back against his chair, he tilted his head to observe Vivian. "I assume Miss Holt would not mind if your potions professor participates in this potion refinement?" Vivian tucked the 2 notebooks away and smiled warmly at Snape. "Of course, it would be my honor." On the day they boarded the Hogwarts Express back to the station, Hermione announced to everyone her decision to forego Muggle studies and divination next year. Ron quickly chimed in, "I truly do not recommend divination. I've spent an entire year predicting my own misfortunes. I really don't wish to endure another." Hermione suggested, "If anyone is interested in divination, I recommend arithmancy. It is far more reliable." Both Harry and Vivian, uninterested in studying divination, shook their heads in unison. Opting for care of magical creatures and ancient runes sounded splendid. As before, Harry would return to the Dursleys for a fortnight, after which Sirius would come to collect him for a visit to number 12, Grimmauld Place. This year, it was Eulalia who came to fetch Vivian from the station. Eulalia adeptly performed apparition, transporting them back to Holt Manor. As anticipated, Vivian spotted Cece waiting for them beneath the awning at the manor's entrance. This time, there was a round, plump watermelon on the little table. Cece greeted the two with joy. "Welcome home, young mistress." Eulalia skillfully sliced the watermelon, and the 3 of them leisurely gathered around the table, indulging in the fruit before tending to their luggage. The insulated shelter Cece had constructed in the herb garden during winter had now been dismantled, and the newly planted herbs were in vibrant bloom, while the ancient trees of the manor remained lush and verdant. Time may pass slowly, but love and hope are eternal. After organizing her belongings, Vivian collapsed onto her bed for a brief nap, rising in the afternoon to commence her research on the modifications to the calming potion. On the first weekend of the holiday, Snape arrived at Holt Manor via the fireplace. Dumbledore has already departed with Grindelwald and the goblet to the forests of Albania. Nodding, Vivian slung her small satchel over her shoulder. "Let us be on our way, Professor." They returned to the cave on the seaside cliff. All traces of dark magic had been eradicated, and Snape transported Vivian directly to the lakeside via apparition. The cave emanated a damp and chilly atmosphere. Snape cast a charm to illuminate the entire cavern, revealing the still, black waters of the lake without a ripple. Vivian stood at the water's edge, closing her eyes as she sensed every infery beneath the surface. Many of the inferi were ordinary people devoid of any magical aura, some still youthful, while others were in their twilight years. Among them were teenagers who should have been full of life, and even children of merely a few years. Vivian discerned the soul within each body, ultimately locating a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul within the form of an elderly man. She opened her eyes and extended her hand, unleashing a surge of magic to assist Snape in pinpointing the location. The elderly man was summoned from the lake by Snape's wand. Though he had departed this world, he remained ensnared by Tom's magic. Emerging from the water, he struggled, as if awakening from a dream, his frail form trembling as he took shuffling steps towards Snape and Vivian. Snape positioned Vivian protectively behind him and magically administered the soul stabilizer into the inferi's mouth. The elderly man's pace faltered, and after a moment, he collapsed to the ground like a felled tree. Vivian confirmed, "The soul fragment has perished." A brief silence enveloped the cave. Snape remarked, "Let us take these inferi outside for burial." Vivian inscribed a headstone for each grave. Unable to ascertain the exact time of their transformation into inferi, nor knowing their names, she resorted to magic to etch their gender, approximate age, and any discernible physical traits onto the stones. Freed from the cursed waters of the lake, the souls of the inferi would no longer be bound to their lifeless forms. May these souls, laid to rest beneath the lake, find their way back to their homelands. Before departing, Snape cast a warding charm and several prohibitions at the cave's entrance to prevent unwitting adventurers from trespassing. While this significant task had been accomplished, Vivian found it difficult to feel elated. Snape grasped Vivian's wrist, leading her through apparition. To her surprise, they did not return to Holt Manor, but instead arrived at a vibrant field of flowers in full bloom. The burial of the inferi had taken some time. They had set out in the morning, and now the sun was nearing the horizon. The evening glow bathed the entire flower field in a warm, golden-red light, rendering the surroundings ethereal and magnificent, akin to a vision from a dream. Snape's gaze fell upon Vivian, who was mesmerized by the floral expanse. He softly consoled her, "Do not be disheartened. We have done our utmost." The entire flower field shimmered in the warm hues of the sunset, though not as breathtaking as the ensnaring vines. The golden-red light enveloped everything before them, equally as beautiful as the flower field from his dreams. Vivian reveled in the enchanting scenery stirred by the gentle breeze. Snape stood behind her, watching as her hair danced in the wind, admiring her outstretched hand as if to touch the setting sun. In her dreams, she wove flower crowns. Though Snape had never crafted a flower crown, he instinctively felt he could manage it. If not, magic would suffice. He plucked some flowers and began to entwine them together. By the time Vivian turned to join him, Snape had successfully fashioned a flower crown. Believing it lacked sufficient blossoms, he discreetly enhanced its beauty with a touch of magic. In truth, Severus Snape felt somewhat hesitant to part with the garland, yet Vivian had approached him directly. He adorned her head with the floral crown, and Vivian smiled up at him, remarking on its beauty. Snape softly replied, "Indeed, it is quite lovely." This moment signified the realization of one of his cherished dreams. As twilight descended, the breathtaking hues of the sunset were fleeting. Once darkness enveloped the sky, the sea of flowers lost its ethereal allure. Snape transported Vivian back to Holt Manor using apparition. Vivian and Ylira extended an invitation for him to join them for dinner at the manor, while Cece volunteered to gather some ripe herbs from the medicinal field as a gift for Snape. He had other matters to attend to and awaited news from Dumbledore. Planning to return to Holt Manor later to collaborate with Vivian on a potion to address the aftereffects of the Cruciatus Curse. In the meantime, Vivian continued to organize her notes. The 2 volumes she possessed presented different approaches. She found it easier to comprehend Moira's version, likely due to their shared foundation in studying Holt's potion texts. Snape's notes, however, followed an entirely distinct methodology, often appearing fragmented and disjointed, capturing his thoughts as they came. As Vivian sorted through a new blank notebook to categorize Snape's notes, she stumbled upon a brief entry that simply read, "So painful." Suddenly, she grasped the unspoken word Snape had held back that day. Having previously endured the Cruciatus Curse, he had also attempted to research potions for its aftereffects. By mid-July, Snape returned to Holt Manor, occupying the same room as before, conveniently located on the 2nd floor near the potion-making workspace and study. Dumbledore had already dealt with the soul fragment in the Albanian forest. At that moment, Vivian was seated beside Snape on the sofa, sharing slices of watermelon, while Cece and Ylira sat across from them, also enjoying the fruit. "What was that soul fragment?" Vivian inquired, recalling that its location had remained static. Snape replied, "Dumbledore mentioned it was an ancient and massive locust tree. They didn't use any potions. I brought the remaining vial of soul stabilizer with me, which I'll leave with you." Vivian nodded, then realized that Snape could not see her gesture, so she added, "All right." Curious, she asked, "How did they dispose of the soul fragment? Did they uproot the ancient tree?" Imagining the scene, She found it peculiar. Grindelwald uprooting a colossal tree single-handedly. Snape clarified, no? Dumbledore said Grindelwald fought the tree. The sole fragment perished, but the tree remains alive. The grand locust tree. I am well. I am unscathed QAQ. The defense against the dark arts professor still could not escape the cyclical fate of his position. This summer, the primary ingredient for the Wolfsbane potion saw a sudden and drastic reduction in yield, as this ingredient was also used in various other valuable potions. It became exceedingly difficult to procure, even for those with substantial funds. In other words, Lupin's Wolfsbane potion would not be replenished the following year. Snape, still at Holt Manor, resolved to promptly submit an application for the defense against the dark arts professor position, only to be unsurprisingly rejected by Dumbledore. Vivian endeavored to console him, stating, the primary issue is the scarcity of exceptional potion masters, and even fewer are willing to take on the role. Moreover, the position has been perilous these past 2 years. Perhaps we should apply again in a couple of years. Accustomed to rejection, Snape retorted about the old headmaster. By Dumbledore's standards for selecting a defense against the dark arts professor, he could find an entire Quidditch team's worth of individuals to serve as potion professors. Vivian countered, but none of them possess your skill. Snape replied, nor do they possess yours. In late July, Harry unexpectedly wrote to Vivian, inquiring about reviving the stagnant family business. Vivian realized this might delve into her area of ignorance. Which family business was to be revived? The Potters or the Blacks? At that moment, Snape happened to be in the potion workspace, and Vivian approached his desk with the letter. After reading it, Snape scoffed. He should first go to Gringotts for a handover. It's hard to imagine that Black's intellect can sustain him in such matters. Vivian sat beside him, pen in hand, asking, Professor, do you have any other suggestions? Snape retorted, I suggest he regularly visits St. Mungo's to have his mind examined. Vivian wrote on the letter, it is my sincere recommendation that Sirius Black undergo necessary medical evaluations at St. Mungo's. Snape smirked, after the handover. Let him pay a visit to Malfoy. Vivian quipped, so you mean to suggest Sirius consult his cousin? She idly chatted while writing. Do you think they might come to blows? Snape replied, Black can pick a fight with anyone when he isn't thinking clearly. If he has the ability, let him go for it. A good thrashing might set him straight. He should experience what it feels like to be outnumbered. Observing Vivian penning her letter, Snape gently asked, did young Potter ask you about this? Have you handled the whole family business? Vivian shook her head. I have only engaged in some supply dealings with the potion merchants in Diagon Alley. Snape probed, did you venture to Diagon Alley alone as a child? Vivian continued to shake her head. Cece always managed the handovers. I was too young at the time. I would have been turned away from the apothecary. After a moment of silence, Snape continued, if a house elf manages the handover, the shopkeeper will undervalue the goods. Vivian finished her letter, adding, they might pressure a bit, but it's still commendable to sell the items. Moreover, after repeated transactions, the shopkeeper tends to ease up on the pricing. Chapter 81, The Quidditch World Cup. Recently, Rosalind wrote to inform me that her application for a storefront in Hogsmeade has been approved. So I have decided to allocate a significant portion of my supplies to the Boyle family. As Vivian entrusted Hedwig to deliver her response, she conversed with Snape. What do you think about starting a potion studio together? Snape felt uncertain, his gaze fixed on the notebook before him. The tasks that require coordination can be entrusted to me. We shall split the research outcomes. Vivian moved closer, asking, is that feasible? Snape noted the spark of enthusiasm in her eyes. However, she added, but let us not split evenly just yet. My current skill level is still quite modest. Vivian displayed a commendable sense of self-awareness, stating that the yield from the manor's herb fields could be prioritized for the studio, while the intricate tasks of material processing and documentation could fall to her. Snape agreed, we shall share the research outcomes and profits. He smiled at Vivian, Miss Holt. I have ample confidence in my judgment when selecting a potion partner. With such affirmation, Vivian beamed, responding, I won't let you down, Professor. At the beginning of August, Harry wrote to Vivian once more. In his letter, he revealed that Sirius had indeed visited Malfoy Manor, where he endured a dual assault from the Malfoy couple. It seemed he had quarreled with Narcissa, but ultimately managed to negotiate matters concerning the Black family. Consequently, Harry expressed gratitude towards Vivian and Professor Snape in his letter, enclosing 2 tickets for the Quidditch World Cup, stating that Sirius had intentionally purchased an extra ticket to extend a heartfelt invitation for Snape to join them at the event. Vivian exclaimed, huh? Is this ticket truly an expression of gratitude towards the professor and not a provocation? Do you wish to attend? Snape asked. Vivian nodded, affirming, I do wish to go. The match presented an array of novel experiences, with Dumbledore taking a keen interest in young Barty Crouch and Voldemort. The Quidditch World Cup promised to be a seamless event. Then let us proceed, Snape declared. I shall apparate you there. Given the uncertainty regarding the duration of the match, it was prudent to purchase the new academic year's textbooks before attending. Vivian had initially intended for Sissy to accompany her to Diagon Alley, but Snape mentioned that he was heading there as well. Thus it transformed into an outing with Snape guiding Vivian via apparition. They materialized at the entrance of Diagon Alley. Vivian inquired, "So, I'll be back here in 2 hours?" Snape, who had no pressing need to visit Diagon Alley other than to accompany her, replied nonchalantly, "There is no rush," casting his gaze downward. "I shall wait for you here." Vivian felt an unexpected pang of concern, as if he might be left behind. "Shall we explore a bit together? I am quite swift with my purchases. We could visit the apothecary." Presuming Snape's visit to Diagon Alley was for the apothecary, she suggested, "There's an ice cream shop ahead. It's not overly sweet, yet utterly delightful. Shall we give it a try?" Vivian indeed shopped with remarkable speed. She believed that the most time-consuming task in Diagon Alley was acquiring a wand. Aside from the first year, subsequent years were a whirlwind of efficiency. Having grown a tad taller this year, she required a new size for her robes. The bookstore owner remembered Vivian fondly and cheerfully remarked that the expensive invisible books she had helped find were nearly all sold out, happily offering her a discount on her books for the year. "What became of that invisible book after you took it home?" the bookstore owner inquired. Vivian responded with delight. "I adorned it with numerous glow-in-the-dark stickers, so it can no longer remain entirely invisible." The bookstore owner exclaimed, "What a splendid idea. I shall do the same the next time I purchase an invisible book." After their visit to the apothecary, they proceeded to the ice cream shop Vivian mentioned. The two sat across from each other at a table, indulging in ice cream that was indeed not overly sweet, but remarkably tasty. Snape mused that had he visited in his youth, he would have found immense joy in such an experience. Presently, he felt content, though not due to the ice cream. At the end of August, the Quidditch World Cup commenced. Snape directly apparat Vivian to the entrance of the venue. Upon entering the campsite, they were greeted by a multitude of familiar faces, including Dumbledore and a transformed Grindelwald, with the old headmaster waving at a distance towards Snape and Vivian. Vivian thought to herself that upon seeing the headmaster, she could not help but picture Grindelwald effortlessly lifting a tree. This notion would likely linger for some time. Within the campsite, they encountered Sirius, Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley family. To Vivian's astonishment, Sirius arrived in an exceedingly formal suit. "It is truly hard to believe, Mr. Black, that you resemble a peacock in the throes of courtship. Are you attempting to radiate your rather misplaced foolishness at the Quidditch World Cup?" Snape remarked. Sirius, equally vexed, retorted, "Creature transformed every piece of clothing I own into this. Every single one. Even when I used a transfiguration spell, it reverted to a suit almost immediately." Harry, covertly gesturing to Vivian, whispered, "It was Creature's doing." Vivian chuckled. Creature truly is quite industrious. When a vendor selling panoramic telescopes approached, Sirius procured one for Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Vivian. As the match commenced, all gathered in the upper-tier box. Vivian and Snape sat together, while Sirius, still grappling with his suit, animatedly critiqued Creature alongside Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The villa were indeed strikingly beautiful. Vivian wished to inquire Snape if they were not captivating, but as she turned her head, she found Snape gazing intently at her. The sky above the arena was adorned with magically illuminated lanterns, and amidst the breathtaking scenery, Vivian could only perceive her own reflection in Snape's dark eyes. Their eyes met, and Snape did not avert his gaze. He slightly raised an eyebrow, as if silently questioning her. "What is it?" Vivian pondered, sensing that Snape appeared increasingly alluring. The Irish leprechauns began scattering gold coins throughout the venue. Despite knowing that they would soon vanish, curiosity compelled Vivian to pick one up. The coin sparkled beautifully, and upon closer inspection, she noticed an imprint on it. Snape made a sound of acknowledgement. He withdrew a galleon from his pocket and, using transfiguration, transformed it to match the coin in Vivian's hand. He placed it in her palm and murmured, "This one shall not disappear." Chapter 82, Weasley Wizard Wheezes. Vivian carefully tucked the coin away. The players began to enter the arena, soaring on their firebolts like meteors streaking across the night sky. Once the match commenced, Sirius cast aside his struggles with the suit, focusing intently on the game alongside Harry, Ron, and Hermione, cheering enthusiastically at every remarkable score. Harry trained his telescope on Krum, analyzing his feint. Vivian, unable to keep pace even with Hogwarts Quidditch matches, found herself relying on the commentary for understanding. At halftime, the score stood at Bulgaria 90, Ireland 140. During the break, Harry, Ron, and Hermione excitedly approached Vivian and Snape. They greeted Snape before taking seats in the now vacant row in front of Vivian. The three sat backward in their seats, joyfully engaging in conversation with her. Harry, clutching two team badges, asked, "Vivian, which side do you hope will win?" Although it seemed Ireland triumphed in the original text, Vivian thought Krum was exceptional. "Bulgaria, their seeker is formidable. Indeed, I concur, Bulgaria shall prevail." Though Krum appears rather brooding, His skills are truly remarkable, Ron chimed in. But Ireland's chasers are truly impressive, Hermione countered. If Krum could locate the golden snitch more swiftly, Bulgaria would certainly win. Harry handed Vivian the Bulgarian badge, saying, "Here, a memento from Bulgaria." Ron opened a small box he had been holding, revealing an assortment of peculiar candies crafted by George and his cohorts. "Would you care to try?" "I've tasted two, and they were quite amusing." Harry, holding the Irish badge in one hand, randomly selected a candy with the other. "What effect does this one have?" Vivian replied, "Based on the magical fluctuations, it might turn you into a small bird." Before she could finish, Harry had popped the candy into his mouth. With a pop, he transformed into a tiny bird. The Irish badge he had been holding was sent spiraling into the air by the magical surge. Realizing he was airborne, Harry the bird flapped his wings desperately. He managed to stabilize himself just as the flung badge began to plummet. "Catch the badge," Vivian urged, but she missed. The badge landed squarely atop Harry the bird's head, causing him to tumble over upon landing. Ron burst into laughter. "Are you all right, mate?" Hermione, also having attempted to catch the badge but failing, exchanged amused glances with Vivian as they maintained their outstretched hands. Snape, seated in the front row without needing to stand out, let out a mocking laugh. With another pop, Harry reverted back to his original form, exclaiming, "That was truly entertaining." He tucked the badge that had struck him into his pocket, remarking that the sensation of having wings was exceedingly strange. Thus, Ron and Hermione each took one as well. Ron's little bird, unable to swiftly master its balance, tumbled from the air, while Hermione's little bird, flapping its wings vigorously, grasped Ron's tail feathers with its claws. Vivian found this amusing and decided to partake as well. With a resounding pop, her little bird materialized in midair. Feeling weightless, Vivian began to descend, flapping her wings twice, only to discover that maneuvering through the air was quite a challenge. Eventually, her little bird landed in Snape's palm. The soft little creature perched in his hand tilted its head and chirped adorably. Snape lowered his hand, allowing Vivian's little bird to hop back to her original seat. As the effects of the candy wore off, with another pop, everyone transformed back. Harry was laughing heartily, watching Ron, who was being held by Hermione by his tail. Head down. Undeterred, Ron retrieved another bird candy from the box, this time successfully flying, and upon reverting, he spread his arms wide, displaying a look of triumph. Harry instantly understood, chuckling exaggeratedly while praising his flying skills, and Hermione, pressing down on Ron's outstretched hands, complimented him with a few encouraging words. Vivian glanced at the other types of candies in the box. Indeed, the Weasley twins possessed a remarkable talent in this regard. "Did George and Fred create all of these?" Vivian inquired. "Oh yes. However, just a couple of days ago, Mum had quite the fit," Ron replied somewhat despondently. "These candies were secretly stashed away." Vivian noticed George and Fred nearby, seemingly engaged in conversation by the railing. "Professor, wait for me for a moment," she greeted Snape. "I'm going to find George and Fred." Harry had come to the match with the Weasley family, so he was aware that Molly had burned the order list for the Weasley Wizard Wheezes. He vaguely guessed what Vivian was up to, thus placing the candy he had been examining back in the box and greeting Snape, Ron, and Hermione. "I'll go look for George and Fred too. It's Vivian and Harry." George casually draped his arm over Harry's shoulder. "How was the candy you just had?" Fred leaned against the railing and added, "The ones we gave Ron are the more entertaining variety. The taste is quite delightful. Isn't it?" Vivian replied, "Absolutely fascinating." She took a box of galleons from her small handbag and handed it to them. "This is an investment for Weasley Wizard Wheezes." Vivian was not particularly short on funds now, although she had been busy throughout the last academic year. She had received a considerable remuneration for most of the potions she brewed under Snape's guidance, and the herb fields at Holt Manor had been meticulously maintained by Sis. Harry, pulling out a bag of galleons from somewhere, handed it to George, saying, "Actually, I wanted to give this to you a couple of days ago, but I couldn't figure out how to say it." After learning about the Weasley Wizard Wheezes, Sirius and Harry had quickly prepared the funds, both believing the joke shop to be splendid and the Weasley twins exceptionally talented. Harry added, "Half of it is from Sirius, as you know. He absolutely adores these quirky ideas." George and Fred glanced towards the private box. There, having finally conquered his formal attire, Sirius had changed back into a rather ordinary wizarding robe. Upon noticing the Weasley twins looking over, Sirius winked at them, as if they now shared a tacit secret. The second half of the match was about to commence, and an array of colorful confetti burst forth from the magical cannons at the edge of the stands. Everyone became excited once more, and Hermione and Ron rushed over to drag Harry back to their original seats to watch the game. Vivian waved them off, and then strolled over to Snape. "I'm back," she smiled, settling beside him. Snape acknowledged her with a grunt, removing the colorful confetti that had settled in her hair amidst the grand cheer that erupted as the match commenced. Chapter 83, A New Academic Year. Although Crumb ultimately caught the golden snitch, Ireland's chasers were simply too formidable, resulting in Bulgaria losing by a mere 10 points. Nonetheless, the match was sufficiently thrilling. There were no Death Eater parades, nor did the dark mark suddenly appear in the sky. The match concluded smoothly, following a similarly grand closing ceremony. All spectators began to exit the stands. Snape transported Vivian to a location further from the campsite via apparition. Their summer potion research had progressed rather well. However, with the school year fast approaching, Snape needed to return to Hogwarts to prepare for the term. He bid farewell to Vivian before departing from Holt Manor. This year, Vivian arrived at platform 9 3/4 exceptionally early. Many compartments were empty when she boarded the train. She randomly selected an unoccupied compartment to settle in. Before long, Hermione arrived, taking a seat beside Vivian. After exchanging pleasantries, she began to study the textbooks for the new year. Harry rode the train with the Weasley family. George and Fred beckoned Harry and Vivian to a corner of their compartment, where they unveiled a detailed plan outlining the shop's concept, operational methods, and inventory list. This year, the start of term was met with heavy rain. Upon disembarking, Harry and Ron used their robes to shield their owless cage, while Hermione cradled Crookshanks in her arms. The ginger cat perched its front paws on the edge of Hermione's cloak, looking utterly adorable. After the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore announced that the Triwizard Tournament would be held this year. He explained what the tournament entailed and stressed the inherent dangers, thus imposing an age limit for participants. Before introducing the new defense against the dark arts professor, Alastor Moody, Professor Moody stood up to acknowledge the audience briefly before resuming his meal. This new Moody must indeed be the real one, Vivian thought, glancing towards Dumbledore. When their eyes met, she saw the old headmaster wink, as if to convey that all was well. During Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class, he assigned a new task. Each young witch and wizard was to take care of a puffskein for 2 weeks, after which they would write a paper on its habits. Puffskeins were remarkably resilient and undemanding with their diet, making them easy to care for, and they were incredibly cute as well. The puffskein assigned to Vivian was a creamy white, with soft, fluffy fur that felt delightful to the touch, resembling a tiny ball of fluff. In the afternoon, Professor Flitwick's Charms class introduced them to the Sadness Charm. When dinner time arrived, all the fourth-year students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff exuded an air of melancholy, utterly devoid of joy. Even by the time she reached the potions office that evening, Vivian felt the lingering effects of the Sadness Charm. She leaned over her small workbench, observing the puffskein that had hopped down from her shoulder. The little creature rolled on the workbench before curling into a small ball. The creamy white fluff ball gently rose and fell with each breath, evoking a sense of softness and tranquility. Noticing Vivian's despondence, Snape set aside the assignments he was grading. "Is something troubling you?" Vivian shook her head. "No, Professor." Her voice sounded subdued. "Today the headmaster taught us the Sadness Charm. This charm, which directly affected one's emotions, was fascinating. Even though Vivian attempted to cast a stopping charm on herself, she could not immediately escape the sorrowful feelings. Casting a new joy charm also proved ineffective. Thoughts of sadness spiraled uncontrollably through her mind. During the carriage ride to the castle this year, Vivian had glimpsed a thestral. Having forgotten her memories in the past, she had been unable to see the thestrals during her carriage ride last year. Vivian slowly retrieved the jar of sugar that Severus had previously gifted her from her small handbag. Though the jar contained but a modest quantity of sugar cubes, Vivian seldom indulged in them. After all, these were sweets crafted by Severus himself in a cauldron, and she had always hesitated to consume them. However, she found herself engulfed in sorrow at that moment. With downcast eyes, Vivian placed 2 sugar cubes into her mouth, attempting to summon her Patronus, a cat. But her efforts proved futile after 2 tries. She resigned herself to clutching the jar, waiting for the effects of the emotional curse to dissipate entirely. The sadness curse, like many emotional enchantments, varied from person to person. In other words, akin to the third-year professor's joy spell. The efficacy of the enchantment depended on the memories of the witch or wizard it was cast upon. Even the renowned Albus Dumbledore, considered the greatest wizard of modern times, would find it challenging to shake off such a curse swiftly. With little recourse, one could either wait for the feelings to subside naturally or engage in some other activity to divert attention. Severus observed Vivian as she removed the jar of sugar and consumed the sweets with a vacant expression. It appeared she had attempted the Patronus charm twice, only to discover that she could not fully conjure joyful memories, leading her to rest her head on the table, cradling the jar. Severus had long suspected that Vivian did not particularly enjoy the sugar he had gifted her, for she rarely took it out to eat, and the jar, nearly a year old, remained largely untouched. Yet, the sight of her now, clutching the jar, struck a chord within him. It was not a matter of disliking the gift that led to its neglect, but rather an affection that rendered her reluctant to consume it. "Vivian," Severus called softly. She turned to face him. "Shall we venture into the Forbidden Forest?" he inquired. Vivian hesitated for a moment before replying, "Sure, Professor." She returned the jar to her handbag, yet felt somewhat conflicted as she picked up her fluffy companion. The Forbidden Forest appeared rather perilous, and she feared losing her pet amidst its depths. Severus transfigured an empty glass vial on the workbench into a small basket with a cushion, perfectly sized to accommodate her fluff ball. Vivian gently placed her little creature inside, stroking its fuzzy back and signaling for it to remain in the potions office. Then, she followed Severus as they exited the castle, heading toward the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid often brought students to the edge of the Forbidden Forest during the day, but Vivian had yet to experience its mysteries at night. Severus seemed well acquainted with the forest's paths, leading at a leisurely pace, allowing Vivian to keep up despite the uneven terrain. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Severus halted, gesturing for Vivian to proceed a little further. Obediently, she walked ahead a short distance and beheld a magnificent silvery unicorn. The striking creature appeared to recognize Severus, nodding its head slightly in greeting as it acknowledged him from a distance. 3 golden-furred unicorn foals emerged playfully from behind the majestic unicorn, wobbling toward Vivian and nuzzling against her. Chapter 84. All shall have a future. The unicorn foals were utterly adorable. Vivian felt enveloped in a warm, fuzzy embrace. The golden fur of the little unicorns seemed to shimmer, while their mother rested comfortably nearby, close to Vivian and the foals. Vivian delightedly pet the foals, becoming adorned with their golden fluff. As time passed, she watched the unicorn mother lead her young back into the deeper recesses of the forest, then began to brush the unicorn hair from her clothing. Severus approached to assist her, and together they collected the golden fluff into a small jar. The jar, filled with the unicorn's fur, glowed a warm golden hue, akin to lanterns illuminating the night. Vivian presented the jar to Severus. "This is for you," she said. Severus smiled at her, replying, "Thank you, I shall cherish it." The golden light cast a gentle warmth around them, mirroring the soft affection in their gazes. Taking care of her fluffy companion proved to be quite manageable. Vivian's paper on magical creatures for her Patronus was progressing splendidly, and she returned the ivory-hued fluff ball to Hagrid, who seemed reluctant to part with her, nuzzling her palm as a sign of attachment. By late September, Dumbledore unexpectedly summoned Vivian to his office via the portraits. They engaged in a discussion regarding the current situation. He informed her that he and Grindelwald had managed to control young Barty Crouch before their journey to the Albanian forest. The specifics of this control remained undisclosed, but it appeared they had reached some form of agreement with young Crouch's father. As a result, the current defense against the dark arts professor at the school was none other than the infamous Mad-Eye Moody. In the week leading up to the Quidditch World Cup, the old headmaster and Grindelwald confronted Tom Riddle and Nagini, delivering quite the surprise. "I can't believe the headmaster and Grindelwald actually went through with it," Vivian remarked. Dumbledore, with a firm demeanor, urged Minister Fudge to apprehend the Death Eaters who had been summoned by Voldemort to wreak havoc. Incensed, Fudge expressed his desire to find a way to remove Dumbledore from his position as headmaster of Hogwarts. In response, the old headmaster smiled and told Fudge, "By all means, if you can manage to do so, go ahead. But first, ensure that the necessary tasks are completed." Fudge, feeling quite frustrated, went off to arrange matters. As for how Fudge came to acknowledge Voldemort's recent activities, Grindelwald suggested that presenting the facts bluntly would suffice. Vivian mused. Grindelwald wouldn't he have taken Fudge to witness the surprise for Tom Riddle, would he? A lightness washed over her as she pondered. So what now? Dumbledore responded, "Good child. It seems we only have a few loose ends to tie up." The old headmaster retrieved the golden cup from a pocket designated for the storage of dark magical artifacts. The protective enchantments and wards placed upon it were intricate, yet Vivian was able to activate the alchemical array inscribed upon its surface. There was no need for a magical map. Vivian directly summoned her magic to activate the cup's directional mode. The entire circumference of the cup glowed crimson. This indicated that Tom Riddle had but one last fragment of his soul tethered to that golden cup. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Suddenly, the door to the headmaster's office swung open, and Vivian turned toward the entrance to see Severus entering with Harry. The slightly bewildered Harry greeted, "Good afternoon, Headmaster Dumbledore, Mr. Grindelwald." He then turned to Vivian, saying, "You're here too, Vivian." "Good afternoon, Professor Snape." "Good afternoon, Harry," she replied. Vivian retrieved her dragonhide gloves and the small box containing the basilisk fong from her handbag, moving to prod the golden cup with it. Harry adeptly donned the dragonhide gloves and carefully extracted the fong from the box. "Another Tom? Is there anything we should be cautious about?" he inquired. "Activate the brain-blocking spell?" Vivian suggested. "All right," he affirmed. He approached the golden cup, channeling the utmost concentration into his brain-blocking spell. Then, without hesitation or pause, he plunged the fong into the cup. With a piercing sound emanating from the cup, Dumbledore, standing beside Harry, swiftly lifted him, pulling him away from the cup by more than 3 meters. What is happening? Why am I suddenly off the ground? Harry exclaimed, bewildered. The sharp sound quickly subsided, and all magical fluctuations surrounding the cup dissipated beneath the basilisk's fong, causing the cup itself to shatter into fragments. Once Dumbledore set him down, Harry remarked, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel incredibly light. He returned the fong to the small box and handed the dragonhide gloves back to Vivian. He shall not return, shall he? Harry inquired. Dumbledore replied, Indeed, my child. I believe he has no chance of coming back. The old headmaster seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, his hands tucked into his robes, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Shall we celebrate together? Hogsmeade boasts a splendid restaurant. I dare say everyone might be inclined to join for a meal this weekend. Severus Snape interjected, I shall not be attending. Dumbledore, seemingly unaware, remarked, How could he possibly call those children over and expect them to dine in peace? Vivian added, Then I shall also refrain from joining. The professor and I have been diligently researching new potions. She winked at Harry and called out to Hermione, Ron, and the others. Dumbledore is treating, let us indulge. Dumbledore chuckled, Oh, certainly. We shall bring back some delicacies from Hogsmeade for Vivian and Severus. Vivian mused that the idyllic scene she had glimpsed in the mirror of Ariste upon her arrival at Hogwarts was now within reach. They were all destined for a future together. As a retired Auror, Moody was quite adept at teaching defense against the dark arts. His lessons were often grounded in practical experience, unreservedly criticizing the theoretical descriptions found in textbooks. He would truly immerse his students in the sensations of facing dark magic, such as casting the Cruciatus curse upon them, then urging them to resist and break free. This year, every professor seemed particularly stern, with stringent expectations for assignments. Vivian surmised that this was perhaps due to the imminent Triwizard Tournament, prompting the heads and faculty of Hogwarts to showcase the school's exemplary educational standards to visiting institutions. While rifling through Snape's latest batch of potion ingredients, Vivian spotted the intriguing siphon grass, which indeed resembled a twisted mass of tentacles. However, this time, no one would dare pilfer supplies from the potions office. She diligently affixed labels to the jars containing the newest materials for ease of use later. Snape returned from class. Good afternoon, Professor, Vivian greeted. Good afternoon, he replied, placing the collected assignments on his desk. Come along, I shall take you to Hogsmeade for a meal. Vivian set down the jar she had labeled. To Hogsmeade? Snape nodded, a subtle smile flickering across his face, celebrating their victory. Chapter 85, The Triwizard Tournament. Snape inquired whether Vivian would attend this year's potion invention exchange. Of course, she affirmed. Moreover, many potion masters from various countries were set to attend this year's event. The date neared Halloween, yet the gathering was scheduled a week earlier than the previous year, likely due to the Triwizard Tournament, with a larger turnout expected. The duration of the exchange was extended, shifting the start time from afternoon to morning. The venue remained the same quaint 2-story building by the lake, but this time it was adorned with additional round tables and chairs, accommodating nearly double the attendees of the previous year. Vivian followed Snape as they exchanged greetings with Broad Edwin. Good morning, Mr. Edwin, she said. Good morning, Miss Holt. I heard from Severus that you two are preparing to establish a potion studio together. Is everything progressing smoothly? Vivian exchanged a brief glance with Snape, noting a hint of amusement in his expression. Indeed, sir. Thank you for your concern. I hope all is well with you as well. Edwin gestured for them to join the larger gathering. Snape followed Edwin, while Vivian bid him farewell before seeking out Rosalind. She wondered if Rosalind would still be seated at the children's table this year. After a brief search, she spotted Rosalind engrossed in discussion with a younger boy over a book. Vivian, quick, save me. I've explained it 3 times and still haven't made it clear. Rosalind exclaimed. Vivian joined in, pulling out some scrap paper from her satchel to assist in the explanation. The staff distributed the speaking order for the event. This year, Snape was absent from the list, but numerous foreign potion masters were included, along with Rosalind's father. Such joy for potion enthusiasts. Attending the potion invention exchange was truly delightful. Each master who presented was extraordinarily skilled. Rosalind, despite having graduated, sat beside Vivian at the children's table. At the conclusion of the first half, the children eagerly began taking notes, engaging in discussions regarding a particular potion modification. The food at the exchange was delectable, offering a delightful array of choices. Rosalind and Vivian indulged in every treat available, and at the beverage station, they poured themselves some juice. From a distance, Vivian noticed Snape conversing with 2 individuals she was less familiar with. She raised her cup in a distant salute to him, observing as he smiled and lowered his gaze before returning to his conversation. She found joy in witnessing the professor smile softly. The afternoon session was equally captivating. After the exchange concluded, It was time for dinner. Rosalind and Vivian discussed the Triwizard Tournament as they dined. Rosalind had successfully opened her potion shop in Hogsmeade. With the first batch of supplies for the Poils now available on the shelves, Rosalind would be able to attend the Triwizard Tournament in person. They made plans to go together. Once satisfied with their meal, Vivian and Rosalind hurried to the upper terrace to admire the lake view. The scenery, while beautiful, bore little difference from the previous year's exchange. Yet, the current atmosphere felt significantly more relaxed. As the exchange began to disperse, Vivian bid Rosalind farewell. She trotted down the stairs to where Snape awaited her at the second-floor landing. "Shall we, Professor? It's time to return to school." On October 30th, the entire castle was bustling with preparations for a thorough cleaning. As representatives from the two magical schools were set to arrive, the heads of each house began lining up their students in the entrance hall. The first to arrive were the representatives from Beauxbatons. Madame Maxime was indeed tall, and the Beauxbatons uniforms appeared rather thin. Several students shivered in the cold as they disembarked from their carriage. Dumbledore exchanged a few pleasantries with Madame Maxime before inviting her and the Beauxbatons students indoors to warm up. Durmstrang arrived by boat across the lake, their vessels exuding an impressive aura as they emerged from the water. With all representatives present, the group proceeded to the Great Hall for dinner. The house elves had added numerous new dishes. Some appeared slightly ominous, yet were quite palatable. Dumbledore announced the method for selecting champions, and then the dinner concluded. The following morning, Madame Pomfrey treated several students under 17 who had attempted to submit their names. They all sprouted long, white beards. The Weasley twins burst into laughter at the sight of each other's aged appearances. As they passed, Dumbledore complimented their beards and reminded the onlookers that only those of age should enter. This would not be the last time the Weasley twins witnessed each other in such a state. The champions were selected. Karkaroff, the current headmaster of Durmstrang, cheered enthusiastically for Krum, while Fleur from Beauxbatons gracefully rose to the occasion, and every student of Hogwarts rallied to support Cedric. Without any surprises, everyone eagerly anticipated the arrival of the Triwizard Tournament, celebrating each chosen champion. The first task would take place on November 24th. There are still about 20 days left until the event. It is unclear which student from which college initiated the creation of badges emblazoned with Cedric will prevail. But Harry and his friends each acquired one, pinning it to their clothing daily to express their support for Cedric. The schedule at Hogwarts has undergone slight modifications. Students in lower years now have more free time, while upperclassmen are still burdened with tightly packed schedules as they prepare for their examinations. In mid-November, Vivian and Neville sought an audience with Professor Dumbledore to request a visit to St. Mungo's. They went to see the Longbottoms, who no longer recognized their son but instinctively felt a sense of closeness and affection for Neville. Vivian observed Alice Longbottom, her hair now streaked with gray, gifting Neville with wrappers from bubblegum as a token. Neville carefully tucked the wrappers away and, gazing at Alice, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mom." However, Alice could no longer comprehend his words. She merely looked at Neville as if he were a treasured artifact. Vivian approached the physician responsible for the Longbottoms to inquire about their conditions. Before their visit, Professor Dumbledore had kindly made arrangements with the head of St. Mungo's, and the physician, aware of her collaboration with Severus Snape on a potion for the after-effects of the Cruciatus Curse, answered all her inquiries with meticulous care. Vivian posed every question she could think of and diligently recorded the responses in her notebook. Chapter 86. Do not be a spectator. After a defense against the dark arts class, Vivian borrowed an example from Professor Moody, a spider that had been subjected to the Cruciatus Curse. The curled-up spider appeared to have returned to normal after receiving the latest version of the antidote. However, when Vivian tested the spider's response to its environment, she discovered that it wove its once orderly web into a chaotic mass. Moody, who had been observing, questioned, "Why must one bottle of potion resolve every issue?" Vivian turned to Moody, who seated himself beside her. "I have encountered many individuals afflicted by the Cruciatus Curse. Some have succumbed to madness, while others suffer intermittent pain for an extended period. The symptoms of after-effects correlate with the duration of the curse. And even among those who experience the same length of time, the symptoms manifest differently. In terms of presentation, these are two entirely distinct phenomena. Why must we insist on a singular potion to remedy this? How can you guarantee that the potion addresses the mind rather than the body?" He gestured toward the spider, which had woven its web into a disarray. Sometimes, attempting to resolve two matters simultaneously results in neither being adequately addressed. Vivian pondered his insight. "You are correct, Professor Moody." She expressed, gratitude evident in her tone. "Thank you. I believe I have a clearer direction for our forthcoming improvements." Vivian gathered the unused potion and her textbooks from the table, then bid farewell to Professor Moody as she exited the defense against the dark arts classroom. Rita Skeeter's article on the three champions was published, and Vivian skimmed it, noting that the reports were rather conventional. She surmised that the esteemed headmaster had likely engaged in amicable discussions with Rita. On the day the first task commenced, Vivian met Rosalind at the castle entrance. The imposing presence of the three dragons was palpable, and as they sat in the audience, Vivian and Rosalind felt a wave of tension even from a considerable distance. Madame Pomfrey had arrived early to the venue, ready to attend to each champion after their success. In early December, Professor Dumbledore announced the details of the Christmas ball during dinner. Almost all students opted to remain at Hogwarts over the Christmas holidays. As the date of the ball approached, excitement grew among the students. Professor Flitwick, noticing their distractedness during lessons, decided to relax the atmosphere, permitting fifth years and below to socialize or play games during his class. He often joined in the merriment, showcasing his exceptional spellcasting skills by making students' textbooks dance together. Professor Dumbledore organized a ballroom dance lesson, open to all, regardless of year, to be held in the Great Hall. Vivian accompanied Professor Flitwick after their charms class. Upon their arrival at the hall, they found many students already present, with representatives from each house positioned at the four corners. The center of the hall was cleared for dancing, while Filch adjusted the gramophone on the table. And Professors McGonagall and Sprout stood in the middle, explaining the history and etiquette of the Christmas ball. Vivian followed Professor Flitwick to the Ravenclaw section, where she joined her roommate Luna. Across from them stood Slytherin, and Professor Snape sat impassively in a chair prepared for the heads, wearing an expression that seemed to question the necessity of his presence at such an event. Professor Flitwick appeared exceedingly joyful, listening to Professor McGonagall's speech while occasionally interjecting with remarks. After a demonstration by Professors McGonagall and Sprout, she suddenly turned her gaze toward Harry and Ron, who were whispering and chuckling to each other. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley," McGonagall said, "I believe you would be delighted to provide us with a demonstration." The smiles faded from Harry and Ron's faces, while Hermione and Vivian, standing at a distance, shared knowing expressions. Smiles may vanish, but they merely shift. Who could guess which of the two would take the lead in the dance? However, McGonagall then scanned the room, clearly recalling the quartet that had often congregated since their first year. "Miss Granger, Miss Holt, come forth." The expressions of Hermione and Vivian, once filled with anticipation for the spectacle, suddenly froze. This was a perfect embodiment of the phrase "watching the spectacle only to become part of it." Professor Flitwick eagerly encouraged Vivian, while Professor Sprout beamed with encouragement toward the two girls. Without a moment's hesitation, Ron stepped forward to take Hermione's hand. At that moment, Harry, wishing to dance with Ron, felt as if Snape's gaze might ignite him. He gently placed his hands on Vivian's waist and wrist, saying, "I'll do my best not to step on your toes." "I will try my best as well," Vivian replied. Snape forced himself to retract his glare from the young Potter, lowering his eyes. "You see, every student here deserves a gentler, more radiant light than he." Later, Vivian heard Harry remark that Ron had invited Hermione to be his partner the moment they exited the hall, and she had accepted. Vivian thought to herself, "My yearning for a ship to sail has ignited once more." However, her anticipation for the ball was rather subdued. It was evident that Professor Snape would not acquiesce to her invitation, thus diminishing the excitement surrounding the event. She'd much prefer to remain in the office with Snape, delving into potion research. Their new potion had already progressed to its 10th iteration, and with Rosalind's apothecary having recently restocked, Vivian found herself quite occupied. On the day of the ball, the Great Hall buzzed with activity. Ron struggled with his dress robes for quite some time, and with Harry's ample experience from prior Quidditch World Cup preparations, he managed to assist Ron in making his robes much more presentable, despite Harry's extensive experience being how to transform a fine outfit into something ordinary. Vivian sat for a while on a sofa at the edge of the hall, holding a glass of juice. She did not see Snape among the festivities, and the grandeur of the occasion left her feeling somewhat lonely. Vivian slipped out of the hall, intending to take a leisurely stroll outside. Following a path lined with rose bushes, she walked a short distance before suddenly hearing a familiar voice. As Vivian continued along the path, she observed Severus seemingly deducting points from a couple by the fountain, causing the surrounding students to scatter in fright. She approached and grasped Severus's left wrist, anticipating that he would immediately withdraw his hand. She surmised he might utter a few unkind words and instruct her to return to the castle without delay. However, to her surprise, Severus did not pull away. Instead of the impatience she had imagined, she saw in his dark, beautiful eyes a semblance of helplessness, as if he wished to escape. Suddenly, Vivian understood why Severus had been avoiding her since the day of the waltz lesson. "Professor, would you care to dance?" she inquired softly. Just as Severus had been holding her hand, he abruptly withdrew it, avoiding her gaze and retreating as if in a hasty flight. Chapter 87. Until tomorrow. The dance partner had fled. Sighing, Vivian felt an odd sense of anticipation. She returned to the sofa at the edge of the hall, and shortly after, her dance partner Harry approached, bearing a small cake. What about the partner you mentioned wanting to invite? Harry asked, munching on his treat. I scared him away, Vivian replied, casually picking up a newspaper from beside her and holding it over her face. Covering her eyes would stave off the sadness. She attempted to redirect her thoughts to the upcoming potion recipe, but soon heard Harry say, Vivian, Prince is here to see you. Vivian quickly lowered the newspaper. And there stood Severus, of her own age. I apologize, he said, after what seemed like an internal struggle, tentatively extending his hand toward her. But Vivian, do you still wish to dance? His voice was barely above a whisper. In that moment, it felt as if flowers were blooming fervently before her, and all traces of sorrow dissipated. Without hesitation, Vivian grasped his cool fingertips, her expression radiating warmth and joy. Of course, it would be my honor. After their dance, Vivian and Severus changed back into their ordinary school uniforms and strolled together to a secluded corner of the castle. After graduation, how about I apply to be the potions professor? Do you think the headmaster would agree? Vivian asked gently. Severus looked at her in silence for a moment before softly replying, Vivian, you are still quite young. Interrupting him tenderly, she squeezed his fingers and said, Severus, you know I am not truly that young. Severus smiled slightly but then averted his gaze, his words wavering between counsel for her and himself. But you deserve better. I am no longer young, and I have made many mistakes. Don't waste your time on me. But you are the best, Vivian insisted, gazing at him earnestly. In my eyes, you are simply the best. Severus suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Or perhaps he understood all too well the joy such declarations brought him. He lowered his eyes, his tone lacking conviction as he said, Vivian, wait until after you graduate. Perhaps then you would consider being with me. Okay, Vivian replied. Severus looked up, momentarily stunned. You agreed? Vivian found him unexpectedly endearing. The youthful Severus appeared far less serious than he would later as a professor. She smiled at him, unable to resist, gently brushing her fingers against his cheek. Severus seemed to want to say something more, but struggled to find the words. Eventually, he tightened his grip on his wand and summoned his Patronus, a large silvery cat. The magnificent feline, almost identical to Vivian's own Patronus, appeared beside them. Looking gentle and beautiful, nuzzling against Vivian. This was the most straightforward expression Severus could muster in the present moment. Vivian summoned her own Patronus, which joyfully dashed towards Severus', pouncing playfully and licking its fur. Severus felt his ears grow warm, grateful for his long hair that concealed the blush at the tips of his ears. Feeling a surge of boldness from her Patronus, Vivian winked at Severus. Cats have their own ideas. Severus glanced at his Patronus, pinned down yet appearing content, and in that instant, he comprehended Vivian's intricate emotions. Indeed, cats have their own ideas, he concurred. As the silvery Patronus faded, Vivian could not resist caressing Severus' soft, tousled hair, softly asking, How long can your de-aging potion last? Without the antidote, approximately another 2.5 hours, Severus replied. Vivian took hold of his wrist. Come, let us go and play elsewhere. She led him to the Hogwarts kitchen, where they encountered a study group of older students. They really are dedicated, especially today. The Christmas ball, a Gryffindor upperclassman remarked. Impressive, young lady, you brought a Slytherin to join us? Be careful not to get caught by Professor Snape. With a stern expression, Severus replied, Gryffindor. Vivian quickly interjected, No. If you say that, he will deduct points. Severus, who had merely intended to frighten the Gryffindor student, smiled at Vivian. The Gryffindor upperclassman teased, the Slytherin child changes expressions so quickly. Vivian conjured a transparent animated image in the air, featuring 2 tabby cats holding cheer signs, bouncing adorably side to side against a backdrop of fireworks. Your magic is improving, Vivian, commented the Ravenclaw upperclassman, who had previously shared knowledge with everyone. Vivian led Severus to a quieter corner to eat, mindful not to disturb the studying students. Severus quietly asked, Do you come here often? To which Vivian replied, Not really. The last time was after the positioning task. The house elf prepared 2 small cakes, shaped like cat heads for them. Severus shared the best fruits from his plate with Vivian, and they enjoyed their meal while engaging in hushed conversation. Vivian fashioned a flower crown and placed it atop the youthful Severus' head, something she had wanted to do since he had adorned her with one previously. Looking at her, Severus murmured, I wish to learn dark arts. Vivian winked at him. I know, but promise me, Severus. Severus braced for her to caution him against misusing dark arts, but instead, Vivian gently caressed his cheek. Promise me you won't end up like Tom, losing your nose. Severus suddenly felt an overwhelming joy. Is there nothing else to say? Just keep up the good work? Vivian replied. Severus lowered his gaze and smiled. All right. Vivian mused whether Severus was aware of how much she cherished his smile. Before the effects of the de-aging potion wore off, Severus escorted Vivian back to the Ravenclaw Tower. Until tomorrow, Severus, she said. Severus nodded. Until tomorrow, Vivian, he affirmed. gazing at her. Chapter 88. Do not claim you haven't caught a cold in ages. On the second day of Christmas, she awoke late. Sitting up in bed, Vivian was momentarily dazed, realizing that half the morning had already passed. It seems that being overly joyful can indeed hinder one's sleep, she mused. As the Christmas ball concluded, the exuberant atmosphere within Hogwarts gradually settled into a calm tranquility. The young wizards found themselves once again ensnared in the awkward predicament of an impending end to their holiday, with scarcely any progress made on their assignments. Vivian enjoyed a leisurely brunch in the Great Hall before making her way to the library. She intended to borrow a few reference books for her history of magic and astronomy assignments. The library was not overly crowded, yet she spotted Hermione seated at their usual spot, seemingly engrossed in her own work. Hermione noticed Vivian and raised her hand in greeting. Vivian took a seat beside her, and Hermione appeared somewhat bashful, mentioning that Ron had asked her yesterday if she wanted to visit the burrow over the summer. Vivian, intrigued, inquired, "Did you agree to him?" Hermione replied, "I told him I would go if he manages to achieve a 9 all his subjects this term." Vivian mused, "It feels unexpected yet somehow anticipated." Since she was already there, Vivian decided to commence her assignments in the library, conveniently surrounded by reference materials. Before long, Harry and Ron arrived. Ron plopped down across from Hermione, and as he worked on his assignments, he occasionally stole glances in her direction. Meanwhile, Vivian and Harry, sitting nearby, felt somewhat superfluous in the midst of their exchange. "Perhaps we should focus on our work," Vivian suggested. "Once we finish, we can head to the potions office to find Severus." With the second task of the Triwizard Tournament looming closer, Vivian began preparing healing potions and invigorating elixirs alongside Snape. After all, the 3 champions and their respective companions would be plunging into the frigid waters in February, making it essential to have remedies for colds on hand. When Neville knocked on the door of the potions office, Vivian and Snape were in the midst of bottling their potions and neatly arranging them into a box. She opened the door to find Neville entering with a particularly flourishing batch of venomous tentacula. "Is this edible if not used as potion ingredients?" Vivian asked. With an air of theatricality, Neville presented the pot to Snape, declaring, "This is for you, Professor Snape." Snape, arms crossed, regarded Neville with a slight smirk. "Mr. Longbottom. If you ever—" His words trailed off as Neville hastily set down the pot and fled. "How infuriating," Snape muttered. "I hadn't finished my sentence." Vivian chuckled. Perhaps a gentle stroke of the professor's fingertips would soothe the great bat. Recently, Professor Flitwick had been teaching the banishing charm, and to prevent any accidents, he provided soft cushions for practice. In a moment, the room was filled with cushions flying about, reminiscent of a chaotic pillow fight. Vivian deftly dodged a magically contorted cushion and slipped beside the professor. "Isn't it lively?" Flitwick remarked with a smile from his lectern. "It's always like this when teaching the banishing charm. If only everyone could improve their aim. Then I could sit here comfortably instead of soaring through the air like these cushions." Vivian thought to herself, "Our headmaster truly possesses a commendable attitude." After class, Vivian assisted the professor in tidying up the scattered cushions. With her books in hand, she exited the classroom and discovered Snape waiting at the door. "Professor?" She approached him. "Shall we visit the Ministry of Magic?" "The approval for the studio has been granted," Snape informed her. Vivian nodded in agreement. The trip to the ministry was primarily to confirm the paperwork and, if all was well, to affix their magical signatures. There were 3 copies of the document, one for each of them and one retained by the ministry. "Wonderful. The studio arrangements have been finalized," she said, securing her copy before accompanying Snape to a nearby restaurant for a meal. The second task unfolded as scheduled. Rosalind was absent this time, as she was preoccupied with writing an extensive academic paper while also managing a potion shop in Hogsmeade, leaving her unable to spare the time. Thus, Vivian penned a letter to her summarizing the results of the competition. Fleur and Cedric both utilized the bubblehead charm, while Crumb transformed himself into a somewhat abstract half-human, half-shark. Cedric emerged at the top of the scoring. Madame Pomfrey administered invigorating potions to each champion as they surfaced, causing intermittent steam to escape from their ears. Vivian found herself preferring the milder cold remedies. The steam emanating from her ears felt quite peculiar. However, she realized she hadn't caught a cold in quite some time. Yet, there are moments when one ought not to declare such things. Perhaps it was the unusually late warming of the weather, but shortly after the second task concluded, Vivian found herself afflicted with a cold. While Snape was teaching, she remained in the potions office, diligently finishing her assignments before taking a potion that wouldn't cause her ears to steam. Feeling drowsy, she rested her head upon the desk for a brief nap. Intending to awaken and work on a paper she planned to submit to a journal. As she drifted toward sleep, Vivian dreamt of her quill struggling to write no matter how much ink she dipped it in. In a fit of frustration, she dragged the giant squid from the black lake ashore, brandishing a pot of venomous tentacula to threaten it into expelling ink. lest her paper remain unfinished. Upon awakening, Vivian sat up in bewilderment. What on earth was that dream about? Then it struck her. She wasn't at her desk, but in someone else's bed. However, the unmistakable Slytherin decor led her to surmise that it was Snape's bedroom. Snape gently pushed the door open, and upon seeing her awake, he approached and sat at the edge of the bed, asking, "Would you like to sleep a little longer?" His cool fingertips brushed against her forehead, prompting Vivian to close her eyes and nuzzle against his palm like a contented kitten. Snape, momentarily at a loss for words, finally asked, "Are you hungry? Shall I bring in some food?" No, it's not that serious," she replied. "It's merely a slight cold. The potion made me drowsy." She assured Snape that she was fine and suggested they go out for a meal, nimbly leaping from the bed. Even if they weren't dining in the Great Hall, it would be improper to eat in his bed. Observing her full recovery, Snape replied, "Very well. You may choose where to dine. I have no objections." Chapter 89, Celebration. Upon returning to his office after class, Snape contemplated that Vivian should have nearly completed her assignments by now, recalling that she had finished early that afternoon. However, upon entering, he found her absence conspicuous. He gently set down the books and collected assignments, moving to her side to examine the potion bottles still resting on the table. He mused about how foolish cats could be. During her care, Vivian had known to conjure a bed and blanket, even in the coolness of June. Yet now, in the frigid air, she lay asleep at her desk. Snape, with deliberate care, gathered her into his embrace, sensing her instinctively snuggle closer to him, resembling a pampered feline. The bed in his chamber was far more comfortable. He watched as she curled beneath the covers, her face partially buried in the soft pillow. A nap following the cold remedy would surely set her right. With restrained affection, Snape stroked her hair before quietly exiting. Remaining in the room any longer would prove unbearable. Seated once more at his desk, he gazed at the collected assignments but found himself lacking the motivation to grade them. Would she experience nightmares? Upon awakening to find herself in his chamber, would she harbor feelings of anger? At that moment, Severus Snape realized he may have underestimated his own possessiveness. Not long ago, he had contemplated that regardless of whom Vivian might choose to be with in the future, or whether she would continue to trust him as she did now, he could accept it, as long as she remained safe and happy. Yet, Snape now acutely understood that this acceptance was merely a self-deception. Vivian had already treated him with sufficient kindness, yet he still felt an insatiable longing. He truly wished to keep the light of her presence forever by his side. The potion designed to alleviate the aftereffects of the Cruciatus curse had succeeded. Together, Vivian and Snape developed two types of potions, one primarily addressing the intermittent pain resulting from the curse, and the other aimed at cases like the Longbottoms, who suffered mental impairments. The first batch of potions was administered to the Aurors being treated at St. Mungo's. Vivian had considerably more free time than Snape, and after submitting a request to Professor Dumbledore, she went to St. Mungo's to observe and document the patient's conditions alongside the healers. After her initial course of the potion, Alice Longbottom recognized her son. Neville, embracing his mother, wept as he expressed how much he missed her, assuring her that he had kept every piece of bubblegum wrapper perfectly preserved, and that once she and his father recovered, they would return home together. Vivian and the healer quietly retreated to the doorway of the ward. The healer informed Vivian that given the Longbottoms' current state, there was hope they could regain their sanity by the summer of this year. However, their magical abilities would not likely return to their former peak, and it was possible they might never recover to their fullest potential. Nevertheless, in light of the present circumstances, the level of magical ability seemed far less significant. The end of the academic year approached, and the Quidditch pitch had been adorned with hedges. Hagrid diligently tended to these low walls daily, and within a month, they would reach a height of 20 feet. Bound by a confidentiality agreement, Harry, Hermione, and Ron spent their free time assisting Hagrid in placing magical creatures within the maze. Vivian's newly submitted paper had passed review, and she carefully stored the sample copy sent by the editor alongside last year's edition. In June, the date for the third task of the Triwizard Tournament drew near. The hedges surrounding the Quidditch pitch had grown tall, transforming the entire area into a winding labyrinth. Anticipation buzzed among the students, and Vivian could hear them discussing the forthcoming event on her daily walk to class. Hagrid, clad in a vest emblazoned with a massive red star on the back, stood at the entrance to the maze. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Moody, and Snape were positioned nearby, ready to patrol the perimeter. Should a champion fire a red flare into the sky, the 5 professors would rush to provide aid. It was rumored that Dumbledore had initially prepared hats adorned with sparkling stars for the 4 professors, but ultimately, they donned ordinary wizarding robes with only a small star badge affixed to their garments. Dumbledore felt a tinge of disappointment. Professor Sprout transformed the stands in the Hogwarts area into a checkerboard of yellow and black, each square adorned with beautiful flowers or peculiar plants. A large banner hung at the back of the stands, filled with supportive messages from students for Cedric. Rosalind and Vivian sat together in the stands, which were elevated. Although the sky was dim and the distance considerable, they could still discern some activity within the pitch. Bouncing across the field, the blast-ended scroots sparked as they ran amok, while furry spiders scuttled about weaving their webs. Harry, Ron, and Hermione occupied the row directly in front of Rosalind and Vivian, quietly murmuring as they watched the match unfold. Ron remarked, "This way is blocked, this way is blocked. Further ahead is Buckbeak, and even if Buckbeak yields, it's still a dead end." Harry suggested, "Left leads to the Scroots, right leads to the Sphinx. I recommend Cedric goes right." Hermione concurred, "I too recommend Cedric take the right. Answering questions is evidently simpler than dealing with the Scroots." Rosalind and Vivian, sitting behind them, commented, "This is quite splendid. The live commentary is fantastic." Ultimately, Cedric was the first to reach the center of the maze, claiming the Triwizard Cup. The Hogwarts students erupted in cheers, particularly the Hufflepuffs, who celebrated with fervor as Professor Sprout joyfully conjured beautiful fireworks with her wand. Bursts of vibrant colors illuminated the dark night sky, and Vivian joined in the merriment, conjuring 2 cat-shaped fireworks that danced in the twilight. She caught sight of Snape at the edge of the field, gazing up at the feline fireworks with a smile. Hermione, skilled in various spells, summoned fireworks in the shapes of the crests of the 3 magical schools, prompting Professor Sprout, seated several rows away, to give Hermione a thumbs up. Numerous students participated in the firework displays, filling the sky with an array of shapes, while others sent up messages in fireworks. "I can't finish my history of magic essay." The cauldron and potions exploded. Some even used fireworks to declare their affections, with a massive pink heart encircling a name sparkling in the night sky, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Dumbledore, rubbing his hands together, mused, "Youth is a wonderful thing." Standing beside him, with a changed demeanor, Grindelwald replied, "It is also quite splendid now." Chapter 90, The Great Adventure. At the end of June, Hogwarts held a ceremony to award the champions of the Triwizard Tournament, along with a farewell for the representatives of the other 2 schools. During dinner, Ron and Harry approached Krum for an autograph. The ceremony was grand and lively, marking the successful revival of the Triwizard Tournament after several centuries, much to the delight of the Ministry of Magic. As this edition of the tournament concluded, they had already begun discussing arrangements for the next. On the Hogwarts Express returning to the station, the Weasley twins once again summoned Harry and Vivian to a corner of their compartment. They presented the financial statements of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, ultimately bestowing a small box of galleons each upon Harry and Vivian, stating it was their share from the first year. Both Vivian and Harry intended to refuse, but the twins were resolute. Fred declared, "We have set aside ample funds to ensure continued operations." George added, "Moreover, we have saved enough to procure new items for our younger siblings next year." Fred insisted, "So you must accept it." George reiterated, "You absolutely must accept it." Ron had successfully achieved an E in every subject this year, and was currently discussing with Hermione when they might visit the burrow during the summer. In the first month of summer break, the Ministry of Magic exhibited remarkable efficiency, apprehending the Death Eaters involved in recent incidents, while injured Aurors frequently arrived at St. Mungo's for treatment. Vivian and Snape spent much of this month at St. Mungo's, monitoring the progress of the Cruciatus Curse potions and swiftly coordinating with the hospital for necessary supplies. The Longbottoms were nearly fully recovered, with the healer stating they would be discharged by the end of July. In mid-July, Vivian submitted an application to Hogwarts for the position of Potions Teaching Assistant. Although she had essentially been performing the duties of a teaching assistant, regulations dictated that first-year students could not be formally appointed. However, students in the 5th, 6th, and 7th years could serve in that capacity and receive a modest salary. Yet, for Vivian at this point, the salary was of secondary importance. It is of paramount importance that the offer letter allows for the documentation of work experience in her magical file. In other words, it serves as her internship certificate. An internship certificate, indeed, is irresistible and must be applied for. At the end of July, Hogwarts sent a letter of appointment to Vivian, along with the magical contract and the new academic staff roster for the upcoming year. It was then that she realized Dumbledore had truly stepped down from his position as headmaster. The newly appointed headmaster is Professor Minerva McGonagall. Dumbledore wrote a letter to Vivian and Snape, casually mentioning his current situation. Fudge intended to send Umbridge to Hogwarts as a professor and to conduct an inspection, but was firmly rebuffed by the old headmaster. Dumbledore likely employed a modicum of firmness to persuade Fudge not to interfere with the educational affairs of Hogwarts, after which he resigned from the position of headmaster and withdrew from the Wisengamot. Dumbledore's relinquishment of power granted Fudge a semblance of security, though that fleeting sense of madness soon dissipated, and Fudge abruptly realized that without the constraints of the former headmaster, he no longer had to worry about his ministerial position. However, he might need to contemplate other matters, such as the possibility of the old headmaster unexpectedly appearing before him to deliver a surprise. Over the past few years, Fudge's increasingly heated mind seemed to have suddenly cooled, leading him to recognize that being the Minister of Magic entails both power and responsibility. If he continued in his current manner, it was only a matter of time before he would be unceremoniously ousted. Thus, Fudge commenced attending to serious business. Vivian mused. No wonder the efficiency of the Ministry of Magic was so remarkable in July. Dumbledore and Grindelwald returned to Godric's Hollow, where they sought a stable residence. He mentioned that they might wander to different places in the future, not for grander purposes, but merely to experience life as a magnificent adventure before death. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class finally escaped the fate of being taught by a different professor each year. This year's instructor for Defense Against the Dark Arts remains the eccentric Mad-Eye Moody. Vivian noticed on the staff list that Harry had applied for the position of teaching assistant for Defense Against the Dark Arts, while Ron had applied for the same role in Muggle Studies. Vivian thought to herself that everyone seemed eager for that internship certificate. Harry must be preparing for a future as an Auror, while Ron might aspire to take over his father Arthur's position. However, Vivian did not see Hermione's name on the list, which was understandable, as Hermione had chosen a broader array of courses and had little time available. In early August, the Longbottoms were discharged from the hospital, and the Ministry of Magic's search operations were drawing to a close, bringing a semblance of resolution to St. Mungo's work. Snape escorted Vivian back to Holt Manor, where Cece and Ylyra set off colorful firecrackers at the entrance, scattering shimmering ribbons and beautiful heart-shaped sequins in the air. Cece exclaimed, "Hooray! Welcome home, young mistress and Professor Snape." Ylyra added, "I have prepared a plethora of delicious treats for everyone." Vivian replied, "Let us go, Professor. It is time to dine." The textbooks required for the new academic year were few. On the day they ventured to Diagon Alley, Snape accompanied Vivian. After procuring the necessary items for the new term, Snape took her to the apothecary in Diagon Alley to oversee the latest batch of herbs and potions for the Holt family. The proprietor of the apothecary seemed to be having a meal inside, leaving the shop in the care of his son, a recent Gryffindor graduate from Hogwarts. The apothecary's son called out, Dad, come save me." The proprietor responded gruffly, "What are you shouting about while I'm eating? Haven't you been doing this for 2 years? What more do you need from me?" As the proprietor emerged with his bowl of food, he exclaimed, "Ah, Professor Snape from Hogwarts." The son gestured to Vivian, "I'll go fetch the money for you." He then dashed away. Until that moment, Snape had not managed to utter a word. "I must return to school before the term begins." With nothing pressing to occupy her, Vivian decided to visit Rosalind in Hogsmeade. Rosalind's potions and materials shop was thriving, and when Vivian arrived, both she and her staff were exceedingly busy. Thus, Vivian greeted Rosalind with a gesture to indicate she should continue her work, and she wandered around the shop. The apothecary in Diagon Alley had a darker decor, whereas Rosalind's shop appeared brilliantly lit. The light-colored wallpaper featured irregular golden patterns, elegant crystal chandeliers adorned the ceiling, and the cabinets and shelves, painted in soft, pale hues, displayed not only potions but also beautiful flowers, the various potions casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the light surfaces. After browsing for a while, Rosalind finally finished her tasks and approached Vivian to discuss the potions she wished to order for the upcoming quarter. Chapter 91, Nevermind. The new academic year commenced with a calmness that belied any tumult. Vivian moved some of her frequently used items directly into the small workspace of the potions office, such as a selection of her books and notes, her water cup, her coat, and a charming Lucky Cat figurine, which she had purchased on the day she completed her paperwork with Snape. Within a week of the term's start, the Ravenclaw prefect unexpectedly approached Vivian in the corridor, relaying the password for the headmaster's office and informing her that the headmaster required her presence immediately. Feeling apprehensive, Vivian thought Professor McGonagall summoned her. She was certain she had not caused any trouble recently. Halfway there, Vivian encountered a similarly flustered Harry. Both perplexed, Harry remarked, "I haven't done anything either. I've diligently completed my transfiguration homework, and although Ron is the prefect now, we went on our night excursions together, so he shouldn't report on his good friend." As they proceeded toward the headmaster's office, the stone gargoyle shifted aside upon hearing the correct password. Ascending the stairs to the office door, Vivian and Harry heard Professor McGonagall's voice from within. "Such a thing has not occurred at Hogwarts in decades. You two have graduated for how many years, and yet you engage in a brawl in the corridor. So many students gathered to witness." Harry and Vivian exchanged a subtle glance, their expressions revealing their mutual confusion. It seemed Professor McGonagall had noticed them at the door, for the office door swung open magically from within. Upon entering, they beheld Snape standing with his arms crossed and a disheveled Sirius, every hair on his head standing on end. McGonagall glanced at Harry and Vivian, then raised her hand. "Mr. Potter, I believe it is now your responsibility to clean up the corridor, which is currently rendered uninhabitable. Sirius protested. That's not fair. Harry didn't do anything. McGonagall's expression remained stern. Did you not consider who would be responsible for cleaning the corridor when you were out there using spells to toss dung bombs, Mr. Black? If I recall correctly, you merely came to hand over documents and were about to leave, weren't you? Vivian cast a sympathetic glance at Harry. McGonagall continued. Miss Holt, due to the numerous responsibilities of the school's potions professor, I fear you will be quite occupied for some time, finding a way to restore the plants that are now left merely as pots to their leafy glory. Vivian inquired. Can I simply purchase new plants for the school? It seemed McGonagall anticipated her thoughts, for she added, those plants are nearly 3 times your age. Please find a solution to dispel the residual dark magic, so they can regrow, all right? Unable to retort, Vivian replied, not a problem, Professor McGonagall. Feeling overwhelmed by her new responsibilities as headmaster, McGonagall expressed a wish for them to remember the school's rules. I believe if this happens again, you two may very well find yourselves subject to an inquiry by the Ministry of Magic. Do you understand, Mr. Black and Professor Snape? In the presence of Dumbledore, they could still afford a bit of levity, but before Professor McGonagall, there was no room for any mischief. After Professor McGonagall announced that they could leave, Snape was the first to exit the office, but Sirius quickly followed, taking 2 strides to catch up. Snape, Severus, I have something to say. Snape abruptly halted and turned to face Sirius, a mocking smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. How unfortunate. I wasn't aware you had anything to convey to me. Shouldn't you be busy tidying up that corridor? Sirius replied, I owe you an apology. At this, both Harry and Vivian in the headmaster's office paused, instinctively sensing that this was a conversation best avoided. Yet, they could not simply stand idly in the office, so they began to awkwardly clean up the headmaster's space. Professor McGonagall, burdened with a pile of documents, remarked, Thank you, Mr. Potter, Miss Holt. Please also tidy up that shelf over there. Of course, Professor McGonagall. Harry and Vivian replied in unison. Outside the office, Snape slowed his tone and retorted, Apologize to me? Sirius spread his hands in a gesture of disbelief. Seemingly uncomfortable with the situation, he lowered his hands and avoided Snape's gaze, nodding slightly. Yes. I am apologizing to you for the things I did to you back in school. After a brief pause, Sirius continued, I should apologize. I intended to do so in the corridor. Snape, with a hint of irritation, replied, If your actions in the corridor can be considered an apology, then, forgive my candor. Black, you ought to seek treatment at St. Mungo's for your mental faculties. Do you not recognize the significant flaws in your reasoning? Sirius, now agitated, countered. Is it possible that your incessant tone is precisely why I would engage in conflict with you? Snape scoffed derisively. What? You only just discovered how I speak. Am I to be blamed for everything? Have you never paused to consider your own shortcomings? Sirius fell silent, contemplating something before continuing. Of course, not everything lies at your feet. I bear my share of guilt for James and Lily's deaths. Had I not persuaded James to change the secret keeper? We are all culpable. It is only natural for you to harbor resentment towards me. After all, you were once with Lily. Before Sirius could finish, Snape brusquely interrupted. Shut your mouth, Black. Sirius, bewildered, asked, Am I not allowed to speak the truth? What is your issue? Can you not engage in reasonable discourse? I am genuinely apologizing. An exasperated Snape retorted. They are still at the door of the headmaster's office. Vivian and young Potter can hear everything through the wall. Black has no idea what consequences his words may bring. He glared at Sirius, his voice escalating to a near roar. I have no reason to converse with you. Rather than waste time here, you should be hastening to clean that corridor filled with filth. Sirius, having reassessed his view of Slytherin due to his brother's situation, replied. Could you not speak more elegantly? Filled with filth is language befitting your lot in Slytherin? I even went so far as to pay for your ticket to the Quidditch World Cup last summer. Snape, now at his wit's end, snapped. I believe how I choose to speak is none of your concern, Black. I shall repay you for the ticket immediately. Now, leave my sight at once. Feeling the futility of their conversation, Sirius muttered, This is infuriating. He realized that he and Snape could never engage in a civil discourse. It was a sheer waste of time. He decided to focus on helping Harry clean that corridor. Once Sirius departed, the area around the headmaster's office fell silent. Snape lingered at the door for a while, waiting for Vivian and young Potter to emerge from the office. Perhaps they were deliberately avoiding him? Snape smirked bitterly. Realizing he could not even mock himself, he turned away from the headmaster's office and made his way back to his dungeon. Inside the headmaster's office, Harry and Vivian had thoroughly cleaned the space. They exchanged greetings with Professor McGonagall before departing. Does this count as reconciliation? Harry inquired. Vivian replied, This is certainly not reconciliation. She paused before continuing. It can only be labeled as letting it go. True enough, Harry agreed. Vivian bid him farewell. Harry, I need to stop by the potions office. Harry nodded. I will go clean that corridor filled with filth. He wore a somewhat resigned expression, hoping the situation would not escalate too dramatically. By the way, should I place those remaining potted plants in the corner for you? Yes, thank you. I will check on how to handle them later, Vivian responded. Chapter 92. Look at me more. Snape returned to his office. The lucky cat figurine on his small work desk appeared round-headed and cheerful, perpetually smiling with its eyes closed. In this dimly lit office, it seemed somewhat out of place. Snape settled onto the small sofa in the office, staring vacantly at the bookshelf by the wall. Would Black refrain from sharing the old grievances with young Potter? What would young Potter divulge to Vivian? Would he recount the tales of how he was humiliated by being hung upside down, how he uttered that derogatory and contemptuous phrase, and how he later joined the Death Eater ranks without hesitation? Vivian had once declared him the best in her eyes. After hearing all this, would she still hold him in such esteem? Would she continue to think of him as the best? With a heavy heart, Snape withdrew the moonstone pendant that Vivian had gifted him during her first year from the pocket of his robes. That summer, after her first year concluded, Snape had ventured to Holt Manor to research the anti-animagus potion with her, while at a more remote apothecary procuring potion ingredients. Snape had encountered a Death Eater who had previously served Voldemort and had evaded capture while having taken many lives. The individual recognized Snape, hurling insults at him as a shameless traitor, leading to a confrontation. As a curse struck Snape, he felt no reaction, and he quickly subdued the assailant, delivering him to the Ministry of Magic's Aurors. He had even taken the opportunity to mock the individual's spellcasting, suggesting that rather than scavenging for scraps, it was more fitting to spend their remaining days in prison. Upon returning home, Snape meticulously organized the ingredients he had purchased. When he went to change clothes and prepare for rest, he pulled on the silver chain of the pendant, only for it to snap, sending the pendant crashing to the floor, shattering into several pieces. It dawned on Snape why the curse had failed to affect him. Vivian's alchemical skills at the time had been rudimentary. When inscribing the alchemical runes, she had designed it to resist 3 curses. Yet it could withstand only one before succumbing to destruction. In truth, Snape could hardly recall why he had kept that pendant with him for so long. Perhaps it was due to its genuine ability to soothe his agitation and anxiety, as having it nearby did provide him a semblance of comfort. Or perhaps it was because the pendant had clearly been crafted with great care, a gesture he had seldom received in the past. Snape picked up the fragmented pendant. He attempted to repair it. The broken silver chain could be reattached, and the shards could be pieced together, but the restored moonstone bore dark scorch marks, forever altered from its original state. Clutching the marred moonstone pendant in his palm, he felt as though doing so could quell his tumultuous thoughts. Suddenly, the office door swung open. Snape looked up to see Vivian entering. She approached him and enveloped him in an embrace. How can you allow yourself to become so distressed? Severe Snape? He could feel Vivian soothingly stroking his back. No longer harboring resentment, Black is currently engaged in the arduous task of cleaning that foul corridor. Shall we engage in another bout? I shall assist you in ensnaring him with a sack. Upon hearing her words, Snape suddenly felt an unfamiliar sense of relief. He placed the pendant on the sofa and, with restraint, enveloped her in his embrace, gently brushing his cheek against her soft tresses as he whispered, Vivian, I have waited for you at the headmaster's office for quite some time. Vivian shifted in his arms to catch a glimpse of his expression while speaking. The office door could only be opened by the two of them, so lingering together on the sofa was perfectly acceptable. Moreover, she observed that Snape seemed quite willing to indulge in this moment. Leaning closer, she nudged her head against Snape's chin and remarked, We were just about to exit the office, but then we heard that Black came to apologize to you. She gazed into Snape's eyes and continued, We all felt it would be inappropriate to emerge at that moment, so we stayed behind to assist Professor McGonagall with the cleaning. Vivian sensed that Snape might wish to inquire if Harry had conveyed any messages, and then Harry had asked her if this could be considered reconciliation. She had replied that it was not reconciliation, merely a truce. As she caressed the back of Snape's hand, tracing the slightly protruding veins, she added, Then Harry went off to clean the corridor. I presumed you would return to the office, so I came to find you. Snape, in turn, grasped her fingertips in his palm, acknowledging that there was indeed little to discuss in terms of reconciliation. He lowered his gaze and candidly confessed, I still wish for him to encounter the most unfortunate circumstances life has to offer on a daily basis. Vivian replied, Then I shall wish for the same alongside you. Snape chuckled softly, pinching her fingertips, and, taking advantage of his lowered position, gently kissed Vivian's cheek. Pondering the futility of harboring such animosity towards him, it was simply not worth the effort. Vivian, spend more time looking at me, he murmured near her ear. Slightly bewildered, Vivian responded, Professor, have you become so bold? Should she reciprocate the kiss? Snape interjected, Those flower pots. Vivian kissed him back and tilted her head to inquire, Those flower pots? Snape paused momentarily before elaborating, You can alter the hair growth potion directly, You need not concern yourself with it. I shall handle it. Vivian pressed her palm against Snape's cheek, imploring, promise me, Severus. Snape responded, She continued, when studying dark magic, do refrain from emulating Tom and losing your own hair. All right. I quite adore the length of your hair as it is now. Snape sighed, a hint of exasperation in his tone, revealing that this was indeed the length prepared for him when Lupin had served as the defense against the dark arts professor. Vivian felt that Snape's complexion had improved considerably. Yet she mused, but that year, no confrontation ensued. Besides, did you not later singe his hair? Reminded of the near catastrophe that nearly ignited the classroom, Vivian averted her gaze, suddenly noticing the pendant on the sofa. She picked up the broken pendant, and Snape appeared apprehensive at the prospect of her simply taking it away. He gathered her hand, along with the pendant, into his palm. At first glance, Vivian had presumed the pendant had been damaged during his altercation with Sirius today. However, a more discerning look at the obliterated alchemical runes indicated that the pendant had likely shattered at least 2 years prior. Snape recounted the circumstances surrounding the pendant's destruction. Observing the markings on the pendant and the silver chain, Vivian realized the meticulous effort he had put into it, and her heart softened. I shall craft you a new one. This time, it will undoubtedly surpass the previous iteration. After all, her alchemical skills back then had been considerably inferior to her current prowess. Yet Snape insisted on keeping the already broken pendant close. He looked at Vivian earnestly and stated, You have already gifted it to me. In a moment of lost principles, Vivian conceded, Very well, Severus. You are always right. Although Snape had claimed he would handle the plant situation, Professor McGonagall had indeed intended for Vivian and Harry to address the aftermath. Thus, after ensuring Snape was in good spirits, Vivian bid him farewell and made her way to the corridor, which sounded rather dire. Upon her arrival, Sirius had already departed the school, but Harry, Ron, and Hermione remained. A row of pots that should have been adorned with greenery lined the wall as Harry and his companions were busy cleaning the corridor's ceiling while analyzing the magical residue left behind. Harry, who had been diligently studying the traces of curses, remarked, Based on my observations, they employed at least 10 different spells during this fierce altercation. While there are traces of dark magic, none of them appear to be lethal in nature. Hermione confirmed. Moreover, most of them were deflected or dodged. Ron, pinching his nose as he worked to clean the ceiling, lamented, What a pity we were in class at the time. Otherwise, we could have witnessed it all. Vivian, struck by the remnants of the chaos, mused, The scene of the battle is truly unimaginable. No wonder Professor McGonagall was so furious. Good afternoon, Vivian. Hermione greeted. We've placed the pots along the wall for you. Thank you. I shall help as well, Vivian replied, joining them in their efforts to clean the corridor. Harry added, I believe this residue is from a spell that would make one's hair stand on end. They must have exchanged this spell back and forth at least 3 times before ultimately hitting Sirius. Vivian, agreeing with his assessment, remarked, Your recent analysis of traces is quite impressive. Harry replied, Professor Moody insists that to become an Auror, one must master this skill. So I'm seizing every opportunity to practice. Vivian noted, This corridor serves as an excellent case study for such practice. Hermione, ever enthusiastic about her studies, declared, I shall write a paper analyzing this corridor tonight. All right, Ron said. I think that's a splendid idea. I shall write one too. After toiling for half the day, the 4 of them finally restored the corridor to its rightful state, save for the utterly barren plants. They squatted like mushrooms beside the pots lined against the wall. Observing their condition, Ron exclaimed, Can this still be called greenery? It's merely a collection of flower pots now. Harry poked at the remaining stubs of plant stems, asking, Are they still alive? Yes, Vivian confirmed, but it will take quite some time before they can grow back. Hermione pointed to the lingering magical residue on the pots, asking, What would the effects of this spell be if cast upon a person? Vivian contemplated for a moment. Recalling Snape's suggestion that altering the hair growth potion could resolve this, it would likely lead to baldness, but honestly, I suspect one's eyebrows might vanish as well. By the way, did Sirius manage to fix his standing hair before he left? Harry shrugged. No, but we needn't worry too much. Creature will assist Sirius with that. Old Creature has gained considerable experience in handling his godfather's hairstyle. At dinner that evening, Professor McGonagall deducted 30 points each from Gryffindor and Slytherin, repeatedly admonishing everyone in the hall against fighting in the corridors, students and professors alike. Vivian remarked, The headmistress truly has a difficult job. Snape presented Vivian with 2 new jars of sweets. As before, the candies contained high-quality happiness-inducing agents, but this time, their shapes were not uniform. One jar contained candies molded into the shape of adorable cat heads, lacking facial features, but unmistakably cute with their rounded forms and pointy ears. The other jar featured a variety of shapes, including squares, circles, pentagons, and numerous little hearts, in Transfiguration and Charms classes. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick took time to emphasize the significance of this year's OWL's examinations. From the outset of the academic year, Snape graded fifth-year assignments according to OWL standards, often revealing an expression of bewilderment and incomprehension as he marked. Vivian felt compelled to place a sign on his desk, inscribed with phrases akin to "Don't be angry. Why distress yourself unnecessarily?" Ultimately, she positioned her lucky cat figurine from her small workbench on Snape's desk, ensuring that he would see the round-headed, squinting cat smiling at him whenever he lifted his gaze. Over time, her small workstation became increasingly cluttered. After officially assuming the role of teaching assistant, Vivian also took on the task of recording grades, leading to a considerable stack of report cards frequently gracing her desk. Snape found it rather troublesome that Vivian transformed the chair at her small workstation into a sofa for relaxation. So he directly replaced the existing sofa in his office with a sofa bed adorned with several cushions. Vivian even brought in the enormous cat-shaped pillow she had received during her first-year Christmas festivities, instantly altering the ambience of the office. Even the shelves brimming with odd potion ingredients seemed less intimidating. Though the overhead light remained unchanged, Snape felt as if the entire office had brightened. Lately, Neville often approached Snape with various herbs he wished to gift him, but each time, Snape struggled to complete a coherent sentence. Exasperated, he pondered whether Neville was expressing gratitude or attempting provocation. Vivian, observing the scene, mused that it was a moment worthy of reflection upon Gryffindor's hourglass of house points. Immersed in her history of magic assignments, Vivian summoned her Patronus cat to console her potions professor. However, when she finally turned to check on her work, she discovered her cat engaging in affectionate antics with Severus's cat within the office. As Halloween approached, greenery sprouted anew. While still tender and green, Vivian consulted Professor Sprout and, following her advice, concocted a targeted potion. In due course, she believed the plants would flourish robustly once more. At the beginning of October, Hogwarts re-established the dueling club. This time, the organizing professor was Headmaster Flitwick, who seized the opportunity to encourage students to practice their spells to avoid appearing unprepared during the examinations. Hermione and Ron successfully cast their Patronus charms. During one dueling club session, Vivian witnessed a silvery Jack Russell Terrier chasing a delightful otter Patronus. However, once Harry summoned his stag, both the charming dog and the otter began frolicking with it. The little dog faced the stag, and the two patron muses playfully nudged each other with their paws, while the adorable otter lounged nearby, enjoying the spectacle. Recently, Vivian and Snape had been diligently refining their presentation for the upcoming Potions Invention Symposium. "Has your hair grown longer recently?" Vivian inquired, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind his ear, curious about the subtle change. She genuinely believed it appeared slightly longer than before, albeit not by much. Uncertain, she decided to ask. Snape, lowering his gaze while revising the final segment of his speech, acknowledged that it might have grown a bit longer and promised to attend to it later. "Can you keep it that way? It looks quite nice," Vivian encouraged. Snape lifted his gaze to meet hers as she nodded with her sparkling eyes, affirming her sincerity. She gestured to a section of hair, suggesting it could be tied back, exclaiming, "It would look fabulous, Severus." He passed the speech to her, conceding, "Very well, you may review it for any necessary revisions." On the weekend preceding Halloween, they presented their speech on potions for treating the after-effects of the Cruciatus Curse at the Potions Invention Symposium, paying homage to the trailblazer Moira Holt. As a collaborator in the potions refinement and development, Vivian seamlessly transitioned to complete the latter half of the presentation after Snape finished the first part. They expressed gratitude to all the healers at St. Mungo's and every Auror who fought against dangerous wizards, wishing magic and peace for all. This time, Vivian did not sit with Rosalind. Snape led her to a table he frequently occupied. Edwina, observing Snape and Vivian applauding, remarked, "An excellent presentation, Miss Holt." And Severus, "Your hairstyle looks splendid today." Vivian, finding Edwina's taste commendable, replied, "Indeed. I tidied it up for him before he left. He looks incredibly handsome, doesn't he?" Although surrounded by esteemed colleagues, Vivian resolutely retrieved her notebook and quill, diligently taking notes like an assistant in a meeting filled with esteemed individuals engaged in discussions. At dinner following the symposium, Vivian greeted Snape before joining Rosalind for a delightful meal on the second floor. After satisfying their appetites, they casually sought a less crowded spot. Vivian, let me teach you a new spell I devised while arranging flowers in the shop recently," Rosalind exclaimed. With a flick of her wand, she elegantly conjured a stunning bouquet of roses. "What do you think? Quite beautiful, isn't it? By adjusting the magical proportions, one can alter the colors and types of flowers," she explained, demonstrating by producing an array of different colored starflowers and little sunflowers alongside the roses. "So beautiful. Teach me. I adore this," Vivian urged. You haven't been to Hogsmeade lately, have you? If you had, you would have seen how lovely my shop is now, Rosalind replied, sharing the spell and its magical proportions with Vivian as they experimented with various combinations to create an array of exquisite flowers. Naturally, these magically conjured blossoms, like others maintained by magic, would vanish once the sustaining enchantment was lifted. Once they had sufficiently explored the spell, they withdrew their magic, causing the beautiful flowers to dissipate into the air. Vivian, spotting Severus conversing with Mr. Boyle, Rosalind's father, suddenly remembered the gold coin he had transformed for her during the Quidditch World Cup. This will not disappear. You will always remain in my heart. This year's Halloween decorations in the Great Hall were a triumph for Hagrid, with pumpkins that were both large and splendid. However, he also cultivated a batch of particularly small pumpkins, about the size of a human fist, which were crafted into little jack-o'-lanterns and placed on the long tables in the hall. Tiny bats fluttered about the ceiling, while Professor McGonagall adorned the walls with abundant ivy and garlands. Professor Flitwick arranged a square, colorful gift box at the entrance of the hall, from which vibrant candies would leap out whenever a passing witch or wizard tugged at its ribbon. The various sweets sold by George and Fred were perfectly suited for the occasion. As Vivian walked from the entrance to the long table, she witnessed several students transforming into fluttering little birds with a loud pop. Harry and Hermione enchanted the little jack-o'-lanterns on the table to become animated. It seemed they were testing their newly acquired transfiguration skills, as they appeared to have imbued the pumpkins with distinct personalities. Consequently, one pumpkin lay dejectedly on the table, exuding an air of despair, while another joyfully bounced around the hall, embarking on a whimsical race. The wise pumpkin exudes an air of profound experience, steadily meandering around the edibles laid upon the table. In contrast, the proud pumpkin struts provocatively atop the professor's long table. Severus Snape, with a slight twitch of his lips, expressionless, raises a hand and sends the arrogant pumpkin flying. It soars directly towards its creator, striking Harry with a resounding thud. Ouch! Harry exclaims, while Ron, who has just conjured an irate pumpkin, adds, "Oh no, the angry pumpkin is heading towards the professors too." Subsequently, Ron also finds himself hit. Hermione, seated between Harry and Ron, earnestly suggests, "I genuinely recommend everyone conjure some composed pumpkins for practice." Across from them, Vivian, Luna, and Ginny chuckle. "Are you referring to the sorrowful pumpkin still sprawled on the table? Ha ha ha, don't be too amusing, everyone." Chapter 95, Both My Cat and I Miss You. During the Christmas holidays, Dumbledore invites everyone to his home for a meal. Vivian accompanies Harry, Ron, and Hermione as a house elf, working at Hogwarts. Use his apparition to transport them to the small square in Godric's Hollow. In the center of the square stands a statue of the Potter family. The magical statue appears lifelike, with old James Potter's hair and facial features strikingly resembling Harry's, while Lily cradles baby Harry in her arms, her demeanor gentle and beautiful. Gazing at the statue of the three, Harry thinks, "This is exactly how my mom and dad looked in the mirror of Ariste when I saw them in my first year." Ron remarks, "Mate, I understand now why you said you and your dad look alike. You are practically identical." Hermione concurs, "Indeed, Harry, you do resemble your father. However, I feel your eyes are more like your mother's." Harry smiles at the statue, affirming, "Yes, both my godfather and Remus have said my eyes resemble my mother's." He tilts his head towards the group. "Are you all heading to Dumbledore's first? I would like to visit the graveyard behind the church first." Vivian, feeling the need to pay her respects, inquires, "May I accompany you?" Harry nods. "Of course, I actually have some questions about Tom that I've been meaning to ask." Thus, Hermione and Ron proceed to Dumbledore's residence first. In the graveyard behind the church, the gravestone of James and Lily bears an inscription, "The final enemy that shall be destroyed is death." It seems someone has already paid their respects to the Potters, as Vivian and Harry discover 3 bouquets of lilies that have yet to wilt at the gravestone. They also conjure 2 fresh bouquets to place before the grave. Harry expresses, "I later heard nearly everything about Tom Riddle from Dumbledore. Thank you for saving me, you and Professor Snape." Vivian softly replies, "Harry, I was also saving myself." She gazes at the gravestone of the Potters, reflecting that initially, she had not contemplated much. She merely felt that a victory at such a heavy cost was too tragic. Yet everyone deserved a brighter future. Of course, it dawned on her later that she too was avenging her parents and herself. "So Harry, we are kindred spirits on this journey. We are companions, and there is no need for thanks. However, if you wish to thank Professor Snape, that is something you must convey directly to him. I won't be your intermediary." Harry nods, "I will." After a moment of silence, Harry curiously asks, "So Vivian, how old are you this year?" Vivian, caught off guard by the question, blinks. "Strictly speaking, I am only a few years younger than Professor Snape, perhaps 4 or 5. Though, I must admit, I can hardly recall clearly." She shifts her gaze to the distant bushes and softly adds, "It feels like it was ages ago." Ever since Vivian remembered her parents from this lifetime, she has found it increasingly difficult to recall details from her previous life. She will only be Vivian Holt in this world from now on. In the ensuing silence, Harry ponders something profound. He attempts to articulate his thoughts, but struggles to find the right words. "But Professor Snape." "No, I heard from Sirius. That's not the right way to ask." Vivian glances at the conflicted Harry, suddenly comprehending what he wishes to inquire. She chuckles lightly. "It's nothing, Harry." Looking at the inscription on the gravestone, she muses, "To love someone with an unwavering pride. One must accept that their brilliance may occasionally inflict pain upon themselves and others. To love someone unchangingly, one must accept that the light has shone elsewhere before. Moreover, she has never doubted Severus Snape's sincerity. When that beautiful, large silver tabby cat appeared before Vivian, he had already laid his heart bare before her. Severus may not have directly uttered 'I love you,' but every glance he cast her way and every detail of their lives spoke volumes of his affection." Vivian reflects. "Had I been born 20 years earlier, I would surely have adored Lily, a beautiful, kind, and brave girl. Of course, I would like her. However, had she arrived 20 years earlier, she might have preferred young Severus. She would likely have fought alongside him against the marauders, reassuring him that he was the most lovable child in the world, encouraging him to fully embrace his talents in potions and magic. For reasons unknown, Harry's thoughts drifted off course as he raised his hand, as if to remind her, "Hermione is already with Ron, you know." Vivian gave him a bewildered expression, reminiscent of Severus correcting a bizarre assignment. Harry cleared his throat. "All right, my question. I was merely reminded of Dumbledore and Grindelwald." The interior of Dumbledore's home exudes warmth, adorned with various magical trinkets and decorations scattered throughout. By the time Vivian and Harry enter, Ron and Hermione are already engaged in conversation with Dumbledore. Vivian and Harry move closer to the table, listening as Ron animatedly recounts the harrowing tale from the corridor. Vivian remarks, "Ron truly has a gift for storytelling. It sounds as though he were present at the event." Upon hearing that Professor McGonagall deducted points from both houses, Dumbledore can no longer contain his laughter. "Minerva has always been quite strict," he chuckles, "but with so many bystanders, she had to issue a warning to the young witches and wizards." Dinner does not take long, as most of the time is spent in conversation. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore and Grindelwald, Vivian and her friends return to Hogwarts by the fireplace from the old headmaster's home. Professor McGonagall, upon seeing the four emerge from the fireplace in her office, readily shares some treats from her desk with them. Vivian returns to the potions office. As she pushes open the door, she spots Severus standing beside her workbench, seemingly attempting to find a suitable place for a vibrant bouquet of roses. Vivian closes the office door. Seeing her return, Snape abandons the task of arranging the flowers and presents the bouquet directly to Vivian. She accepts the flowers, and Snape suddenly says, "I missed you a bit." Vivian gently brushes the strands of hair from Severus's face. "But I just left the potions office this morning and returned this afternoon." "Indeed," Snape replies, lowering his gaze with a smile, raising a hand to summon his Patronus, a cat. The silver feline approaches and touches heads with Vivian. Snape caresses her cheek with his finger and gazes at her, saying, "But both my cat and I miss you." Vivian exclaims, "That's against the rules, Severus. Who taught you that?" Chapter 96, Career Guidance. Vivian embraces Severus, feeling him gently encircle her in his arms, tenderly stroking her hair. Vivian's profile rested against Snape's shoulder as she admired the bouquet of roses in her hands, their beauty captivating her. Snape gently pressed a soft kiss to Vivian's hair, murmuring, "I am glad you like them." Vivian replied, "I can feel it." As Snape released his embrace, he tenderly caressed her cheek and remarked, "I saw you with Boyle at the conference." Vivian blinked at Snape's dark, handsome eyes, recounting, "At that moment, Rosalind was demonstrating a spell that conjures various flowers. I intended to learn it to gift you some." Snape lowered his gaze with a smile. "I am aware, Vivian." Vivian thought to herself that Severus surely knew she cherished his smile. In February, Harry unexpectedly approached Vivian, inquiring if she had time to brew Wolfsbane potion, with Sirius providing the materials and an additional sum as remuneration for the brewing. Vivian responded, "Oh yes, the yield of Wolfsbane ingredients has rebounded since last year. It seems we can procure them now. With the materials, we can proceed. Professor Lupin should still be residing at the Black ancestral home. Shall I deliver it directly to you, or have it sent via owl to the Black residence?" Harry suggested, "Just give it directly to me. It will save you some trouble." Vivian made an okay gesture towards Harry. As June approached, Hermione prepared a magical timetable for each of her friends, explicitly detailing a revision plan down to the hour, with the back of the schedule annotating the syllabus for each OWL's exam. Ron exclaimed, "Sweetheart, you even reserved an hour for me to rest each night." Vivian responded, "My goodness." Harry, accustomed to such expressions, glanced at his timetable, and ruffled his already tousled hair, questioning, "What are these blank evenings every week?" Hermione replied, "Those are reserved for your Quidditch training. Ron has one too." Suddenly realizing, Harry exclaimed, "Oh right. We still have Quidditch matches." Vivian's own timetable was completely free on weekday evenings, yet her weekends were meticulously planned, with Hermione thoughtfully reserving time for her to attend Quidditch matches. In April, a notice regarding career consultations was posted on the school bulletin board, stating that all fifth-year students were required to discuss future employment with their respective heads of house. Brochures outlining the skills and academic requirements for various professions were distributed in the common room. Following the schedule, Vivian sought out Professor Flitwick. Upon her arrival, the previous student had just departed, and Flitwick was seated at his desk, perusing a stack of documents. "Vivian, come in," he beckoned. Vivian obediently settled in front of Professor Flitwick, expressing her desire to remain at Hogwarts after graduation to apply for the position of potions professor. Flitwick replied, "That sounds wonderful. My dear, Severus has mentioned that your potion skills are exceptional." Vivian blinked, surprised. Did the professor really say that? She recalled Severus had only noted her work positively a couple of times when signing her papers. Flitwick continued, "It was during the faculty meetings 2 years ago, back when Dumbledore was still headmaster." With a chuckle, he reminisced. At that time, Pomona suggested he be a bit more lenient with the students, to which Severus replied that he would if all students possessed Holt's level of potion-making skills. Professor Flitwick offered Vivian a small cake from his desk, adding, "When Severus first became headmaster, he was quite young. The young wizards at Hogwarts were often too lively, and he had to be a bit stern to keep the older students in line." A nostalgic expression crossed Flitwick's face. Moreover, it coincided with the time when Voldemort's forces had just been defeated, and the rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor was particularly intense. For several years, Severus had been preoccupied with protecting the young Slytherins. "But you need not worry about such things," Flitwick reassured her. "Severus won't be retiring by then. Although Mad Eye is currently teaching defense against the dark arts, he will likely resign after completing Harry's training. Severus will surely apply for the defense against the dark arts position. He will likely attend a few of the potions classes once there is a new professor." As Vivian nodded while savoring the cake, Flitwick remarked, "Haven't you applied for the potions teaching assistant position these past 2 years? You could sit in on Severus's classes during your free time and take notes." Vivian earnestly nodded. "Yes, Professor, I will." Flitwick gently ruffled Vivian's hair. "Good child. Off you go. Should you ever encounter difficulties, come to see the headmaster. Even after you graduate and become a professor at Hogwarts, you may still seek my counsel." Vivian affirmed, "Understood, I will remember that. Now I must return to class. Goodbye." "Professor." Harry discussed becoming an Auror with Professor McGonagall, returning with a more detailed list of qualifications for Auror applications than the brochures provided. Ron persisted in attending Muggle studies, aspiring to join the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Materials in the Ministry of Magic. However, according to the Ministry's requirements, the head of that department would no longer be Arthur Weasley by the time Ron applied. Hermione also sought a list of positions within the Ministry from Professor McGonagall, who was unconcerned about Hermione's academic performance and merely provided an overview of the main responsibilities of various departments. Vivian heeded Professor Flitwick's advice and audited Severus's potions class during her leisure time. She stealthily entered the classroom while Severus was instructing the second-year students, taking a seat in the back row as he explained the steps for brewing potions. Severus's lecture flowed without interruption, yet he subtly raised an eyebrow at her presence. The unsuspecting young wizards, unaware of the reason for Severus's gaze, became more attentive to the lesson. After class, Vivian assisted Severus in collecting assignments and recording grades. "What brings you here so suddenly?" Severus inquired. Vivian organized the students' submissions, tilting her head with a smile as she replied, "The headmaster suggested I attend your classes more often to learn." Chapter 97. The cats return home together. On the day of the Quidditch match, nearly the entire Hogwarts faculty and student body attended, even those about to sit for significant examinations. Professor McGonagall had always relished Quidditch. Vivian sat with Hermione, Luna, and Ginny, watching the match unfold. This Quidditch match was likely the longest in recent years, lasting from noon until dusk. The OWL's examinations in late June would span 2 weeks, concluding with the History of Magic exam. Once it was over, everyone erupted with joy. No one cared about the outcomes of their grades anymore, and George and Fred, having completed their graduation exams, set off fireworks at the castle entrance. Filch and his cat chased the Weasley twins outside the castle, while Harry conjured a Patronus, a stag that incited some teasing effects, causing Filch's cat to pursue the stag instead. Ron, who had initially suggested this idea, laughed uncontrollably. Filch, utterly unable to catch the Weasley twins, stomped his feet in frustration before abandoning his pursuit of them to chase after his cat. When Vivian returned to the potions office, she found Severus reclining on the sofa bed, resting. He had his eyes closed, cradling a cushion against the side of the couch. Vivian gently walked past him, questioning why he did not simply retreat to his bedroom for a brief respite. Severus adjusted the cushion on his lap, straightening his back as he sat upright, and raised his hand to caress Vivian's face, assuring her that he was not as fatigued as she presumed. Vivian tenderly gathered his slightly disheveled hair, which had become tousled from resting against the sofa. Were the two mischievous children from the Weasley household causing a ruckus outside again? Even from such a distance, the lively commotion could be distinctly heard. Vivian casually picked up her cat-shaped cushion, noting that the students graduating this year were outside igniting fireworks, joining in on the merriment. Severus retrieved an old textbook from the small table beside the sofa and handed it to Vivian. Advanced potion making. Vivian traced her fingers over the minuscule handwriting, recognizing it as belonging to the Half-Blood Prince. Every blank space within the pages was densely filled with notes. How splendid, Severus. You need not worry about the potion classes for the new academic year, she remarked. Severus reclined back against the sofa with a sense of relaxation, smiling at Vivian. His tone languid as he replied, You need not fret over the potion classes either. Vivian carefully placed the textbook away. Though the exams were concluded, several days remained until the holiday break. Severus was occupied with grading papers, and Vivian prudently refrained from disturbing him in his office. As a result, she found herself with a bit of leisure time. Harry and the others were also enjoying a brief respite, and they called upon their fellow Duel Club members to gather in the room of requirement for some fun. George and Fred's Patronus, a magpie, joyfully flitted about the room. Ginny exhibited remarkable talent with the blasting curse. To prevent any mishaps while practicing the stunning spell, Vivian and Hermione conjured thick, soft cushions on the floor and walls of the room of requirement. Luna successfully summoned a delightful bunny with her Patronus charm. Neville was engaged in conversation with a vibrant, swaying pot of herbs, while Ron squatted nearby, curiously inquiring about the singing herb. At that moment, Vivian realized how swiftly the academic year had passed. Yet she found a profound appreciation for these tranquil days devoid of tumult. There were no worries about uncertain futures, nor the constant specter of danger and life-threatening countdowns. In the subsequent 2 years, George and Fred's Weasley Wizarding Wheezes flourished in Diagon Alley. Vivian received her annual share of galleons from the Weasley twins. During her graduation year, George and Fred began planning to open another branch in Hogsmeade. She heard from Ron that they had already submitted their application, with results expected by the year's end. Rosalind's potion shop in Hogsmeade continued to thrive, having signed a long-term supply contract with Vivian and Severus's studio. They still attended the annual Potion Invention Symposium together, where Rosalind had begun to present speeches, while Vivian preferred to sit at the children's table for ease of note-taking and discussion. When mealtime arrived after the symposium, she and Rosalind would joyfully indulge in the delectable offerings on the second floor. The food served at the symposium was undeniably delightful. Vivian felt as though she had successfully drawn Severus into her life. Throughout nearly every holiday, Severus spent his free time at Holt Manor, concocting potions or researching new elixirs alongside her. Sometimes, they would simply share each other's company, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Their Patronus cats would gather together, and Vivian found both the Patronus felines and her Severus irresistibly adorable. Occasionally, Professor Dumbledore would invite the children over for dinner, where they would excitedly share amusing tales from their time at school. Ron was particularly adept at storytelling, often taking the lead while others contributed with laughter. Gellert Grindelwald, ever enthusiastic like the old headmaster, would remark, "The children today certainly know how to stir things up. It's quite entertaining." Professor Moody had been serving as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts for the past 2 years, though everyone was aware he intended to retire once Harry graduated. Harry had been Moody's assistant for 3 consecutive years. Before graduation, Vivian heard Moody mention that Harry would soon embark on a 3-year Auror training program, with his application to the Ministry of Magic already approved. While everyone was still enjoying their time before officially starting their jobs, Ron and Hermione hosted their engagement party on the very first day after graduation. How delightful! "My ship has finally sailed," exclaimed Harry and Vivian in unison. That day, everyone gathered to celebrate the engagement. Severus arrived with Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, while Dumbledore and Grindelwald made their way from Godric's Hollow to join the festivities. The event was held outdoors. As Hermione and Ron delivered their speeches, Vivian, Harry, and Neville assisted in launching small confetti poppers, showering the area with ribbons and colorful shapes. The Weasley twins had prepared small fireworks that burst into beautiful shapes upon ascending into the sky. Following the ceremony, a feast ensued. George and Fred joined Hermione and Ron at the professor's table for toasts. The atmosphere grew even livelier after dinner, with many taking to the open space to dance, including the old headmaster and Mr. Grindelwald. By the time the engagement party concluded, it was nearly midnight. After the festivities, Severus escorted Vivian back to Holt Manor. leading her directly to the living room. Vivian pulled Severus down onto the sofa, gently caressing his cheek. "Severus, have you had quite a bit to drink?" She later noticed that he continued to drink even when no one was toasting. Severus wrapped his arms around Vivian, lightly kissing her fingertips. "I cannot be intoxicated." Though he was reluctant to concede, this was perhaps the only talent he had inherited from old Severus, assuming a good tolerance for alcohol could be considered a talent. Over the past 2 years, Vivian had become quite familiar with Severus's subtle expressions. Gazing into his warm eyes, she leaned in and kissed his cheek. She smiled at him. Teasing, "Severus, surely you don't intend to drink so much merely to bolster your courage?" Chapter 98, Daily Life with Cats, 1. Regarding the proposal. Severus felt a sense of calm as Vivian seemed to have divined his thoughts. He looked into her eyes and knelt before her, one knee on the ground. "Vivian," he began. Yes, just as he had done during his confession years prior, his light rushed toward her without hesitation. But now, Severus was able to articulate the words he had once been unable to voice. He paused for a moment, then gently smiled, lowering his head to kiss her fingertips. Uttering sincerely, "I love you." "I know. I have always known," Vivian replied, gazing into Severus's eyes with a smile. "I love you too, Severus." Vivian watched as Severus earnestly slipped the ring onto her finger. The ring was exquisite, and she admired the delicate inscription engraved upon it. While Severus lifted a hand to cup her face tenderly, Vivian tilted her head, resting against his palm, observing as Severus knelt closer to her. She closed her eyes, traversing through time and the mottled past, knowing that before death could separate them from the realm of the living, Vivian Holt and Severus Snape would remain together. 2. Regarding their first embrace and sleep. On the night of Severus's proposal, Vivian decided she would cuddle with her cat while sleeping. After washing up, she slipped into Severus's bedroom, lying on the bed and nearly dozing off by the time he emerged from the bathroom. Severus sat on the edge of the bed, prompting Vivian to reach out, embracing him and refusing to let go. Severus could only lie down beside her, embracing her tightly. Vivian had fallen asleep cradling the cat she had finally managed to acquire. Yet Severus found himself utterly unable to sleep. He endeavored to divert his attention, nearly memorizing the entire compendium of potion ingredients, before finally managing to doze off just as dawn began to break. Severus's sleep was rather light. Even the slightest sound would rouse him. This had been particularly acute during the years when the Dark Mark frequently reacted, though it had gradually improved in the years following Tom's demise. Nevertheless, it remained a fact that Severus was still easily awakened. Thus, when Vivian stirred in the morning, he opened his eyes. It was evident he had not rested well. Vivian gently stroked the hair at the back of his head, urging him to sleep a little longer, just a bit more, Severus. Following her gentle encouragement, Severus buried his face into the crook of her shoulder, murmuring, "Just a bit more, Vivian." Perhaps it was her tender nature, or perhaps he was simply exhausted. In any case, that morning, the cat snuggled with the cat for the entirety of the morning. Outside the bedroom, Cece and Yelira wondered, when will they come out for breakfast? Regarding arguments, they were nearly non-existent. The reasons for this were likely twofold. Firstly, Severus felt that Vivian never truly lost her temper with him. He was aware of his shortcomings. His manner of speaking was often less than pleasant, and his sarcastic and acerbic remarks had, to some extent, become second nature. At times, he would regret his ill-chosen words the moment they escaped his lips, but often, just as he was about to apologize, Vivian would deftly steer the conversation in a different direction, exclaiming, "What a unique way to describe things, Severus." Moreover, she genuinely complimented him. Overwhelmed with guilt, Severus would think, how could I speak to Vivian in such a manner? They communicated about this matter, with Severus sincerely apologizing to Vivian, acknowledging his tendency to speak harshly. Vivian countered, "Darling, your words are quite lovely, especially when." Severus shyly leaned in to kiss her, hoping to prevent her from completing her sentence. After the kiss, Vivian tenderly touched his reddened ears hidden beneath his hair, smiling gently. "I know, Severus." She understood the affection that lay beneath his awkward expressions and could sense the sincerity in his harsh words. Furthermore, Vivian genuinely believed that Severus's linguistic artistry was exceedingly cool. The second reason was that Vivian felt Severus never truly raised his voice at her. Ever since they had been together, Severus had not uttered a single harsh word to her. More accurately, it seemed that since he had first taken her to the Potion Invention Symposium, he had not once lost his temper with her. Vivian often found him to be excessively gentle around her, to the point where she sometimes felt as though she were bullying him. They communicated about this as well, with Vivian squeezing his fingers, saying, "What should I do, Severus? I feel like I'm always bullying you." Severus slowly blinked. "You consider this bullying?" He leaned in to kiss Vivian, asking, "Is it possible that your husband actually enjoys this?" As for their life together, Severus often perceived a divergence between his and Vivian's attitudes toward existence, owing to his age. Vivian seemed to harbor an immense curiosity about all things. She delighted in the myriad wonders of the magical world and the ever-evolving changes in the Muggle realm. However, Severus had grown increasingly averse to socializing and new experiences. Thus, he found himself more in the role of a companion, offering her advice, presenting choices, and occasionally serving as a listener. This mirrored the support Vivian had provided him during the initial years following the complete downfall of Tom Riddle's regime. One could not expect an individual to be perpetually prepared to serve as a double agent while simultaneously embracing life with fervor. Nor could one expect a weapon honed for war to seamlessly transition into the tranquility of daily life. Yet, Vivian gradually drew him into the light. She stayed by his side through many sleepless nights, engaging him in long conversations and sharing countless words. Together, they managed their studio and slowly discovered a new focal point for their lives, ultimately welcoming each peaceful yet loving day. Regarding scars, Vivian sometimes felt that Severus treated her as though she were a fragile object. He softened the intensity of his kisses and embraced her with reverence. For a long time after their engagement, the most intimate act Severus had performed was simply holding her as they slept. Vivian pondered briefly whether Severus might have some hidden ailment, but she soon realized it was merely his remarkable self-control. During moments of progression, when she touched the old scars on his back, Severus would lower his gaze and grip the sleeves of his shirt tightly. They were indeed in the bedroom at Holt Manor, yet Vivian noticed that he had almost tensed his body into a stone-like form. There were no others present in the room, and Severus understood that Vivian was merely examining the scars on his back after unbuttoning his shirt. Nonetheless, in his days, he still felt the disconcerting sensation of being exposed before others. It was still summer, yet the moment his skin met the air, he felt a chill. Vivian suspected he might be experiencing a slight case of post-traumatic stress. She draped her shirt over Severus's shoulders, wrapping one arm around his waist as if to enclose him, while the other hand soothingly caressed his back through the thin fabric. "It doesn't hurt anymore, Severus." After a prolonged silence, Severus slowly placed his hand over hers, which rested against his side, closing his eyes as he softly replied, "I haven't felt pain for a long time. I want to feel it again." Chapter 99. The Daily Life of Cats. 2. Regarding night excursions, Vivian reflected on her few nighttime escapades during her school days. Initially, she believed she had embarked on the most nocturnal adventures with Harry, but soon realized that it was actually Severus with whom she had shared the most night outings. He had been present during their escapades with Quirrell and during the nighttime forays into the Chamber of Secrets. In the year following Tom's downfall, Severus often suffered from insomnia. Vivian would occasionally pull him out for clandestine nighttime adventures, sneaking into the kitchen for snacks, venturing into the Forbidden Forest to observe the potion ingredients that were just beginning to sprout, and mingling with unicorns, or rummaging through the clutter of the Room of Requirement. Of course, she no longer had to worry about being caught during these escapades as she was the one overseeing the night patrols. However, at times, Vivian still found it hard to imagine the astonishing places young witches and wizards would hide to avoid being caught. The head of a stone pedestal statue was certainly not an ideal hiding spot. Vivian gazed up at the towering statue, struggling to fathom how he had managed to climb it. Using her wand, she levitated the child down from the pedestal and couldn't help but ask, "So how did you get up there?" The honest Gryffindor boy admitted, Professor Holt, I used a levitation charm on myself." Vivian responded, "You've got quite the audacity to use a levitation charm on yourself after just learning it." Suddenly, she understood how distressing it must have been for Severus to watch her and Harry embark on such reckless adventures in their earlier years. Truly, my Severus had a tough time. Regarding the cats, it was quite common to make minor errors while experimenting with potions. This was precisely why Rosalind had once told Vivian at the Potion Invention Symposium that if she found herself timid in the face of challenges, she might as well abandon the study of potions altogether. Vivian, in her feline form, leaped directly from the ground onto the desk with a swift kick of her hind legs. Although a slight mishap occurred, Vivian was confident that the potion's effects would last no longer than 10 hours, meaning she would revert back by that evening. What she needed to worry about was whether she would be able to finish grading her students' assignments. Vivian seriously contemplated the possibility of grading papers with her cat paws, then wisely abandoned that notion. However, a riddle that had long plagued Vivian has finally been unraveled. Due to the guardian charm lacking a distinct hue, she could only discern a striped pattern on her guardian cat. Vivian had always been curious whether her guardian was a black, gray, and white tabby or a plump orange cat. It has now been confirmed. It is indeed the black, gray, and white tabby. Vivian's feline companion gracefully stretched its forepaws and sauntered languidly to Severus's classroom. This lesson marked Severus's final defense against the dark arts class of the day. As Vivian leapt onto the last row of desks, Severus was engaged in a PowerPoint presentation, elucidating common dark magical creatures to his students. He recognized her instantly. Vivian stood atop the desk, playfully tapping her paws, tilting her head as she observed Severus delivering his lecture, while granting the students time to take notes. Severus approached Vivian's side. Consequently, she promptly leapt onto his shoulder, nuzzling her furry head against his ear like a true cat. Although he was aware that she must be unharmed to seek him out in such a manner, Severus still felt a twinge of anxiety and employed several diagnostic spells on her. Vivian curled up on Severus's shoulder, despite her guardian's considerable size. The cat form she assumed was diminutive. If Severus were to extend his hand towards her, she could easily curl into a ball, fitting snugly within his palm. The cat behaved impeccably during his lecture, but once they returned to his office, she began mischievously pawing at his garments. Being so small and fluffy, Severus hesitated to truly grasp her, choosing instead to allow her playful nudges and touches. It tickled a bit, yet the cat was utterly adorable. Knowing she would not revert to her original form until late into the night, Severus graded potions assignments while cradling the cat. Thus, Vivian settled down, curling into a cozy ball against his left wrist, letting out soft mews each time he inscribed on the assignments. Once he completed grading, Vivian raised her front paw, standing atop the desk to nuzzle against Severus's cheek. She extended her paw to showcase her adorable paws, entwining her tail around his wrist, granting him permission to caress her soft paw pads. Severus extended his left hand, palm up, and the cat obediently curled into his grasp. With her round, sparkling eyes gazing at him, Severus gently stroked her ear with his right fingertips, prompting her to flick her ears. At bedtime, Severus placed the cat against his chest, where she remained light and docile. He maintained this position, entering a light slumber, waiting for her to transform back into her original self. Upon awakening, he embraced Vivian, who lay atop him, sound asleep. Sweet dreams, my cat. Chapter 8. The Snowfall. During the Christmas holiday, Vivian and Severus returned to Holt Manor from Hogwarts. A heavy snowfall had recently blanketed the estate in a thick layer of snow. Vivian shook the hand she held with Severus, suggesting they build a snowman in the courtyard. Severus promptly conjured a pair of gloves for her and agreed. Sisai and Ylyra also joined in the delightful task of rolling snowballs. Vivian fashioned a round, plump snowball, adorning it with two pointed ears. Severus, doesn't it resemble the cat candy you gifted me before? Severus smiled at her, affirming her observation. Together with Sisai and Ylyra, they constructed two large snowmen, and alongside them, two smaller snowmen with charming large ears. Seizing the moment while Severus was meticulously embellishing the snowmen's faces with small stones, Vivian scooped a handful of soft snow and tossed it into the air. The snow landed atop Severus's head, causing him to tilt slightly, his eyes downcast, smiling gently. Vivian brushed the snowflakes from his hair, teasing, "Why didn't you dodge?" Severus pinched her cheek playfully, replying, "I shall endeavor to evade next time." Chapter 9. The Office. The potions office served as both Vivian's and Severus's home at Hogwarts. After Severus became the defense against the dark arts professor, he contemplated relocating Vivian's workspace to the third floor. Having resided in the dungeons for many years, he recognized that Slytherin students had grown accustomed to seeking the headmaster in that location. Furthermore, the office on the third floor was considerably warmer during winter, allowing views of the lush plants within the castle through the glass windows. Vivian protested, "But I am accustomed to living here." Severus countered, "It will be cold in winter." Vivian looked at him innocently, "But there is a fireplace in the office, and I believe sleeping with my cat in winter would be far warmer." Consequently, Severus undertook a near-complete renovation of the potions office, including the bedroom. He did not wish to be separated from his cat, not even a little. Chapter 100. Memoirs of a Cat. 1. What thoughts might one entertain before boarding the train to the realm of souls? Severus gazed at the somewhat ethereal platform and train before him, perpetually feeling as though he had forgotten something. Since his tenure at Hogwarts began, Severus had harbored a profound aversion to the task of guiding new students. It required professors to escort them to Diagon Alley, explaining that the young wizard lacked any elder in the magical community, which inevitably led to an array of challenging questions that left adults floundering. Severus considered his temperament ill-suited for the role of a guide to any young giant in the magical world. Over the past decade, he had only undertaken this duty when absolutely necessary. Unsurprisingly, it became evident that he was indeed ill-suited for it. The few times he had participated in this welcoming endeavor left both parties with haunting memories. Each felt deeply traumatized. When Dumbledore inquired whether he would be fetching Harry Potter or Vivian Holt, Severus calmly accepted the map marked with Holt Manor's magical coordinates. He disdained Dumbledore's phrasing. It was clear the headmaster intended for him to collect Holt from the outset. Severus despised this seemingly humorous choice that, in reality, afforded him no choice at all, as it reminded him of his wretched early life. It felt as though he had options, yet in truth, he never did. Each fork in the road throughout his earlier years left him feeling trapped. Holt was sorted into Ravenclaw. Professors generally held no ill will toward a polite and academically capable child. Severus, despite his disdain for young giants, was no exception. He was ill-tempered but rarely unleashed venom without provocation, barring a few exceptional Gryffindors. Their mere presence irked him. Severus conceded that even by his somewhat stringent standards, Vivian Holt's aptitude in potions was commendable. However, this did not imply she could brew potions unsupervised in an empty classroom without a guardian. At the very least, she could summon a companion to ensure that, should anything go awry, they could escort her to the infirmary. Severus was not intentionally probing her thoughts. In retrospect, he recognized that he may have merely sought answers, and Vivian had not erected defenses, none whatsoever. In a brief period of detention, Severus confirmed that Vivian's claim of subsisting through potion brewing was entirely truthful. He permitted Holt to frequent his office for her means of livelihood. Yet she appeared to have found some semblance of support, disregarding his outbursts, whether in anger or frustration, and thus established herself within his office. Severus found it impossible to dismiss Holt, who seemed to rely on him. It was as if this proved he was a person worthy of trust and reliance. For a time, Severus believed that the Sorting Hat had misallocated Vivian to the wrong house. He felt that the adventurous spirit she frequently displayed warranted placement in Gryffindor. Due to a potion mishap, Severus found himself entangled in Dumbledore's scheme to participate in the Chamber of Secrets adventure. In retrospect, it was during that time that he confirmed that Vivian harbored certain secrets. Her adeptness in observing and daringly validating her hypotheses could be rationalized when she apprehended the diminutive Peter with the anti-nemagus potion. Yet the enigma of the Chamber of Secrets eluded explanation. She had already taken the initiative to teach young Potter the art of mind-blocking, exonerated Black from his unjust accusations, and prepared for the confrontation with the basilisk. The multitude of incantations she meticulously organized, purportedly capable of unlocking the chamber, could deceive Potter. But Snape discerned that she had long known which one was genuinely effective. Her intention to slay the basilisk was solely to obliterate the Dark Lord's diary with its venomous fangs. What a clear sequence of planned actions. She even anticipated evading his and Dumbledore's soul-sucking attempts. Snape contemplated some phrases to aid Vivian in her dealings with Dumbledore. He touched his ribs, now less painful due to the potion, and gazed at Fawkes, who had turned his back to him, his tail feathers ruffled, and chuckled with a sense of relief. Dumbledore might have believed he had successfully transformed him into a virtuous individual, yet Snape recognized that the principles he upheld were self-imposed. A person who had once served as a double agent would find it exceedingly difficult to earn unreserved trust from either side. The logic was simple. If you possess the capability to maneuver between both factions, how could I ascertain whether your current words are truthful or deceitful? At that moment, Snape pondered why he should not protect someone who trusted him unconditionally. When Grindelwald intercepted him and Vivian after the Potion Invention Symposium, it marked one of the rare instances in Snape's life when he felt a slight overload of cognition. As Grindelwald suppressed him with magic, Vivian stepped back slowly, adopting a protective stance. She conversed with Grindelwald calmly and on equal footing, as if the brilliant flames did not encircle them, and the oppressive magic did not instigate an overwhelming sense of nausea. Rather than contemplating an escape, Snape found himself lost in thought. He surmised that Vivian must harbor another secret. She certainly was not of the age she outwardly appeared to be. During their conversation outside the Gunther Manor, he inquired if there was anything she could share with him. Vivian refrained from mentioning her age, yet her gaze conveyed acknowledgement. "Do not be angry, Professor. Severus, trust me." To speak candidly, Snape did not wish for Vivian to shoulder the burden of locating Tom Riddle's Horcrux. How could he justify allowing her to bear the risks inscribed upon the Horcrux without opposition or inquiry, while he comfortably assumed the role of the protected? Severus Snape had already transformed into a weapon prepared for war. How could a living being become a mere blade? Bestow upon him a belief. Grant him a reason for which he must sacrifice everything. Then let him witness his life's countdown, where each day henceforth would be spent existing in the darkness before dawn. Silenced by the desire to scream, he lived for the arrival of death. How could Snape fail to comprehend the longing in Vivian's gaze? Yet he felt unworthy. Upon awakening from his dreams, what thoughts occupied his mind? He reflected on the beauty of the sea of flowers, the spider-infested alley that felt nothing like home during his parents' quarrels, and the absence of anyone informing him that there was no shame in desiring strength. He also pondered how lovely a flower crown would look atop Vivian's head, and whether he might step on her toes while dancing at the ball. But alas, it was merely a dream. Snape gazed at the magnificent feline before him, acutely aware that despite his admission of being a flawed individual, he still harbored a hope that someone would love him. He wished for the cat to love him. Chapter 101. The Memoirs of a Cat. 2. Snape presented Vivian with the potion notes he had penned during his time as a Death Eater. He endeavored to lay bare his past before her, yearning for a clean break. Yet the gaze of the cat merely inquired if he felt pain. How joyful it is when dreams come to fruition, yet how sorrowful it was to hear Black's words. Not merely for the belated apologies which now held no significance. Snape stood outside the headmaster's office, waiting for Vivian to emerge, while his mind was consumed by the thought that all his past would soon be unearthed. He mused that perhaps he should hasten to escape and hide. But where could he go? Where should he go? Dumbledore had only informed him that he was to serve at Hogwarts until the day Voldemort's power resurfaced. And now, Tom Riddle was dead. Snape did not know where he could hide if he wished to do so. At that moment, he realized he had no home. If he were to return home to hide, he would find no path back, nor could he perceive any way homeward. He could only retreat to his potions office. Snape observed the small workspace where Vivian often lingered, her coat draped over the chair, a delightful fortune cat adorning the desk. Her textbooks were wrapped in beautiful covers, depicting a black cat perched on the tower's edge. It seemed Vivian was on the verge of making the office her permanent abode. Yet perhaps she would soon vacate it. Vivian, spend more time looking at me. In truth, Snape later realized he was calling out for Vivian's attention, as he was being dragged down into the depths of his emotional whirlpool, and the cat knew he was calling for help. A weapon of war cannot be immediately thrust into a life of softness and tranquility. The sensation following a successful act of vengeance is often one of anguish rather than joy. Snape began to suffer from insomnia. Even when he managed to sleep for brief moments, he would close his eyes only to be plagued by nightmares. In his dreams, every departed soul questioned him, those he knew and those he did not, those who perished because of him and those whose fates were of no concern to him. Each bore a pallid visage and eyes filled with wrath. Do you think Voldemort's demise has absolved you of your sins? Do you believe that your acts of contrition will transform you into a good person? Do you think there is truly someone in this world who loves you? The effects of the elixir of life had long since waned for him. He truly could not sleep. The potions office, where he had resided for many years, suddenly felt vast and empty, though in truth, it was quite small, as was his bedroom. What rendered the space feel expansive were the shadows, the memories, the past, his panic, and his solitude. During that time, one night, Vivian approached him with a vial of youth potion. Severus, will you accompany me for a bit of fun? Thus, he followed her into the night. They first ventured to the kitchen. Snape was uncertain of how to truly love someone. He could only offer all that he possessed. He shared the delectable fruits from his plate with Vivian, who delightedly fed him small cakes, only to return half of the fruits he had given her. She tugged him away from the other professors patrolling the night, and they dashed toward the forbidden forest. The 3 young unicorns that the mother unicorn had once led had grown significantly, though their golden fur had yet to fully shed. Vivian urged him to join her in bonding with the unicorns. Typically, unicorns are hesitant to allow wizards to approach. But perhaps due to the youth potion she had given him, and with her Patronus cat by her side, the relaxed atmosphere did not convey a sense of threat. Thus, the 3 young unicorns approached and nuzzled him, covering him in golden tufts of fur. Snape and Vivian sat back against her Patronus cat, with the 3 unicorns surrounding them in playful camaraderie. The unicorn mother lay comfortably not far from them, observing the fluffy creatures nestled closely with Severus Snape and Vivian. Despite the nocturnal ambience of the forbidden forest, Snape felt an unexpected warmth enveloping him. He curled up against Vivian's Patronus, a guardian cat, and closed his eyes. Thus, he drifted into a peaceful slumber, devoid of nightmares or restless awakenings. At times, Vivian would take him to the clutter pile of the room of requirement to scavenge for treasures. No aging potion was required for such excursions, and Snape and Vivian often unearthed fascinating items amidst the debris. They would place any useful findings into an empty box, conveniently leaving them on one of the castle's floors upon their departure. Snape realized that it was not he who accompanied Vivian on her nightly adventures, but rather Vivian who stayed by his side during each potential sleepless night. Upon discovering the poor quality of Snape's sleep, Vivian began collaborating with him to refine the draught of living death. Though inherently perilous, this potion served as a potent sedative. However, excessive consumption could lead to eternal slumber. During his initial foray as a double agent, Snape had relied on the draught for extended periods to maintain sleep. One must forgive him. He was merely 20 at the time, and enduring Voldemort's soul-sucking and the occasional Cruciatus curse was undeniably exhausting, necessitating a means to rest. Consequently, the standard dosage of the draught no longer affected him. Vivian's aptitude in potion-making and alchemy proved remarkable, and together they eventually crafted a sleeping potion with minimal side effects. Yet, they struggled to devise an effective method to counteract his developing tolerance. The cat was disheartened. Snape conjured a multitude of flowers to cheer her up. I shall not suffer from insomnia any longer. Vivian, he reassured her, gently stroking her soft hair, suppressing his own melancholy. See, I am perfectly fine now. Vivian, clutching the flowers, softly murmured her agreement. However, as she lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes glistened with tears, as though they might spill forth at any moment. Severus, how could you deceive me? She spoke, her voice tinged with a sense of injustice. As Snape neared the train, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Realizing he had forgotten something vital, he could not leave like this. He abruptly turned around, defying the flow of the crowd and retracing his steps. The longer he walked, the clearer his memories became. He saw Vivian squatting at the end of the platform, her figure obscured by the transparent wall at the edge. The path beneath him began to shimmer with golden alchemical runes, and he felt his body grow heavy, his pace slowing involuntarily, yet he dared not pause for a second. At last, he reached through the ethereal barrier to grasp Vivian's outstretched hand. Severus, we are home. Severus Snape opened his eyes to find his beloved gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. He sat up and enveloped her in a tight embrace. What gives you the audacity? Vivian pressed her cheek against his shoulder. Because I wish to be with Severus always. She utilized alchemical runes to intertwine their lives. If successful, Vivian would pull her elder beloved back from the brink of death, granting them perhaps 5 more years, 10, or merely a fleeting moment together. Should it fail, Vivian would accompany Snape to the realm of souls. Before death could sever their ties to the living world, Vivian and Severus vowed to remain together. Chapter 102, Time and I-1. A contemporary tale. Within a system, a game of magical awakening featuring card decks and magical maps. Vivian and her house elf, Cece, crouched in the medicinal field of Holt Manor, investigating why the yellow sorrel had failed to bloom this year. Suddenly, a magnificent phoenix strutted into the herb patch. Each time Vivian witnessed a phoenix walking on the ground, she couldn't help but express her bewilderment. Darling, you are a phoenix, you can fly. The phoenix, sweetie, hopped onto Vivian's head and chirped adorably. All right, I understand. Let us eat first, Cece, and then continue our study on why they want tea flower. Balancing the phoenix atop her head, she returned to the living room, where the house elf, Ylyra, had prepared lunch. Thus, the trio of humans and the phoenix gathered around the dining table for their meal. The origins of the phoenix sweetie trace back to when Vivian was 7 years old. Under the guidance of her father, Cora Holt, she successfully performed the levitation charm using an old wand from the manor, and suddenly, a realization struck her. Startled, Vivian jumped in surprise. Cora, mistaking her shock for awe at magic, spent 5 minutes showering her with various metaphors of praise and consolation. Nearby, Felicia Holt, listening to her husband and daughter's magical lesson, chuckled while contemplating the world of her new novel. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the Magical World Assistance System. The system is currently updating, please wait a moment. That evening, Vivian conversed with the system. The system thoughtfully retrieved your favorite card deck from your life before and has integrated a magical map into the assistance system. The spells in your deck are instantaneous, and you may summon them at will, dear. Upon hearing that it was her favorite deck, Vivian felt a peculiar premonition and, following the system's instructions, opened the deck's page, only to find herself momentarily blinded. The anxious heart within her ultimately succumbed. Indeed, there had been a card deck she adored when she played the game prior to her crossing over. However, this deck had been crafted purely for aesthetic enjoyment. In battle, she had never utilized it. In other words, Vivian had merely placed a few beloved gold cards and the Spellbreaker and Exclude You cards into the default deck, adding her cherished Severus Snape resonance. The first card was the Gas Stove Fire Shield. The second was Azkaban, summoning Azkaban in a designated area, causing control effects and certain damage. The third was Silent Rush, transforming into the invincible Silent Rush to charge into the target area, causing slow effects and certain damage. Further inspection revealed only one card, Exclude You, to be reasonable within the entire deck. She could easily envision the moment she would attend Hogwarts. As the Sorting Hat descended upon her head, its ensuing scream would reverberate through the halls. A moving Azkaban. There's a moving Azkaban. Stifled, yet attempting to resist, Vivian replied, "Thank you, system, but may I inquire if this deck can be modified?" It cannot be adjusted, dear. The system is merely a small employee of the assistance department, and it has done its utmost. QAQ. Vivian, well, will this deck be detected by the Sorting Hat? If so, it would be best for me to avoid attending school. The system's voice in her mind shifted to a cheerful tone. The system is trustworthy. Although your system is just a small employee, you can rely on me to handle things. Instantly, she felt at ease. Rapidly resetting her mindset, Vivian declared, "Wonderful. While the spells in the deck may be absurd, each is exceptionally powerful. The system is splendid, let us give it some praise. Out of curiosity, Vivian decided to test the Phoenix in her deck. According to the game's mechanics, this was a restoration card. The summoned Phoenix would continuously restore the user's health. Then, as this card activated, a small bird adorned with beautiful feathers appeared before her, fluttering about as if it had just hatched, wobbling from side to side in flight. Vivian instinctively reached out to catch the soft little bird, which wobbled its head from side to side in the palm of her hand, exuding an irresistible charm. This marked the delightful first encounter between Vivian and the Phoenix. The system provided a brief explanation to Vivian, noting that, in order to align the auxiliary system with the real world, the effects of each card in her deck would undergo slight adjustments. For instance, the Phoenix hatchling summoned by Vivian's deck was indeed a creature of this world, albeit one that had lost its parents and would have otherwise never hatched from its egg. However, the system established a connection between the hatchling and Vivian, enabling the Phoenix to respond to her summons whenever she utilized that particular card. The little Phoenix appeared exceedingly obedient, as Vivian discovered its fondness for sweet apples. After some deliberation between the names Sweet and Apple, she ultimately decided to name the Phoenix Sweet. Should Vivian summon another Phoenix from her deck, regardless of Sweet's location at the time, the splendid creature would materialize beside her in an instant. Before long, Sweet became adept at this teleportation, skillfully choosing to land precisely atop Vivian's head or directly in front of her whenever summoned. Typically, during moments of leisure, Sweet would perch contentedly atop Vivian's head, chirping joyfully. After experimenting with the Phoenix and a few other weapons, Vivian refrained from utilizing any further cards in her deck. It was evident that she had no desire for Azkaban to rise before her. From any perspective, that notion was exceedingly abstract. In this lifetime, Vivian's mother, Felicia, was gentle and beautiful, a mere ordinary person devoid of magical abilities. Years ago, while seeking inspiration for her writing, Felicia encountered Corrales, who was acquiring alchemical materials. In a picturesque Muggle town, Felicia was a person of vivid imagination, remarkably open to new experiences. It took her but a fleeting moment to accept the fact that the man she adored was a wizard. The Holt family possessed two residences. One was the Holt Manor, while the other resided on Wisteria Lane in Surrey. Felicia occasionally invited her writer friends over for afternoon tea and gossip at the Wisteria Lane residence. The fireplaces of both homes were interconnected, allowing the Holt family to traverse effortlessly between the Muggle world and the wizarding realm. Returning to the present, Felicia and Corrales had recently traveled to France together. Vivian had received a letter via owl from her parents yesterday, detailing their recent adventures and stating that they would return home by the end of the month. In her reply, Vivian assured them that all was well. Though the yellow flowering sorrel in the medicinal garden had yet to bloom, and she was collaborating with Cece to investigate the cause, she expressed concern that if unresolved, the Holt family's potion business might suffer next year. She also mentioned that Sweet was thriving and had an insatiable appetite, to which Sweet responded with a disgruntled chirp. Wishing her parents a safe and smooth journey, she promised to await their return at home. After lunch, Vivian and Cece ventured back to the medicinal garden for further research. After ruling out numerous possibilities, they concluded that the failure of the yellow flowering sorrel to bloom was likely due to insufficient soil moisture in this year's unseasonably hot summer, which had driven the plants into dormancy. Both Cece and Vivian were disheartened. Despite having constructed a sunshade and maintaining consistent watering, the sorrel seemed unwilling to flower. Uncertain if they could salvage the situation, Vivian, feeling a sense of melancholy, decided she ought to take a stroll. Perhaps a visit to Cockworth? Vivian recalled that Spidertail Alley was in that town, and maybe she might encounter her beloved professor in his youthful form. After informing Cece, she gathered some money and set out, accompanied by Sweet and the little sprite, Yelira. As Cockworth was primarily a Muggle settlement, Vivian had Sweet and Yelira cast disillusionment and ignoring charms on her, ensuring that, from a passerby's perspective, she appeared to be walking alone. In reality, Sweet perched upon her shoulder while Yelira walked beside her. Cockworth was, in fact, an industrial area. In the distance, one could see towering chimneys and remnants of abandoned factories, with houses densely packed together, creating an uninviting atmosphere. Sweet and Yelira gazed curiously at this previously unvisited locale. Vivian glanced around, reluctantly admitting that there was little to capture her interest. She purchased an ice cream from a shop and stood by the roadside, savoring it while reading a notice board adorned with a hodgepodge of advertisements, a few scattered missing person notices, and job postings. Sweet covertly nibbled at the ice cream, and Vivian noticed a missing cat notice featuring an adorably illustrated tabby cat. "Have you seen this cat? Isn't it delightful?" The notice read, "The cat is not lost. Rather, it is intended to uplift the spirits of all who behold this charming feline." As Vivian chuckled at the notice, she suddenly felt Yelira tug gently at her sleeve. Coming back to reality, she found herself face to face with a small boy whose expression was tinged with anxiety. Dressed in ill-fitting, tattered clothing, he appeared frail. With long black hair that bore a dull, greasy hue. His dark eyes held a haunting pallor, giving him an unhealthy appearance. Vivian hesitated momentarily, recognizing the boy's name on the system's embedded magical map. Severus Snape. I'm sorry, Snape's voice emerged hoarsely. I didn't mean to. His apology trailed off. For he had not collided with Vivian directly. Instead, he had run into a small air wall conjured by Ylyra. Snape had been trudging along with his head bowed, feeling somewhat dazed, when he unexpectedly struck something and looked up to find a beautiful little girl holding an ice cream cone gazing at him. Mistaking the encounter for a collision with her, he awkwardly offered his apologies. His father, inebriated and deranged, cared little for his well-being. His mother, Eileen a witch, seldom resisted Tobias's violence. Their home was a battleground of endless arguments, and Snape felt utterly superfluous within it. Most of the household funds had been squandered on Tobias's drinking, and during particularly volatile episodes, Eileen would discreetly provide Snape with a bit of hidden money to allow him to escape and hide somewhere. But where could he possibly go? Dizzy from fever, Snape felt as though he might perish at any moment. Vivian noticed a trace of blood concealed beneath his hairline and gently brushed aside the strands. However, Snape, fearing she intended to strike him, instinctively averted his head. In that moment, Vivian clearly observed a wound stretching from his face down to his neck, as if inflicted by shattered glass. The injury had gone untreated, forming a thin scab, with the edges slightly reddened. Realizing that he was likely still running a fever as her fingertips brushed against the skin at his neck, a surge of anger welled within her. In that instant, Vivian truly wished to deliver a swift and just retribution to each member of Severus's family. The placement of that wound was perilous, teetering on the edge of fatality. And here was Snape, feverish, wandering the streets alone. Vivian fed the remaining bits of her ice cream to Sweet before seizing Snape's wrist. The delicate wrist she encircled made her perceive Severus as even more slender than herself. Suddenly witnessing the vanishing ice cream, Severus momentarily believed he was succumbing to fever-induced hallucinations. Yet he could distinctly feel Vivian's gentle grasp around his wrist. Severus, I shall take you to a place. Severus blinked slowly, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Who was she, and how did she know his name? Was he truly on the brink of death? Vivian, with her other hand, took hold of Ylyra. Ylyra, we are going home, directly to the small workshop. With that, Ylyra escorted Vivian, along with Phoenix, Sweet, and Severus, directly through apparition to Vivian's small study in Holt Manor. Rest here for a moment. Vivian urged Severus to sit on the small sofa within the study. Before Severus could utter a word, Vivian had already dashed to the shelves in search of something. Dazed by the fever that clouded his vision, Severus obediently remained seated on the sofa, unperturbed. Anywhere would suffice. It mattered not. At least no one was attempting to harm him. As Severus began to drift into a foggy state of consciousness, shivers induced by fever made him curl up slightly, yet he feared upsetting the little girl who had brought him here, so he endeavored to sit up straight. Vivian returned from the shelves with a potion for colds and a small bottle of white fresh essence. She approached Severus, twisting the cap off the potion and bringing it to his lips. Severus, drink this first. Under her coaxing, the drowsy Severus consumed the potion, and a wave of warmth surged through his body. The potion had a slight spiciness to it, and he suddenly realized steam was emanating from his ears. He jolted awake, gazing at Vivian with wide eyes. She brushed aside his hair, causing a slight discomfort. This may sting a bit, Severus, bear with it. She gently applied the white fresh essence to the wound on the side of his face. It stung a little, but Severus did not blink. He watched Vivian tending to his injury, lost in a daze, pondering whether he might indeed be dead, perhaps lying in some alleyway in Corkworth. Do you have any other wounds? Vivian inquired. Severus raised a hand to touch the wound on his face, discovering that the gash inflicted by the shards of a shattered bottle had already healed. He stared blankly for a moment, realizing this might not be a mere figment of his imagination. My hoarse voice has returned to normal. Speaking no longer brings me pain. Thank you. He curled his fingertips tightly around the hem of his ill-fitting garment. When did we meet? I have no money. Noticing his improved demeanor, Vivian gently patted the back of his hand in a soothing manner. I am Vivian Holt. No need for money. Severus, are you hungry? Shall I take you to have something to eat? In Chapter 104, Time and I, Part 3. The attentive house elf Ylyra gently knocked on the door before entering with a beef pie and a cup of warm milk sweetened with sugar. Vivian peeled back half of the greaseproof paper enveloping the beef pie and handed it to Severus, making it easier for him to hold. The pie emanated an enticing aroma, and though Severus hesitated, he ultimately succumbed to his hunger and began to eat. He was genuinely famished. Earlier, due to the fever, he had lacked appetite and desire for food. However, now that the potion had cured him, the delectable food before him beckoned him to take a bite, and he truly felt his hunger. Vivian gave Ylira a thumbs-up gesture, which Ylira adorably responded to by wiggling her large ears before disappearing with a pop. Moments later, she reappeared, bringing 2 small cakes. Vivian picked up one of the cakes and sat beside Severus, sharing the treat, while also offering him the warm milk to prevent him from choking. Watching Severus's cheeks puff up slightly as he ate gave Vivian a delightful sense of having finally fed a beloved cat. Once Severus had satisfied his hunger, he found the energy to confront his current predicament. He gazed at Vivian, hesitating before speaking. Vivian. She nodded in affirmation, indicating that he could address her as such. The kindness she exuded was unmistakable, allowing Severus to relax a bit. Where's this? Are you a wizard too? Vivian replied, this is my home. Well, I suppose I am a wizard. If one can perform magic, then they are a wizard. Severus actually longed to inquire about when they had met. Why she had brought him to her home to heal him and feed him, but he sensed Vivian was avoiding that topic, and thus refrained from asking. Regardless of the reason, he had nothing and thus nothing to worry about. Vivian gently squeezed Severus's wrist, noticing his puzzled expression as he tilted his head. Severus, I must step out to tend to the potion field. Would you like to take a nap? Or shall we go see it together? Do you enjoy potion making? I am not tired, Severus replied, pausing momentarily before cautiously inquiring. May I accompany you? Vivian smiled at him. Of course. May I fetch you some altered old clothes? We will need to work together in the potion field. Severus nodded eagerly. Yes. I can do any task. Vivian exclaimed, wonderful. Let's find Severus a fitting outfit. The dependable house elf Ylira nimbly and swiftly crafted a new set of clothes tailored to Severus's height and build. Vivian waited outside for Severus to change, enthusiastically praising Ylira, who was also waiting to see if any adjustments were needed. It turned out that Ylira's skills were exceptional, and the clothes fit perfectly. Vivian smiled at Severus. Let us go while the daylight still lingers. She took him to the potion field, where Cece handed them gloves. Severus squatted at the edge of the potion field, observing why the yellow sorrel was not blooming. He had some knowledge of potions and herbs and knew that yellow sorrel was not a rare material and was not particularly demanding in terms of its growing conditions. Vivian crouched beside him. You find it strange as well, don't you? The previous soil and moisture levels were within acceptable ranges, yet the flowers simply refused to bloom. Cece, and I can only speculate that it is due to the heat combined with low humidity. Severus, without gloves, pinched some soil to examine. But it shouldn't be the case. After some contemplation, he was unable to uncover any other issues. So what now? Severus turned to Vivian. Perhaps due to his youth and slight malnutrition, his eyes, set against his somewhat gaunt face, appeared particularly prominent. Perhaps the potion had alleviated his fever, or perhaps he was in the presence of something he cherished. A spark of almost joyous vitality shone in his eyes, enlivening his entire being. Vivian handed Severus the bottle of nutritional potion they had prepared for the yellow sorrel. Use this for each plant. The dosage must be strictly controlled. It cannot be sprayed across the entire field, which makes the process tedious and cumbersome. The two of them, alongside Cece, toiled in the potion field until sunset. The sky ignited with golden red hues as Vivian called for Cece and Severus to take a break. Noticing that Severus showed no signs of stopping, she walked along the road to his side. Severus, let us rest for a while. Severus hesitated, looking at the many yellow sorrel plants that still required attention. Vivian removed her gloves and tugged at Severus's wrist to help him stand. You have just recovered from illness. Rest is essential. She smiled at him. You are far more important than these yellow sorrel plants. Snape gazed at her, momentarily taken aback, before being led away by Vivian, who grasped his wrist as they exited the herb garden. Under the small sunshade that Ylira had erected beside the garden, they were greeted by a cheerful wave from Cece, who had already joyfully hopped onto a chair beside a small round table, her bulbous eyes sparkling as she waved at them. Vivian seated herself beside Snape at the table sheltered from the sun. From the far end of the yard, the phoenix, Sweetie, strutted over with an air of confidence. Snape blinked in surprise. A phoenix? Vivian nodded. Her name is Sweetie. Snape inquired, why does Sweetie walk like that? Vivian mused, I'm not sure. Perhaps she enjoys the grounded feeling? After a moment's thought, she added, it might also be because I raised her. But clearly, I cannot fly. To Snape's astonishment, he nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning sound. Vivian teased, why does she believe everything you say, Severus? The little professor is simply adorable. The two little creatures, a phoenix and two house elves, began to relish the picturesque view of the fiery clouds and the lush green herb garden as they dined together. As the crimson hues of the sunset gradually faded, Snape sipped slowly from a glass of tangy juice, feeling as though the afternoon had unfolded like a dream. As twilight descended, the moon illuminated the darkened sky. Snape and Vivian sat on the steps of the residence, engaged in light conversation. Will these yellow sorrel bloom after we've applied the potion? Snape asked. Vivian leaned back against the step, gazing at the stars, and replied nonchalantly, I don't know. They might bloom, or they might not. What we're doing could merely be in vain, but without trying, we'll never know the outcome. Snape turned to Vivian, who sat beside him, and pondered, what if they don't bloom? Vivian smiled at him. Then nothing will come of it. If the flowers never bloom, we shall harvest the yellow sorrel that remains unflowered. Its uses are simply not as extensive as those that have blossomed. Shall you accompany me tomorrow to study potions? I have amassed numerous questions since I have only read halfway through my recent book. Would the future master of potions, Severus, be willing to enlighten me? Snape chuckled at her words. Is it possible that I may know less than you at this moment, Vivian? It is I who should ask you if you would enlighten me. Very well, Vivian responded with a smile directed toward Snape. In the days that followed, they spent their daylight hours in the herb garden with Cece, replenishing the potion supplies for the yellow sorrel. And their evenings gathered with Sweetie the Phoenix in the cozy study, enjoying literature together. At times, Snape found himself unable to resist the allure of Sweetie's exquisite feathers. Sweetie seemed to have formed a favorable impression of Severus, occasionally hopping onto his shoulder as if inviting him to play. Vivian had no desire for Snape to return to his home in Spinner's End, and she refrained from mentioning it altogether. Yet, even as they both sidestepped the topic, reality loomed large. Once they had tended to each yellow sorrel plant in the garden, Snape removed his gloves and, looking at Vivian, spoke softly, I must take my leave. Vivian. He observed her gentle smile and added, thank you. These past few days have been the happiest of my life. However, my mother is still at home. And I cannot. He paused for a moment before continuing. I have nothing now, Vivian. Perhaps in the future. Severus, your mother was quite adept at potion making. Wasn't she? Vivian queried. Though unsure of her motives, Snape dutifully nodded, yes. The Holt family is in need of an additional staff member at their apothecary in Diagon Alley. This was indeed true. Finding someone capable of overseeing a potion shop was no simple task. Currently, their apothecary only had one employee, and if that employee were to be indisposed, the shop would be forced to close. Vivian had always wished to hire another staff member so that both she and Severus could take turns resting, preventing either from becoming overly fatigued. Snape shook his head. She would not agree. She hasn't used magic in a long time. He trailed off, struggling to articulate the word father, adding, she would certainly not want my mother to go. Vivian replied, you will never know the outcome unless you try. Severus, may I accompany you to your home? Snape immediately responded, no. Realizing his tone had been too sharp, he softened his voice. Vivian, he is a drunkard. When he drinks, he becomes a madman. But we could bring Sweetie along. Although she appears a bit dull when walking on the ground, she is quite formidable, Vivian countered. Cece chimed in, raising her hand. This time, let Cece take her little master out. It's been ages since Cece has gone out to play. Indeed, we also have Cece. Cece's disillusionment charm is as impressive as Ylira's, Vivian added. Snape sighed. Sweetie and Cece appearing in the Muggle world would certainly cause trouble. Sweetie and Cece can conceal themselves. When I went to Nocturne Alley, Sweetie and Ylira were right beside me. Yet you didn't notice, did you? Snape recalled the mysteriously vanishing ice cream. And I am quite capable as well. I possess an old wand from the manor. She looked at Snape earnestly. Oh, Severus, let me take a swing at him. Vivian gazed at him sincerely. I truly wish to confront him. Spinner's End. As soon as he pushed the door open, the inebriated Tobias rose unsteadily in the living room, clutching a bottle. You actually decided to come back? Upon noticing Snape's clean, well-fitted attire, he questioned, where did you get the money? Tobias then turned his gaze to Vivian. You've brought someone. In a desperate attempt to silence Tobias, Snape grabbed an object by the door and hurled it at him. Cece, ever considerate, cast a vanishing spell on the bottle in Tobias's hand. Sweetie then lifted Vivian into the air. Take this, you old fool. With the assistance of Sweetie and Cece, she landed a punch that sent Tobias crashing into slumber. As Vivian prepared to deliver another kick, Eileen stumbled out from within, struggling against the door. Snape instinctively shielded Vivian behind him. Don't kill him. Eileen interposed in front of Tobias. She appeared to be in poor condition, exuding an almost sickly fragility, her gaze toward Vivian and Severus filled with gloom. Perhaps due to an injury, she wobbled slightly before crouching down, hugging her knees, and stubbornly repeating, don't kill him. Vivian acknowledged that she had previously wanted to deliver a punch to Eileen as well, but upon seeing her, she found herself unable to do so. She crouched down to meet Eileen's gaze, softly inquiring, Miss Prince, is that correct? Eileen paused before responding, I have been disowned by the Prince family. My name is Vivian Holt. The Holt family has an apothecary in Diagon Alley that requires an additional staff member. Eileen shook her head. Tobias does not like magic. Vivian calmly countered. He simply harbors an equal disdain for anyone stronger than himself. Tobias won't agree, Eileen insisted stubbornly. In fact, I believe that if you tell him the money earned will be used to buy him alcohol, that old fool would be more than willing. He would prefer it if you worked every day, Vivian asserted. Eileen shook her head. Miss Holt, I cannot leave Severus alone in the house with him. She was acutely aware that the potential consequences of such an arrangement would either lead to Tobias's demise or Severus's. Vivian replied calmly, I will take Severus away. As she uttered these words, she felt a flicker of concern that the little professor might oppose her or attempt to flee. Thus, as Vivian spoke, she raised her hand to grasp the wrist of Severus, who stood beside her. However, in truth, Severus felt somewhat bewildered. He watched Vivian, half-crouched and gazing at her mother while holding his wrist, and found her posture a tad awkward and likely exhausting. Consequently, Severus allowed her to hold his wrist and crouched down beside her. Suddenly, Vivian felt a surge of confidence, regardless of how one might decide. She was determined to take Severus with her. In a soft voice, she addressed Miss Prince, no matter the reason behind your reluctance to defy Tobias. Your own safety is at stake. I respect any decision you make, but I must take Severus away. Eileen remained silent for a considerable time, casting a glance at Vivian, who was likely just over 10 years old, and hoarsely inquired, Can you make decisions regarding the shop's affairs? In families of slightly larger wizarding lineages, it was not entirely uncommon for young children to have a say in certain business matters. Eileen, hailing from a pure-blood background, did not question Vivian's assertions. Indeed, Vivian affirmed confidently. In fact, the apothecary business had been something she and Sis had developed over the past 2 years. Although her father, Collar Holt, possessed an extraordinary talent for alchemy, with the Holt family's business encompassing a significant portion of the wizarding world in Britain, Collar was somewhat of a disaster in practical potions. The simplest of concoctions could explode under his care. After a moment of silence, Eileen appeared to have made up her mind. She looked at Vivian and said, If you trust me, I do not seek compensation. A meal is sufficient. I am capable of anything. And I implore you for one thing. Do not allow Tobias to find Severus. I am not a competent mother, unable to care for my child. I can do anything. I will learn what I do not know. I beg you, do not harm Severus. Vivian sighed in relief, gazing at Eileen. Of course. I assure you, Miss Prince. In truth, Vivian did not possess an overwhelming desire to assist others. Initially, she had no intention of taking Eileen away. Had Severus not expressed concern for his mother when he mentioned wanting to leave, Vivian would have merely intended to take the young professor away from Spinner's End. It was only at that moment that she realized, despite his disdain for his home, Severus still held feelings for Eileen. If that was what he desired, she would help him attain it. As for Eileen's final words, Vivian believed only a fraction of them. She was not operating a shop in Nocturne Alley, after all. Every magical contract within the shop would be filed with the Ministry of Magic, rendering the notion of working without compensation utterly implausible. Eileen, having grown up in the wizarding world, surely could not be unaware of this. To whom those words were ultimately directed, Vivian refrained from commenting. She was not truly a child of less than 10 years. Indeed, she currently stood unreasonably by Severus's side. If Eileen genuinely cared for Severus, as a witch, she could employ any means necessary to leave Tobias. Moreover, even if Eileen did not wish to leave Tobias, would it truly be so difficult to intimidate him into not harming Severus? Vivian rose to her feet, and Severus, still grasped by her wrist, obediently followed suit. Let us gather our belongings, Miss Prince. Since you have resolved to depart, we must do so immediately, lest this old fool awakens and regrets it. Severus assisted Eileen, providing her with support to stand. Observing Eileen retreat into the house to collect her things, Vivian irritably kicked Tobias, who lay in a heap, fast asleep. Young Snape seized the opportunity to deliver a few blows to Tobias, seemingly attempting to vent pent-up emotions, yet suppressing any sound. Vivian felt a pang of sympathy as she noticed his silent tears. She gently wiped away his tears while softly reassuring him. It is all right, Severus. We shall never see that scoundrel again. Though Tobias remained alive, he would be left to his own devices. Yet, Vivian would no longer permit him the chance to harm Severus. Do not be afraid. She gently patted the slender back of the young professor, comforting him. We are leaving. The Phoenix, Sweetie, approached to offer consolation, and upon seeing her strut over, Severus could not help but smile. There was no denying that Sweetie's manner of walking was irresistibly amusing. Even Vivian found herself unable to suppress a smile. Eileen emerged, carrying a small bundle of belongings, and her gaze fell upon the Phoenix perched atop Vivian's head. Vivian raised an eyebrow at Eileen, her Phoenix perched above. Though Sweetie might appear somewhat daft and endearing, she was, in fact, quite formidable. Previously, Collar had worried about Vivian's safety at home or when venturing outside alone, to test Sweetie's ability to protect Vivian. He had engaged in a light spar with her at the manor. With spells and alchemical items at play, Sweetie had effortlessly flapped her wings, tilting her head at Collar as if to say, not bad, but try a little harder. With 999 more efforts, you might just catch me. Collar raised his hand in surrender, acknowledging his defeat, and then, feeling somewhat aggrieved, sought solace from Felicia. It was not common for a phoenix to accompany a witch, so Vivian believed Sweetie could serve, to some extent, as a deterrent. Sis snapped her fingers, appearing before everyone. Young master. Sis will take Miss Prince to the apothecary to sign the magical contract. Vivian nodded. Thank you, sis. We shall head to Diagon Alley. Just as Sis was about to lead Eileen away through apparition, Sweetie unfurled her wings. A soft golden light, reminiscent of flames, illuminated the space as Sweetie carried Vivian and Severus onward to the whole family apothecary. The shop's attendant had evidently grown accustomed to Vivian's occasional appearances. From behind the counter, she greeted Vivian with a smile. Good afternoon, Miss Holt. Are you here to play in Diagon Alley with your friends? Indeed, sister. However, I have some other matters to attend to. We have hired a new employee, so we can finally take turns resting. How delightful. A break. The attendant replied. Vivian instructed Sweetie to perch on Severus's shoulder, smiling at the young professor. Why don't you explore the shop with Sweetie while I handle the contract matters? Severus nodded in agreement. Very well. Had Vivian encountered a 30-year-old professor, she suspected Severus would have already confronted her with Veritaserum, demanding to know her true intentions behind these recent actions. Yet, the current Severus had begun to gaze at her with trust-filled eyes. Vivian and Sis assisted Eileen in signing the employment contract on the second floor of the shop, ensuring that her remuneration and accommodations mirrored those of the attendant. Sis adjusted the space and walls adjacent to the former attendant's single dormitory, creating a new single dormitory for Eileen. Before leaving, Vivian prepaid Eileen's salary for a month. Miss Prince, I will bring Severus to Diagon Alley periodically, she softly informed Eileen. If you have clung to that drunkard out of a lack of alternatives, I hope this can serve as your fresh beginning. May you truly love Severus as you profess. With that, she and Sis descended the stairs. The young professor was curiously examining the various potions and materials displayed on the shelf alongside Sweetie. Upon hearing Vivian's footsteps, he turned to her with a faint smile. Vivian approached him, taking Sweetie back into her arms. Would you like to go upstairs and chat for a while? I am in the process of organizing my living space. Noticing the hesitant expression on Severus's face, she encouraged him. Go on, Sweetie, and I will wait for you downstairs. Sis then led Severus upstairs to visit Eileen. In the quaint little shop, with few patrons present, Vivian engaged in pleasant conversation with the shopkeeper alongside her companion, Tia. Tia flitted about the counter, eliciting smiles from the shopkeeper, who occasionally stroked the striking red and gold feathers of the phoenix. Vivian briefly shared errand circumstances with the shopkeeper, who responded with an okay gesture, indicating her complete understanding. Vivian advised the shopkeeper to reach out to her if any issues arose, whether through the Flu network, a letter, or simply by seeking out Tia. The shopkeeper winked at Vivian, assuring her of her well-being, saying, You know me well enough. If anything happens, I will raise my voice louder than a mandrake's cry and run faster than the Hogwarts Express. There's no need to worry about me. Vivian replied, Indeed. In Chapter 107, Time and I, 6, as Severus descended the stairs, Vivian was busy planning an outing to Diagon Alley with Tia. Tia expressed a keen interest in the ice cream parlor there, while Vivian wished to explore the Leaky Cauldron bookstore. Ultimately, they decided to enjoy both activities. Vivian led Severus through the aisles of peculiar tomes in the bookstore, purchasing any that piqued her interest. Severus initially attempted to dissuade her, but Vivian, with an innocent expression, countered, But I will take you home, and you must help me tend to the herb garden. She gazed at Severus with a smile, adding, In my eyes, you deserve nothing but the best. Playfully, she suggested, Future Master of Potions Severus, would you consider working for me? The remuneration is quite generous. To her surprise, Severus earnestly replied, Yes. Taken aback, Vivian promptly handed him the books, saying, Then you certainly cannot refuse these. Severus cradled the volumes in his arms and softly echoed, All right. Vivian purchased 5 ice creams, and she, Severus, Tia, and the house elf, Cece, sat in the shop, delighting in their treats. The remaining ice cream was magically preserved to prevent it from melting, intended for Yelira upon their return home. Once home, they found Yelira standing beside the herb garden, waving cheerfully as she exclaimed, Look, little master, the yellow-flowered sorrel has bloomed. Indeed, it had blossomed. Although only the first batch treated with potions had flowered, it was anticipated that the remaining yellow-flowered sorrel would soon follow suit. Cece was overjoyed, exclaiming, Hooray, it has finally bloomed. Yelira conjured sparkling confetti above Vivian and Cece in celebration. Tia thoughtfully lifted Severus, who had been standing outside the confetti's reach, placing him beside Vivian and chirping sweetly in celebration. Vivian remarked, Severus, look, the yellow-flowered sorrel has blossomed. Our efforts were not in vain. While it felt odd being lifted by Tia, Severus could not help but feel elated. After such a long wait, the flowers had finally bloomed. As Vivian watched the shimmering confetti fall upon Severus, She found his smile truly endearing. May your future be as vibrant as a field of flowers, my dear Severus. Vivian penned a new letter to her parents, informing them of her hiring a new potion shop assistant and briefly outlining Aaron's situation. She also mentioned that she had brought Severus home, arranging for him to stay in a vacant bedroom on the second floor. At the letter's conclusion, she sketched 2 adorable kittens, a charming little bird walking on the ground, and 2 little elves with large ears holding a banner that read, "Waiting for Mom and Dad to come home." Severus made himself a permanent resident at Holt Manor. Corolla and Facilia took a liking to him. Facilia had previously felt that her daughter was too mature for her age, as Vivian rarely ventured into mischief with children her own age and seldom made demands of her and Corolla. Facilia recalled that in the past 2 years, her daughter had requested only 2 things: to care for the Phoenix, Tia, and to open a potion shop in Diagon Alley with Cece. Thus, upon learning that Vivian had found a peer to spend time with, Facilia and Corolla felt genuinely pleased. However, it soon became apparent to them why their daughter enjoyed Severus's company. Both shared an affinity for the herb garden, the tomes on potion making in the study, and the joy of successfully brewing potions. Initially, Corolla had hoped Severus would encourage Vivian to be more spirited and perhaps engage in a bit of mischief. Instead, she realized, the potion concentration in the house has increased again, and alchemy can indeed be quite fascinating. Yelira, the most concerned of all at Holt Manor, noted that the percentage of those who neglected sleep and meals when busy was a staggering 100%. Facilia, who would stay up late writing when inspiration struck, Corolla, who would become engrossed in alchemical engravings, and Vivian and Severus, who would lose track of time while brewing potions. Yelira felt it was imperative to unite with Cece and Tia to ensure everyone maintained a proper schedule for meals and rest. Tia chirped in agreement. Chirp. I'll go remind Vivian and Severus. Vivian discerned that there were distinctions among potion-making talents. For instance, while Severus did not succeed on his first attempt at brewing every potion, his failures manifested as odd textures, unusual colors, or altered effects. In contrast, Vivian's failures typically resulted in one outcome: an exploding cauldron. Vivian mused that, from a certain perspective, her potion-making talent was commendable, as her and Severus's initial success rates and the quality of subsequent potions brewed were comparable. Yet, she perhaps inherited some of Corolla's cauldron killer traits. After Severus, maintaining his stern demeanor, used the manor's old wand for the 3rd time to assist Vivian in clearing away a cauldron on the verge of explosion, she could no longer suppress her laughter, erupting into giggles until she settled onto the sofa, clutching a cushion. Severus, somewhat exasperated, joined her, questioning, "Is the explosion of a cauldron truly that amusing?" Vivian replied, "Not exactly." She chuckled again, adding, "Severus, you seem like a high-speed cauldron cleaning machine." Severus, holding the cushion, turned his head slightly and hummed softly. "For whom am I doing this?" The way he spoke ended with a gentle lilt, making it sound far from a complaint. Vivian squeezed his arm, affirming, For me. I know." Facilia's latest published novel was a suspenseful romantic mystery set in a snowstorm. Before its release, she had declined reading requests from Corolla, Vivian, and Severus, citing that it felt odd for her family to see her work, especially since it was a horror story not suitable for children. The trio agreed wholeheartedly, assuring her they would not read it. Yet, soon after, Vivian and Severus encountered Corolla in a bookstore in Surrey, who was delightfully purchasing a copy for herself, Vivian, and Severus. As they exited with their books, they came face to face with Facilia, who wore an expression of knowing amusement. Corolla exclaimed, "Dear, let me explain. It was a coincidence. They didn't lead the way." Facilia smiled, somewhat helplessly, at the 3 of them, saying, "I knew it. Next time, I will just show you directly." She affectionately ruffled Vivian's and Severus's hair, saying, "Now, let's go home for dinner." Vivian chimed in, "Yes, let's go home for dinner." That evening, Vivian and Severus cuddled with their books in the small study, reading well into the night. As the hours passed, Vivian suggested, "Why don't we sleep in the small study with Tia tonight?" Severus, still shaken by the horror novel, replied, "You take the sofa. I will sleep on the floor." Sweet, unaware of what has transpired. Chirp. Chapter 108. Time and I, 7. At regular intervals, Vivian would take Sweet and Severus to the apothecary. Sometimes, they would venture forth to replenish their stock of the latest potions and ingredients, while other times, it was simply an opportunity to share a meal together. The shop assistant, though nearly a decade younger than Eileen, was gentle and vivacious, her conversations bursting with charm. It didn't take long for Eileen to become acquainted with her after starting work at the store. Having distanced herself from that old curmudgeon Tobiah, Eileen gradually ceased her self-deception as she immersed herself in work. Perhaps she and Tobiah had shared some genuine feelings initially. After leaving her original family to marry Tobiah, she was disowned by the Prince family. Eileen dared not return to the Prince household, and instead poured all her emotional investment into Tobiah, even as he succumbed to alcoholism. Becoming erratic and violent, she clung to her denial of reality. Yet, once Eileen rediscovered her life's purpose and realized that her existence would improve apart from Tobiah, she likely began to perceive her past self as rather foolish. Gradually, Eileen focused her energies on managing the apothecary alongside the shop assistant and nurturing her child, Severus. Initially, young Snape found it a bit disconcerting. Feeling himself no longer a child, he was held in Eileen's embrace, bewildered and uncertain of where to place his hands. He allowed his mother to caress his now rounder cheeks, gazing up at Eileen with his bright, dark eyes, smiling obediently. Vivian, at the counter, was playfully ruffling Phoenix's sweet while discussing recent accounts with the shop assistant. Smile more, my dear Severus. Eileen resumed brewing potions, having crafted numerous finished concoctions for the apothecary over the past year. Subsequently, Vivian and Eileen entered into a supply contract. Though Eileen insisted on slashing her profits by more than half, reasoning that the Holt family had already supported her and Severus significantly. She would feel remiss if she did not reciprocate in some way. Vivian remarked, when Eileen is obstinate, not even 10 bulls could steer her otherwise. Thus, it was unnecessary to quarrel about it in the shop. Ultimately, she acquiesced to Eileen's wishes and signed a short-term contract for purchasing potions at a reduced price, intending to revert to the standard acquisition rate once the contract expired. When the owl delivered the enrollment letters to the 2 children, everyone was gathered in the living room, encircled around a watermelon. Since the delivery address was at Holt Manor, this adorable owl brought along 2 letters. All right, it's time for Hogwarts, Corolla exclaimed. Facilia curiously poked the owl hooted, parting its feathers to reveal its long legs. The astonished Phoenix sweet remarked, brain is momentarily halted. Vivian exclaimed, wow, a raptor with long legs. Severus widened his eyes, the owl's legs are so long. How strange. Let me take another look. The owl, somewhat speechless, stepped back 2 paces. Observing the owl's retreating movement, the house elves Cece and Ylira exchanged glances, silently agreeing. No laughing, let's just enjoy the watermelon. Realizing only she remembered the owl was there to deliver the enrollment letters, Corolla said, wipe your hands and retrieve the letters from the owl. Corolla encouraged everyone to continue enjoying the watermelon while he took it upon himself to write a reply. In essence, he informed that both children had received their letters and that they would visit Diagon Alley together to purchase the necessary items before school commenced, ensuring they would be on the platform in time for the train on the opening day. The owl took the reply and flapped its wings as it flew away. Corolla then shared some of his own school experiences, reminiscing about how dismal his potion grades had been. His potion professor would always express disbelief, as if to say, how on earth did you end up in Ravenclaw with these potion grades? He also introduced the children to several prominent wizarding families currently in vogue, such as the Malfoy family they had encountered in Diagon Alley. With a flick of his wand, Corolla conjured an image of their encounter with the Malfoys. Their family is quite recognizable. Old Malfoy's child is named Lucius, slightly older than you, in Slytherin House. Corolla waved his wand again, changing the image. The eldest son of the Black family should also be starting school this year, though I heard from the eldest matriarch of the Black family that the current head's eldest son is rather rebellious. Vivian remarked, that eldest son must refer to Sirius. She felt that the matriarch's characterization of him as rebellious was still somewhat diplomatic. Severus, recalling a recent encounter, added, just a bit rebellious? Last time, I saw the Black matriarch chasing after that eldest son with a broomstick. It was evident that for the matriarch, who typically favored her grandchildren, to be incensed enough to chase him down the street indicated that rebellious was a gross understatement. Corolla changed the image once more, revealing the Potter family. Their family is also easily identifiable. You can tell by their hairstyles. Fleamont Potter was quite elderly when he had his child, who also begins school this year. Corolla summoned additional images to introduce the heads and professors of the school, ultimately concluding, in any case, whatever happens at school, come to me for assistance. Whether it's joyous occasions or distressing matters, if you face bullying or find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to confide in your family, all right? Vivian nodded, okay, Daddy. Severus nodded obediently in agreement. That afternoon, Vivian and Severus took Sweet and Ylira to Diagon Alley. They first visited the Holt family's apothecary. Severus, thrilled with his enrollment letter, eagerly sought out Eileen to share the news. The reliable shop assistant swiftly packaged 2 essential potion supply kits for the upcoming school year. Vivian accepted the kits and stowed them into the alchemical satchel Corolla had given her. Eileen gifted each child a small vial of Felix Felicis as a back-to-school present, a potion she had brewed intermittently during her spare time over the past year. How delightful, Felix Felicis, even if we don't need it. It's nice to have for collection, Vivian exclaimed. After bidding farewell to Eileen and the shop assistant, they proceeded to Mr. Ollivander's wand shop. Sweet perched on Vivian's shoulder, curiously watching a young wizard in front of them as he created a cloud of black smoke while testing a wand. The reliable house elf cast a protective charm over everyone, and together, Vivian, Severus, Sweet, and Ylyra safely enjoyed the spectacle. Severus remarked, "Mr. Ollivander can float as well, thankfully." He landed smoothly. Vivian added, "Mr. Ollivander certainly maintains a splendid demeanor." Chapter 109, Time and I 8. With the wand purchase complete, the preparations for the school year were largely finalized. The ensuing tasks were straightforward. They would visit Flourish and Blots to acquire the textbooks listed by the school, and then proceed to Madame Malkin's robe shop for uniform fittings. Ylyra went to discuss measurements and other details with Madame Malkin, while Vivian and Severus sat together, engaging in conversation during the wait. "Do you have a particular house you favor?" Severus inquired. Vivian, stroking Sweet's tail fur, replied, "Ravenclaw? But I suppose it ultimately depends on the sorting hat. I feel all 4 houses are quite splendid." Severus also fondled Sweet's tail, saying, "My mother was in Slytherin." Vivian responded, "Perhaps you will be sorted into Slytherin as well." Snape lifted his gaze to meet hers, and Vivian thought she saw a glimmer of light in his eyes. Could it be? She smiled back at him, perhaps. Yet, Snape's tone turned somewhat melancholic. "Then we may not be sorted into the same house." Vivian gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind his ear. "Even if we are not sorted into the same house, we can still be together. We will share meals and visit the library together, won't we?" Snape looked at her and softly replied, "Yes." "So it's settled then? Even if we are in different houses, you mustn't ignore me." Vivian answered without hesitation, "Of course, my Severus." She lightly squeezed Snape's arm and smiled into his dark eyes. "How could I possibly ignore you?" Just then, Yalila approached with their custom uniforms, and they left the robe shop together. Before long, they found themselves wandering into the owl shop. Peering through the shop window at the owls, the little phoenix, Sweetie, suddenly fluttered above Vivian and Snape. Chirping twice as if to inquire, "Isn't one of me enough? Do you wish to adopt an owl as well?" With practiced ease, Severus took Sweetie down from his head, and exchanging a knowing glance with Vivian, they turned to follow Yalila to the ice cream shop. "Sweetie is so adorable. Having her is certainly sufficient." By the time they returned home, it was dinner time. Yalila transported Vivian, Severus, and Sweetie home via apparition. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a splendid meal prepared by Cece and Felicia. "Delightful. My wife's cooking is simply exquisite," exclaimed Cora. Vivian and Severus both felt that Cora was an entirely different character at home compared to outside. Vivian considered her father's public persona to be quite formidable. His expression often stoic and intimidating, yet he appeared childlike in the presence of her mother. On the first day of school, Eileen had deliberately swapped shifts with a shop assistant to escort the 2 children to school. Cora and Felicia also came to the platform to see Vivian and Severus off, and even Cece and Yalila were present. Sweetie, as the only creature in attendance who could accompany Vivian and Severus to Hogwarts, joyfully bobbed her head. After saying their goodbyes, Severus and Vivian, along with Sweetie and their luggage, passed through platform 9 3/4. They boarded the train and walked swiftly to the rear, finally finding an empty compartment. Sweetie kindly helped the 2 young wizards stow their luggage in the corner of the compartment. "Sweetie, you're wonderful," they praised. Vivian and Severus settled into seats facing each other by the window, with a small table between them. Vivian rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him. Snape, feeling slightly bashful under her scrutiny, blinked and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Vivian shook her head, and Sweetie, perched on her shoulder, mimicked the gesture. "No, not at all," she replied. She then lifted Sweetie from her shoulder and placed her on her lap, looking at Snape with feigned innocence. "Am I not allowed to look at you?" Snape lowered his gaze and smiled. "Of course you may, Vivian. Look as long as you wish." Over the past 2 years, his health had improved significantly. No longer did he appear malnourished, and he had grown taller. His neatly groomed hair looked soft and glossy. Following Eileen's suggestion, Severus had tried tying back the upper part of his hair, leaving some strands loose at his forehead and ears. Vivian felt it was time to commend Mrs. Eileen on her current aesthetic sensibilities, though she could not agree with her past choices. Vivian vividly recalled the joy she felt when Severus first adopted this hairstyle, as she had eagerly taken him shopping for delightful hair accessories and bands. The deep green band he wore now was a gift from her. As the train glided past a vast lake, its surface mirrored the sky, reflecting the white clouds like a pristine glass. The view outside the train window resembled a fantastical dreamscape, transformed by the world. An attendant pushing a snack cart passed by their compartment and inquired if they wished to purchase anything. Although Yalila had prepared pies for them, Severus noticed the curiosity in Vivian and Sweetie's eyes as they looked at the snacks on the cart, so he stepped out to choose some safe treats. Returning to the compartment with an assortment of snacks, Severus noted that he had even brought Sweetie's share. Sweetie happily hopped onto the small table, nuzzling his hand in gratitude. Vivian opened a chocolate frog, but before she could glimpse the card inside, it leapt from her hands and out of the box. "My chocolate frog has flown away," she exclaimed. Just as she began to speak, Severus effortlessly raised his right hand, pinching the frog's hind leg between his fingers. The little creature flapped futilely for a moment before becoming a flat, lifeless chocolate frog. Vivian continued, "Severus, that was so impressive." Snape handed the now unremarkable chocolate to Vivian. Although he suspected that her initial comments would likely have revolved around her lost chocolate frog, he found inexplicable joy in hearing her refer to him as my Severus. Even if this instance was merely coincidental, the flattened chocolate frog transformed into a long strip, which Vivian propped upright in its original box before examining the card she had unwrapped. To her surprise, it was not Dumbledore, but rather Salazar Slytherin. Staring at the card depicting one of the founders of Hogwarts, she turned it around to show Severus, who smiled and revealed his own card, Rowena Ravenclaw. In that moment, they both glanced at Sweetie, who was struggling with her own chocolate frog box. "Do you think she will get Gryffindor or Hufflepuff?" Severus mused. "I suspect it might just be Dumbledore," Vivian replied. Sweetie finally extracted her card from the box, and indeed, it was Dumbledore. Chapter 110, Time and I-9. The snacks were not very filling, and Sweetie had quite the appetite. Thus, they indulged in the snacks along with Yulila's provisions while admiring the scenery outside. As the train journey progressed past the halfway point, Severus cleared the small table and moved to sit beside Vivian. They casually picked up a mystery novel recently recommended by Felicia and began to read, occasionally exchanging their speculations about the identity of the culprit. Sweetie bounced between Vivian's lap and Severus's, ensuring that neither of them would feel uncomfortable. Just as Vivian and Severus became engrossed in their reading, a sudden knock on the compartment door startled them both. They exchanged glances, chuckling at each other's startled reactions. The door swung open, revealing two little girls. One had long red hair and striking green eyes. "We apologize for the interruption. Our original compartment was suddenly filled with several people. Would you mind if we joined you for a while?" Vivian and Severus both shook their heads in response, indicating that they certainly did not mind. Vivian said, "Please, come in and take a seat. It will be quite some time before we reach our destination." Another young girl with beautiful golden curls beamed with joy, and both girls laughed happily, expressing their gratitude. Hand in hand, they settled across from Vivian and Severus. Snape discreetly gathered the novel that had been spread across the table. "Forgive me for not introducing myself. I am Lily Evans, but you may call me Lily. I am a first-year student this year." The other girl chimed in. "I am Karina Glennion, also a first year." Sweetie, the phoenix, leapt from Severus's lap onto the table. Vivian instinctively raised her hand to shield Severus from Sweetie's feathery tail, preventing it from sweeping across his eyes. "I am Vivian Holt," she introduced herself. Severus followed suit. "I am Severus Snape, and like Vivian, I am a newcomer." Finally, Vivian introduced the phoenix that had just landed on the table, instantly capturing the attention of the two young girls. "This is Sweetie," Lily exclaimed. "Sweetie is so beautiful." Karina added, "It truly is a phoenix." She gazed at Sweetie, then looked back at Vivian, delight radiating from her. "I heard my father mention that the Holt family seems to have a phoenix, but this is my first time seeing one. It is truly magnificent, just like Vivian." Severus concurred. "I must agree, both Vivian and Sweetie are indeed stunning." Vivian responded playfully, "When complimented by such lovely girls, one must return the favor." Decades later, the latest generation of Hogwarts heads would occasionally reminisce about their initial meeting in the train compartment. Lily casually mentioned that she had been pondering what would happen if the headmaster discovered she was just an ordinary girl upon arriving at Hogwarts. Karina confessed, "To be honest, the moment I entered that compartment, I deduced that Severus and Vivian had likely just enjoyed beef pie and apple tart." Severus remarked, "Remarkably accurate." Lily added, "I wagered with James that at that moment, Severus was certainly thinking of Vivian." Severus replied, "Another correct guess. It is unfortunate that I would have liked to see what James looked like bald." Vivian mused, "I was rather abstract. I was contemplating whether I could summon Azkaban should I encounter Voldemort in the future." Albus Dumbledore, passing by, commented, "Ah, to be young again, each with their own worries." Returning to the present, the future heads were still first-year students. After receiving the consent of Vivian, Severus, and Sweetie, Karina and Lily curiously reached out to touch Sweetie's feathers. Proudly, Sweetie raised its head, showcasing its golden-red plumage. As they crossed the Black Lake by boat, darkness enveloped the sky, and stars began to twinkle against the night. Sweetie chirped a greeting to Vivian and Severus before flapping its wings and soaring off to explore the vicinity of the castle. The castle, aglow with lights in the night, exuded an enchanting fairy tale ambience. Upon reaching the shore, Severus was the first to leap from the boat. He extended his hand to Vivian, assisting her as she disembarked. After jumping down while holding Severus's hand, Vivian reached out to help Lily, who in turn extended her hand to Karina as she descended. Hagrid, carrying a lantern, guided the young witches and wizards toward the castle entrance. The path was somewhat uneven, prompting Vivian to simply hold Severus's hand as they proceeded together. Professor McGonagall led everyone into the castle for the sorting ceremony. Sirius Black was sorted into Gryffindor, after which murmurs seemed to arise from the Slytherin table. Vivian glanced in that direction, matching names with those on the enchanted map. The striking young lady with a displeased expression must be Narcissa Black, Sirius's cousin. However, Sirius appeared unperturbed by the discussions at the Slytherin table, looking quite pleased as he hummed a tune while making his way to the Gryffindor table. The first name called among the four was Karina Glennion. With a wave to Lily, Vivian, and Severus, she calmly but excitedly approached the front to don the sorting hat. It seemed the hat conversed with Karina for a moment before exclaiming, "Hufflepuff!" Removing the hat, Karina gleefully sprinted to the Hufflepuff table, raising her hands in a heart gesture above her head towards Lily. Lily reciprocated with a cheerful heart sign. Next was Lily. She appeared a tad nervous, embracing Vivian before stepping forward. The Gryffindor table erupted in warm applause, welcoming their new companion. Professor McGonagall then called Severus's name. Vivian squeezed his arm, smiling at him. "Don't be nervous, my Severus." Severus replied softly, as he stepped forward to wear the sorting hat. "Slytherin," the hat announced, as he removed it. He gazed at Vivian with a smile, and amidst the applause, Severus swiftly made his way to the Slytherin table. Vivian noticed him shaking hands with Lucius, who seemed to be the current Slytherin prefect. With only a few names left, Professor McGonagall finally called out Vivian's name. She jogged a few steps forward. The sorting hat began to hum a tune in her mind. "Ah, another Holt. Let me ponder where to place you. Much like your father, insightful and clever." "I appreciate that." "Ravenclaw?" Vivian mentally replied to the hat. Yes. "Ravenclaw," the sorting hat joyfully proclaimed. Chapter 111. Time and I, 10. Headmaster Dumbledore delivered a speech, and then the hall officially commenced the feast. Sweetie, having flown into the castle from who knows where, suddenly landed on Vivian's lap, chirping twice. Vivian softly inquired, "Did you go to find the headmaster? Have you seen the other Phoenix at the school?" Sweetie responded, "Chirp. Yes, I have. It invited me to come play. And we can eat the headmaster's sweets together." Vivian mused. The old headmaster's sweets might be slightly too sweet, but then again, Sweetie loves sweetness. So perhaps it finds them just right. Unable to resist, Vivian glanced at the headmaster's seat, only to find Dumbledore winking at her, raising her glass filled with juice. She offered a toast from afar. She stroked Sweetie's feathers and quietly proposed, "Could you stay with Severus for a while?" Sweetie asked, "Chirp? What is wrong with Severus?" Vivian honestly replied, "It's nothing serious. I just worry about him." The Slytherin house was somewhat unsettled due to the rising influence of Voldemort. While Vivian could attend most classes with Severus and often share meals and library visits, they were not in the same house. And she was genuinely concerned that her beloved cat, who had finally begun to flourish and be happy after much effort, might be bullied. Sweetie assured her, "Chirp. Leave it to me. If anyone bullies him, I'll send the bad guys flying. But if you ever need anything, remember to call me to teleport." Vivian gently patted Sweetie's wing tips, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I am quite capable too." After a long silence, the system finally chimed in. Friendly reminder, every card provided by the system can be triggered instantly. "Oh, Fire Shield will protect you." Startled by the long-awaited voice of the system, Vivian exclaimed, "Although, the Fire Shield should not be used recklessly, or I might find myself sent to Nurmengard." Sweetie snatched 2 pieces of sweet apple from Vivian's plate and then flapped its wings, soaring directly into Severus's arms. As Severus was engaged in polite conversation with Lucius, he glanced down to stroke Sweetie's feathers, asking, "Is Vivian looking for him?" Sweetie gently tapped Severus's leg with its paw, signaling that there was nothing amiss, and continued chatting. Severus glanced over at Vivian, who was watching him while munching on a chicken leg. As Vivian gazed at him, her eyes curled into a crescent shape. Severus, understanding her silent message, felt an inexplicable joy swell within him. While casually feeding the apple on the table to Sweetie, he resumed the conversation he had been having with Lucius. He had always known this truth. Perhaps to others, Severus Snape was merely an inconsequential figure. But from the moment Vivian had brought him home, he had been acutely aware of her deep affection for him. "Did you sleep well last night?" Vivian inquired as she settled into the seat beside Severus, clutching a book. "Quite well," he replied, retrieving a textbook from Vivian's desk to place in front of him. "And you?" "Very well," Vivian said, brushing a stray lock of hair behind his ear. "I'm quite worried about the first lesson being history of magic. I might just doze off." Severus recalled Professor Bin's lecture style. "Shall I wake you, or would you prefer to sleep through it?" He teased. Do wake me, please." "Sleeping in class isn't ideal," Vivian responded. Severus agreed with a smile. Sweetie, who had joined them for class, chirped softly, confidently asserting that if Severus fell asleep, it would take it upon itself to peck everyone awake. The History of Magic class was a large lecture attended by the entire year group due to its lack of inherent danger, unlike potions, flying, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts, which required constant supervision to prevent mishaps among young witches and wizards. Slytherin and Ravenclaw would not share the afternoon class, so Vivian and Severus made plans to meet in the corridor after their lessons for dinner before heading to the library together. With some time before class commenced, Vivian and Severus engaged in light banter, reminiscing about an unsolved mystery novel they had previously read. Lily and Karina soon arrived, taking seats in the same row as Vivian and Severus, with Lily next to Vivian and Karina beside Lily. Professor Binns, with remarkable efficiency, soon had Karina slumbering at her desk. Meanwhile, a struggling Lily protested, "No, I can't sleep in the first class of the term." After a while, Vivian extended her right hand to catch Lily's forehead just before it crashed onto the desk, gently withdrawing her hand afterward. The good news was that Karina had awakened, and Vivian watched as Karina blinked in confusion before resuming her notes from where Lily had left off. Severus discreetly tugged at Vivian's left sleeve, his captivating dark eyes meeting hers as he silently mouthed, "My leg is numb." Vivian, detecting a hint of grievance on his otherwise impassive face, hastily lifted Sweetie, who had been slumped awkwardly on Severus's lap, onto her own. Severus slowly extended his leg, but remained expressionless. "Perhaps it's best not to move just yet," he suggested. After class, Lily glanced at the last few lines of notes she had written before dozing off, realizing they resembled a series of nonsensical scribbles. The usually diligent Lily, who had never slept in class before, lamented, "My brain has ceased to function." She and Karina turned to Vivian and Severus's notes to fill in the gaps, both solemnly assuring that they absolutely would not sleep through the next History of Magic lesson. "Perhaps we should brew a stimulating potion together, as I feel rather drowsy myself," Vivian mused. Sweetie, now fully awake, chirped in agreement. Later that evening, Vivian and Severus ventured to the library to complete their assignments. Sweetie nuzzled against their fingertips before darting off to play with Fox. Professor Binns had assigned a 10-inch essay, approximately 25 centimeters, a rather unique method of assigning work based on length. Vivian found it intriguing. As she and Severus diligently transcribed notes, they soon spotted Lily and Karina, who had also come to do their homework. Lily was at the bookshelf searching for reference materials, while Karina settled down across from Vivian and Severus, carrying both their bags. In hushed tones, Karina inquired, "Where's Sweetie?" Vivian replied softly, "Off to play, but it should return soon." Chapter 112, Time and I, 11. While waiting for Severus to finish class, Vivian stood by the window, contemplating the scenery of the castle. She mentally recounted the plot she remembered, surmising that Voldemort had likely created at least 4 Horcruxes by now: the diary, the resurrection stone ring, the golden cup, and the diadem. The precise creation time of the locket seemed later, as Regulus Black had already become a Death Eater when Tom Riddle hid it. However, Regulus had yet to attend Hogwarts. Vivian thought it prudent to find time this year to visit the Room of Requirement in hopes of locating Ravenclaw's diadem, which appeared to be the most accessible Horcrux at present. Her deck included Fiendfire, and she found herself torn between destroying the diadem if found or consulting Dumbledore first. The manner in which to approach the esteemed headmaster about it was also a matter requiring careful consideration. As Severus emerged from the classroom, he found Vivian standing pensively by the window, a book cradled in one arm. The light filtering through the window danced upon her hair, and her fingers delicately lifted and fell against the railing. "What are you pondering?" Severus inquired as he approached her. "Just contemplating what to have for lunch." Vivian smiled at him. He took the book from her hands to assist her, and together they walked toward the great hall. Upon seeing Vivian's hands empty, Sweetie joyfully leapt from Severus's shoulder into her embrace. "Sweetie is heavier than the book," Severus remarked, realizing he should have had Sweetie perch atop the book he was holding. Vivian had subscribed to the Daily Prophet, which contained the latest updates on the current state of affairs and various snippets of other news. Though the report indicated a tense situation, Hogwarts had managed to maintain a semblance of peace. Following the shock of their first History of Magic class, Vivian and Severus had found an empty classroom that weekend and brewed enough stimulating potion to last 4 sessions of the course for the term. Sweetie remained unwilling to believe it could actually fall asleep in History of Magic, thus engaging in a stubborn battle against slumber, not wanting to have its legs go numb, nor wishing for Vivian to suffer the same fate. Sweetie found it too conspicuous to sleep on the table. Consequently, Severus took to discreetly placing a sturdy bag in his backpack before each class. After Sweetie dozed off during the lecture, Severus would gently place it in the cushioned bag, which, when hung from the table's edge, provided a slight swaying motion along with Professor Binns' voice, ensuring Sweetie remained in restful slumber. Lily and Karina often visited the library as well, leading to a particular four-person table by the window becoming the designated study spot for their group. Sweetie typically ventured out to play with Fawkes during their study sessions, returning just before they departed the library. In the evenings, Severus would escort Vivian back to the tower with Sweetie, before making his way back to the Slytherin dormitory alone with his Phoenix. Severus's roommate exhibited a hint of social anxiety, seemingly reluctant to engage in conversation with anyone, at least from Severus's perspective, as the term approached its 2-month mark. The most frequent exchange between Severus and his roommate occurred just before bedtime. One would ask, "Shall I turn off the light?" And the other would respond, "Yes, turn it off." And that was all. Even later, it had evolved into a much simpler version, light off. Upon realizing this, Vivian choked back a moment of surprise. With hesitation, she inquired with concern, "Is there any conflict between you? It is always better for roommates to resolve any disagreements." Snape shook his head. "His potion skills are quite commendable. We collaborate well in potions class. He simply prefers silence." Sweet, who had been residing with Snape, chirped, "Chirp. I can attest. Their relationship is quite good, and they reach a consensus without the need for words." Vivian remarked, "For Severus to say his potion skills are decent, it is indeed quite impressive. To be able to brew potions together in class indicates there are no significant conflicts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly prefer solitude." Unable to resist, Vivian raised her hand to pinch Severus's cheek gently. Snape tilted his head and raised an eyebrow at her. Vivian confessed honestly, "I couldn't help it." Snape, in turn, lightly pinched Vivian's cheek as well. He too admitted, "I couldn't help it." Sweet bounced on the table, "Chirp. I want to join." Thus, Vivian and Snape turned to admire the beautiful feathers on Sweet's wings together. Sweet declared, "Humph, my feathers are absolutely stunning." On Halloween, the school bulletin board displayed a notice about the Halloween evening party. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall had decorated the entire Great Hall with an enchanting festive atmosphere. Little bats fluttered about in the high recesses of the hall, while jack-o'-lanterns of various sizes adorned every corner. Flitwick orchestrated a grand chorus sung by the bewitched pumpkins, which, upon the conclusion of their song, began to bounce and hop around the hall. Lily donned a beautiful black dress and had painted herself a little devilish makeup. Karina had also changed into a dress, adding a black cloak over it. She approached Lily and Vivian, revealing her adorable little fangs as she smiled. "Wow, a vampire Karina." Lily pulled Karina to sit beside her. "And what of Snape?" Karina glanced at Vivian, who had made no effort to dress up, and recalled that she and Snape usually came to the hall together for meals. Momentarily uncertain, Karina hesitantly whispered, "Did you two have a fight?" "No, we did not." Vivian shook her head. "Severus said he would join me later, so I came to the hall for dinner first. With Sweet here, I need not worry about Severus's safety." Vivian believed Snape simply disliked such raucous occasions. Last time, when they unexpectedly encountered James and Sirius noisily dashing past in the corridor, Vivian recalled Snape's expression, which seemed to reflect a thought of how loud it was and why he couldn't simply close his ears. Vivian had prepared herself for the possibility that if Severus expressed a preference to brew potions instead of attending the Halloween party, she would accompany him to an empty classroom. She pulled out the candy she had prepared earlier for Lily and Karina, saying, "Here, I have sweets. Pretty little devil and vampire ladies, please do not bite me." Lily and Karina offered the candies they had prepared for Vivian and Snape to her, including a special treat for Sweet, which they also handed over. "Yay." Vivian gathered the sweets, winking at Lily and Karina as she raised both hands to form a heart shape for them. Chapter 113. Time and I, 12. When Snape found Vivian in the Great Hall, she was sitting on a small sofa in the corner, holding a cup of juice. Watching the bewitched pumpkin scamper about, Vivian waved at Severus, who held Sweet in his arms. He approached and sat beside her. Vivian placed her juice on the table beside the sofa. "It's the first time I've seen you wearing a wizardess hat. It's quite cool, Severus." Snape smiled slightly at Vivian, then lowered his gaze to remove the hat. Vivian's eyes widened in astonishment. As soon as he took off the hat, a pair of fluffy, pointed ears sprang forth from his tousled black hair. "Oh my goodness. Severus, you're a cat." Snape leaned slightly forward, asking, "Would you like to touch them?" Vivian eagerly replied, "Yes." She gently touched the cat ears that had emerged from his head, feeling the soft tips quiver in her palm. As she traced the fur down to the base of the ears, she realized they truly appeared as if they had grown from his head. Snape explained that he had slightly altered a transfiguration spell. He tilted his head, and the fluffy ears brushed softly against her hand. Vivian pondered when Severus had realized she thought of him as a cat. "By the way, if there are cat ears, does that mean there is a cat tail?" She quietly glanced behind him. Snape gently tugged at Vivian's sleeve, saying, "No tail." He met her gaze for a fleeting moment before quickly averting his eyes. "Not at present." In truth, there had once been one, but the ears and tail produced by the spell had sensations upon touch. He could barely endure having his ears stroked. Vivian grasped the left fluffy cat ear, and the right ear flicked lightly in response. "Oh, my Severus, you are an utterly adorable cat." Once she had her fill of petting, Snape dispelled the modified transfiguration spell and retrieved a plethora of candies from his pocket to give to her. Vivian reciprocated by placing the sweets she had prepared for him, as well as those from Lily and Karina, into Snape's pocket. Sweet received its share of candies, chirping a greeting before scurrying off to share with Fawkes. Vivian led Snape to the Hogwarts kitchen, where the house elves served them delicious pies, small cakes, and fruits. They found a cozy corner to sit and enjoy their meal. Primarily, Snape ate, as Vivian had already filled herself while waiting for him in the Great Hall. Vivian felt a sense of helplessness, believing Snape looked incredibly cute while eating. Observing Vivian smiling at him, Snape offered her a strawberry that looked delectable, biting into a pie. The weather grew increasingly chilly. Although Vivian knew Severus's warming charm was quite effective, she often felt he was dressed too lightly. While Vivian had already donned a sweater, Snape wore only a shirt. During her biology class, when Vivian gazed at him thoughtfully for the 5th time, Snape smiled at her with a hint of exasperation. Seizing the opportunity while their professor's attention was elsewhere, he removed his right glove and pressed the back of his hand against Vivian's cheek. Vivian blinked, realizing his hand was significantly warmer than her face. "See, I'm not cold. Do not worry," Severus reassured her. Vivian responded softly, "Oh." She lowered her head, returning to her task of handling the herbs as required. "All right, he truly isn't cold, but he certainly appears to be." Vivian sighed, pondering that perhaps there existed a chill that simply manifested as the appearance of coldness, and she might still be somewhat unaccustomed to using wizarding means to keep warm. The next day, upon seeing Severus again, Vivian noticed he had put on a sweater. "Are you feeling reassured now?" Snape inquired. Vivian nodded honestly, feeling as though she resembled a parent who disregards a child's feelings, and thus she tugged at his sleeve and softly explained, "I was just worried you might be cold." She smiled at him before lowering her gaze, lightly finishing the thought she had left unspoken. "I didn't mean anything else." In truth, Vivian feared he would be cold, that he would be hungry, that he would be unhappy, that he would be bullied, and most dreadfully, that he would ultimately be unable to escape the predetermined path. "I know." Vivian looked up, meeting his dark eyes that were fixed upon her, and then she heard Snape speak. "Vivian, I have always known." Before the Christmas holiday, Vivian and Severus registered to return home early. Although Vivian received a letter from her parents stating that he and Felicia had gone to Germany and were unlikely to return for Christmas, she still planned to celebrate the holiday with Severus, taking the opportunity to tend to the family's herb garden and visit the apothecary in Diagon Alley. The letter mentioned that Corolla was away to discuss alchemical business and would accompany Felicia to a writer's symposium. Vivian wrote back to her parents, expressing her unwavering support and assuring them that she had Sweetie, along with Cece and Yelira, so they need not worry about her. For the Christmas holiday, they took the Hogwarts Express home, and Vivian and Severus brought little luggage, just some food for Sweetie as they boarded the train. This time, Lily and Karina directly joined Vivian and Severus in a compartment. Karina whimsically pulled out a set of gobstones that her father had modified after a game. The stones would not spray the loser with unpleasant liquid, but instead, they would leap up and sing at the defeated. Vivian remarked, "How abstract. Stones that jump up and sing?" Even though I wasn't initially inclined to play, the prospect of singing stones intrigued me. Thus, throughout the journey, the 4 of them took turns playing gobstones. The hidden genius, Severus, feigning innocence, dominated the game. By the end, Vivian, Lily, and Karina were nearly entranced by the singing stones. Karina exclaimed, "Oh no, during my holiday assignments, if I hit a snag, this song will play on repeat in my mind." Lily added, "I must find a different song to listen to." Sweetie chirped, "Chirp, chirp, chirp. How about I sing a song?" Vivian gently patted Sweetie's wings. "Good Sweetie." Upon disembarking, Vivian and Severus were greeted by Yelira, who bounced over to them from a short distance. As they arrived back in the drawing room of Holt Manor, Cece raised a cake in her hands, exclaiming, "Welcome home, young Master Severus and Sweetie. Happy Christmas holiday." Cece and Yelira have prepared cake for everyone. Chapter 114, Time and I, 13. Vivian felt compelled to attend to important matters. One weekend in February, she chanced upon the fact that Headmaster Dumbledore had left the school. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to visit the room of requirement. Stealing a glance at Severus, who was diligently working on his assignments beside her, and then at Sweetie, who was dozing on the table, she closed her book and prepared to sneak out of the library. However, as she stood, Severus, who had seemingly been engrossed in his work, reached out and grasped her wrist. He silently mouthed, "Where are you going?" Feeling a twinge of guilt, Vivian instinctively avoided his gaze and quietly explained her desire to take a stroll instead of continuing her studies. Severus raised an eyebrow, and from his expression, Vivian sensed he was aware of her fib. He put away his book and assignments, gently lifted Sweetie, and said, "Let us go. I will accompany you. Feeling relieved, Vivian agreed, and they walked together into the corridor. Standing there, she looked at Severus and said, just to clarify, there are certain things I'm still unsure how to explain. If I can't answer your questions, will you refrain from pressing me? Severus nodded in response. All right, he replied gently. Sweetie seemed to awaken, glancing around in Severus's arms before fluttering to perch on Vivian's shoulder. Vivian took Severus's wrist and, with a playful blink, said, all right then, let us set off, Team Cat. Sweetie chirped, chirp. Sweetie is ready to embark with Team Cat. Vivian, along with Severus and Sweetie, navigated the winding staircase to the 8th floor. Having consulted the magical map, she found their path clear. Upon reaching the level of the headmaster's office, Severus looked at her quizzically. We're not looking for the headmaster. Dumbledore is out, she clarified. She murmured, I wish for a place containing the Ravenclaw diadem, and led Severus and Sweetie back and forth in front of the troll tapestry 3 times. A door materialized on the wall, and Severus stepped forward to push it open first. As Vivian, Severus, and Sweetie entered the room, the door closed behind them of its own accord. Though she had imagined the scene would be quite grand, Vivian was nonetheless taken aback by the sight of shelves piled high with clutter. Severus, equally astonished, turned to Vivian and inquired, are we to search among this debris? Vivian playfully tapped Severus's cheek with her fingertip, smiling as she replied, correct. My Severus is so clever. Severus lowered his gaze and smiled softly, then turned to examine the shelves and clutter around them. Vivian still held onto Severus's wrist, her mind racing as she unconsciously traced the contours of his wrist and hand. How are we to find anything? Should we inspect each shelf individually? Ding. A friendly reminder from the system. Why not consult the magical map? Almost forgetting that the system could speak, Vivian was startled, wondering when she would no longer be surprised by its voice. In an instant, Severus tightened his grip on his wand, having noticed her startle. Though Vivian hadn't actually jumped, she had still been gripping Severus's wrist. It is quite natural for someone to instinctively clutch onto something when startled, thus Severus's recognition of her fright was entirely reasonable. Realizing she had alarmed the little professor, Vivian quickly reassured him, it's all right, there's no one else here. It's safe. Following the system's advice, Vivian glanced at the magical map. The reason she hadn't looked before was that she recalled reading in the original text that the names of those who entered the room of requirement would disappear from the map, leading her to believe it would be of no use inside. On the map, she first saw 3 names, her own, Severus's, and Sweetie's. Shortly thereafter, she noticed a new name slightly farther from the 3 of them, Tom Riddle. The magical map can display all magical beings, including Horcruxes, which are also considered magical entities. Dear one. Impressive, the magical map. If it could pinpoint the locations of Horcruxes, locating Voldemort's items would become a considerably simpler task. Vivian grasped Severus's hand, and, with Sweetie perched on her shoulder, they proceeded toward the location marked by Tom Riddle's name. They navigated through the narrow spaces between the shelves, winding their way past towering piles of clutter on the floor, circumventing 2 massive cabinets positioned side by side, and passing a dust-covered troll specimen. Finally, at a slight distance, Vivian spotted the diadem. Have we found it? Severus followed her gaze and realized that it was a dangerously cursed object. Instinctively, he raised his wand to shield Vivian. However, she embraced him from behind. Vivian gently covered Severus's eyes with her hand, assuring him, it's all right, don't be afraid. In perfect harmony with Vivian's intentions, Sweetie chirped and took flight from her shoulder, spreading its wings to envelop the area around the diadem in a golden-red glow, extending approximately 7 or 8 meters in radius. The flickering flames swiftly dissipated, and Vivian withdrew her hand that had been shielding Severus's eyes. With a soft thud, Severus beheld a small circular clearing materialize before them. Every item that had once occupied the space was promptly relocated by TNTN to other corners of the room, leaving only a crown behind, which had fallen from a battered cabinet, producing a crisp sound upon its descent. TNTN fluttered back to Vivian and Severus's side, maintaining her embrace of the diminutive professor. Vivian gently uttered the incantation FINDFYRE towards the center of the clearing. Of course, it was not Vivian herself who invoked the fiend fire. She merely conjured it from her deck. Severus, still cradled in her arms, turned to her with wide eyes, resembling a startled cat. Vivian smiled at him, reassuringly. Do not worry, I can control it. The brilliant golden flames coiled like a serpent with its mouth agape, eager to engulf everything in its path, albeit somewhat diminutive in stature. Vivian, Severus, and TNTN remained stationary, observing as the small fiend fire attempted to grasp the crown, trying various angles to consume it, yet the crown repeatedly lodged itself in its mouth. Vivian whispered to Severus and TNTN, it seems its dentition is rather inadequate. Severus pondered, having been astonished multiple times in such a brief span. Who could elucidate the continuation of this discourse? He felt utterly at a loss. Chapter 115, Time and I, 14. Perhaps in response to Vivian's comment about its dental shortcomings, the Fiendfire suddenly doubled in size, allowing it to seamlessly seize the crown and commence its chewing. Vivian noticed Tom Riddle's name vanish from the magical map. Displeased with the crown's taste, the Fiendfire spat it out with a puff, only to enlarge itself yet again. As the foundational duration had not yet elapsed, this Fiendfire would persist for quite some time without the infusion of additional magical energy. Thus, they began to gaze profoundly into the Fiendfire's depths. However, given its current size, the intensity of their mutual gaze carried a significant sense of pressure. Severus, now fully engaged, recognized that the Fiendfire before him was indeed under meticulous control. Its magic and state remarkably stable, though it had grown to match his and Vivian's height. Severus turned his body, closing his eyes and resting his chin on Vivian's shoulder. Sensing that the little professor might be slightly intimidated, Vivian gently caressed his hair, softly murmuring, "It's all right. Don't be afraid." Severus allowed her to stroke his hair, raising his wand to cast a modified transfiguration spell on himself, indicating that he was not at all frightened. Fluffy, velvety cat ears sprang forth from his head, the ear closest to Vivian brushing against her cheek. Vivian remarked, "Oh dear, my composure is truly lacking." She fondly stroked the furry ears. After the Fiendfire dissipated, Severus lifted the transfiguration spell, summoning two useless objects from the room to transform them into small stools. They sat beside the crown, while Tien, ever so obedient, hopped onto Severus's lap, joining them in observing the crown. For safety's sake, Vivian retrieved a pair of dragonhide gloves from her small satchel. Donning the gloves, she picked up the crown to inspect it closely, confirming that it had now become nothing more than an ordinary crown. The fragment of the soul had perished, and the magical essence that had once accompanied the crown had been consumed by the Fiendfire. Severus gazed at her and inquired how many similar items remained. Vivian replied honestly, "There should still be 3 or 4 left." She placed the crown back on the ground and removed her gloves, returning them to her satchel. Contemplating the crown, she mused aloud, "I ought to take this to see the headmaster." She then realized that she was confiding in Severus. Her initial intention had been to eradicate Horcruxes to ensure that Severus could attend school with peace of mind, grow up, and pursue any aspirations he desired. Vivian looked up at Severus with a smile. "It's nothing. You can consider my earlier musings mere self-reflection. I'll handle these trivial matters." Vivian sensed Severus releasing a light sigh. Severus shifted his stool slightly closer to her, while Tien, ever considerate, leapt off his lap, chirping as it wandered off to explore. "Are you familiar with the brain-blocking spell?" Severus inquired softly. She nodded. "Vivian, look at me," Severus instructed. Vivian obediently directed her gaze into his striking black eyes. "How impressive. The professor can already perform the soul capture at such a young age." Severus the cat truly was adorable. She liked him. Severus's hair felt delightful to the touch. He was wearing the headband she had gifted him previously. How lovely, she adored it. How to conceal these jumbled thoughts? Severus is still quite young. Severus, slightly exasperated, withdrew from her mind. "Try to resist, will you?" He pinched Vivian's cheek. Vivian stared at him in bewilderment. "Aren't you supposed to be looking at my memories?" Severus retorted. "I am teaching you the brain-blocking spell." Vivian replied, "Ah, understood," yet she still felt somewhat perplexed about how to resist. Use every method you can conceive. Displace some trivial memories, directly expel the intruder, or envision a high wall. You may also choose to empty your mind entirely. Vivian nodded thoughtfully. "Are you ready? Will resisting cause you harm?" Vivian asked earnestly. Severus shook his head. "No. The soul capture can only backfire on those who are strong enough to resist. If someone were to forcibly intrude upon my mind, they would surely be injured." Upon hearing Severus's denial, Vivian gazed into his eyes and nodded obediently. "Then I'm ready." "Excellent. Severus the cat is teaching me the brain-blocking spell." She thought. What to do? The stern-faced Severus was just too adorable. No, resist. Vivian initially attempted to clear her mind completely, but the issue was that Severus was right in front of her, making it impossible to think of nothing. She couldn't manage to empty her mind at all. Let us try a different approach. She envisioned a high wall and drew a cute cat upon it. Before Severus exited Vivian's mind, he caught a glimpse of the high wall she had constructed, adorned with the silhouette of a cat atop a tower. Severus retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and offered it to Vivian. As she savored the candy, she quietly asked him, "Does this count as a success?" Severus replied, "Indeed." Vivian responded, "You must be just humoring me." Severus countered, "I am not." Perhaps he felt his assertion lacked credibility. So he added, "Vivian is quite clever." "Oh, how delightful." An affirmation from Severus Snape himself. "I'm so happy." Tien seemed to have completed its patrol and returned. swaying as it approached, and leaping onto Vivian's lap for a rest. Noticing she had finished her candy, Severus spoke. Vivian. Vivian instinctively shifted her gaze from Tien to Severus. It seems Severus is conducting a surprise inspection. She admired Severus's eyes. Speaking of which, if the little professor could indeed perform the soul capture, did that mean he had already discerned some of her rather intrusive thoughts? Block your mind. Stop thinking, Vivian. Before she could feel utterly mortified, Vivian successfully cleared her mind. Very good, Severus remarked, lowering his gaze and smiling. Then he raised his hand and waved it in front of Vivian's vacant eyes. Vivian returned to her senses. We'll continue tomorrow. Vivian, are we not going to try again today? Severus shook his head. Being subjected to the Cruciatus curse repeatedly is rather uncomfortable. He gently tousled Vivian's hair, saying, I'll prepare a soothing potion for you shortly. Vivian gazed at Severus, momentarily dazed, and hesitantly whispered, Professor Snape? Severus looked at her and smiled. Chapter 116. Time and I, 15. Once Severus Snape felt as though Merlin had played a rather unamusing trick on him. He seriously questioned whether he had truly returned to the past alive, or if he was merely experiencing a delusion after death. Lengthy, dark memories flashed through his mind, and the sensation of Nagini's fangs piercing his neck felt as vivid as ever. In that fleeting moment of memory's return, Snape could not discern whether he felt pain or cold. He cursed silently in his mind. Exhausted, he longed for rest. This world must be mad. Snape crouched on the ground, mechanically administering potions to the yellow clover. His thoughts were in disarray. At this point, he even struggled to distinguish the order of his memories. After a considerable time, Snape finally managed to piece together his recollections. It seemed he had returned to the past after being bitten to death by Nagini, but only now did he recall the events of his previous life. Yet, he found it peculiar. For Severus was certain he had never known anyone by the name of Vivian Holt, nor did he recognize anyone with the surname Holt. He had a vague recollection of this time period. Old Tobias, inebriated, would go mad at home, hurling bottles and venting his wrath, with shards of glass nearly costing Severus's life. Then Eileen would slip him some money to get away for a while, and he would find some random place to hide out, purchasing the cheapest food when hunger struck. Perhaps the young wizard's constitution was still robust enough. Even when malnourished and feverish, he had not perished. Which fragment of memory was truly real? 3. The crimson and gold hues of the sunset were exquisite. Severus kept his head down, continuing to administer potions to the yellow clover, but Vivian approached and helped him to his feet. After squatting for too long, he felt a wave of dizziness, and it took him a moment to focus on the person before him. You are far more important than these yellow clovers. That is the truth. Severus realized that his memories must be genuine. Otherwise, he would not be capable of performing the legilimency. Although he had not actively probed Vivian Holt's memories, she was entirely unguarded, and he could discern whether her words were truths or lies. Snape beheld a phoenix strutting about on the ground. He thought, yet another creature I have not encountered before. Perhaps it is because I raised Sweetie. However, it was evident that I would not be taking flight. That is the truth. In that moment, Severus found a semblance of reason in her words. For will the future master of potions, Severus Snape, enlighten me? The future. Severus smiled at her. For the first time, he employed legilimency on Vivian. He glimpsed fragments of the future from his memories, realizing she harbored feelings for Severus Snape, uncovering some rather intrusive thoughts. Severus turned his gaze towards the cold moonlight and the stars in the night sky, remaining silent. It was easier to believe that no one could possibly love Severus Snape than to accept that he was indeed dead. 5. Vivian allowed him to sleep in a workspace brimming with potion books and materials. She seemed aware of his fondness for potion literature and ingredients, attempting to provide the young Severus with a sense of security through the books and materials he cherished. The house elf Yelira transformed the sofa into a soft single bed. Vivian prepared a plush pillow and a lightweight blanket for him, tenderly saying goodnight to Severus as if soothing him. Snape curled up in bed, realizing he truly needed a good night's rest. Then he would awaken from a dream that fundamentally did not exist. 6. He dreamt of Nagini. The serpent slithered slowly towards him, but Severus found himself unable to control his own body. He could only watch as Nagini lunged, sinking her fangs into his neck, blood gushing from the wound. He futilely lifted his hand to staunch the bleeding, and the pain jolted him awake. Severus gasped, feeling his neck with his hand, finding no wounds, only the rhythm of his own pulse. Which fragment of memory was authentic? Before falling asleep, Vivian extinguished all the lights in the room. Yet now, Snape noticed a dim night light glowing on the windowsill, its soft light sufficient to dispel the unease that had seized him upon waking. Severus was unsure when Vivian had quietly returned to the workspace. He saw her conjure a small single bed quite close to him, where she lay down to sleep. Humans can be remarkably capricious at times. He had indeed wished for death before, but now Severus found that he did not seem to want to die anymore. 7. Snape believed he may have somewhat overestimated his current physical condition. He and Vivian sat on the small sofa, poring over ancient potion texts from Holt Manor. And as they continued, he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he discovered himself slumped against Vivian, deep in sleep. As he straightened, the blanket draped over him slipped away, and Snape stared blankly at Vivian, utterly unaware of when he had fallen asleep. Vivian gently touched his warm, flushed cheek, asking, "Did you have a nightmare?" He dazedly shook his head. Snape was bewildered. He felt that he should blame the sudden resurgence of those memories, which inexplicably made him feel as though he had lost far too much sleep, akin to receiving a fatigue buff that doubled his weariness. "If you're tired, rest more. First, take care of your health." She smiled at him, inquiring what he wished to eat for lunch. "Severus is the most deserving child of love in this world," she concluded. That was the truth. 8. Snape wished to refuse Vivian's offer to accompany him home. He intended to return and give that old man a thorough beating. He felt it unfit for Vivian to witness such a display, even though he now recognized she was not a child. "Oh, Severus, let me go and hit him. I truly wish to strike him." That was the truth. Snape felt a slight headache. He realized that Vivian seemed to have seen through all his past lives. Yet, he was somewhat perplexed. Why, after learning all of his past, would Vivian still look at him and express her feelings? 9. Vivian took him and Eileen away. Snape thought it a bit shameful to cry while beating old Tobias. It was entirely the fault of this child's body. He refused to acknowledge it was his emotional turmoil. "In my eyes, you deserve all the best." That was the truth. As she smiled at him, Severus employed legilimency on Vivian for the second time. In truth, this would be the last time he actively used legilimency on her to probe her memories. Severus thought he had already lost at life once. If this time he still saw no malice from her, he would willingly offer all of his future and loyalty in return. Perhaps the brevity of time rendered it somewhat hasty. He conceded that using legilimency to verify such matters was somewhat despicable. Yet, this was a love he had never received before. Chapter 117. Time and I. 16. Vivian felt as though she was fracturing. She beheld Severus displaying an expression that could be described as nearly joyful, tilting his head and smiling at her, seemingly thinking, "Ah, finally discovered." Feeling somewhat superfluous, TT let out a chirp and once again swaggered away to patrol the room. However, Vivian was unable to shake off her sense of joylessness. The first thought that crossed her mind was the unrestrained manner in which she had behaved before the professor over the past few years, and the audacious thoughts she had entertained while gazing at him. Astonishingly, the professor had not scolded her. Instead, he had even conjured cat ears for her to touch. Then, Vivian pondered the moment when Severus had been reborn. It had not been long since he had assumed the role of professor, and he had become a double agent for the second time after being bitten to death by Nagini. Snape had gently caressed Vivian's cheek, advising her not to seek out Dumbledore until she had mastered the brain-blocking spell. After a moment's hesitation, he added softly, "Vivian, do not place too much trust in him." Vivian stared at him blankly, nodding, feeling tears welling up in her eyes. Being bitten by a snake on the neck must have been excruciating, and the coldness of blood loss must have been unbearable. She contemplated Severus's mindset during those final moments, after having refused and struggled, yet still persevered to fulfill Dumbledore's plan. He had resolutely stood on the side of justice, unaware that Harry could survive. He willingly embraced death as a despised traitor. Vivian even felt that Severus, in the end, had simply wished to no longer live. After all, he was such a formidable potions master. During such perilous times of war, would a potions master not carry life-saving potions with him? Vivian found it hard to conceive of a more reasonable explanation than that he had never intended to survive from the very beginning. She was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The joy lay in the fact that the professor had the opportunity to live a peaceful and stable life, while the sorrow stemmed from the realization that all his past pain had been endured alone, and Vivian had once believed she could provide him with a joyful past. Snape, who had previously found Vivian's dazed expression endearing, could no longer muster a smile. He awkwardly wiped her tears, unsure if he was angry. "Vivian, I only used the soul extraction spell twice at the very beginning. I have not used it proactively since." He truly lacked experience in comforting others. "Please, do not cry anymore. I am not angry. I will teach you." But before he could finish, Vivian had thrown herself into his embrace. Vivian pressed her tear-stained face against his neck, her voice muffled. "It's not because I want to hide anything from you." After wiping her tears, she lifted her head to meet his gaze. "In truth, there is nothing I must conceal from you." Severus, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Haven't you begun constructing barriers? You need to set defenses. Being transparent in front of someone skilled in soul extraction is hardly different." Vivian smiled at him. "But even if I learned the brain-blocking spell, I could never use it to guard against you." Severus raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying that when facing Voldemort, You would not want to bring along your most formidable Severus? Vivian contemplated for a moment and then replied earnestly, then let us agree beforehand. You cannot sneak away with your little plans without me knowing. She gazed into Severus's eyes. If you promise me, then I will promise you. Agreed. Severus regarded Vivian intently. Vivian, you promise not to leave me alone. I promise, Vivian affirmed. In the past, present, and future, I vow that we shall always be together. TT had completed her second round of patrol, and Vivian extended her hand toward the phoenix, which was still strutting about on the ground. TT flapped her wings and flew onto Vivian's arm. Chirp. Where are we going now? Vivian looked to Severus. Back to the library to finish our homework. Severus suggested. Indeed. The formidable potions master Severus must also diligently complete his assignments, Vivian teased, as Severus took TT from her arm. He wore an expression reminiscent of his days as a professor, correct. 10 points to Ravenclaw. Vivian remarked. Even when Severus tries to adopt a stern demeanor, he remains utterly adorable. I adore it. Then she playfully pinched Severus's fingertips. Your point system is devoid of magical efficacy, right? Indeed. Severus walked alongside her toward the library. His tone relaxed yet somewhat languid. Gryffindor loses 100 points. As long as Severus is happy, Vivian replied. It truly doesn't hurt. Halfway to the library, Vivian suddenly heard Severus speak in a surprisingly gentle tone. It only hurt at the very beginning. After that, I scarcely felt it. At that moment, he had been preoccupied with wishing for a good night's sleep, having not experienced a restful night in ages. Overwhelmed, Vivian exclaimed, crying QAQ. The professor must be lying. Severus, flustered, began to clumsily comfort her. TT, stop watching and help soothe her. Chapter 118. Time and I, 17. The final Quidditch match of the semester at Hogwarts was approaching. After completing their assignments in the library, Lily asked Vivian if she would like to join her in watching the match. It's the match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Lily informed her. I believe Ravenclaw's seeker is truly impressive. However, Gryffindor's beaters are quite skilled, so it's hard to tell who will win. It promises to be an exhilarating match. Vivian gently nudged Severus, who was seated beside her. Are you going, Severus? He was still diligently writing notes on his latest potion modifications, not looking up, but responding earnestly. If you go, I will go. Vivian glanced at Lily and Colin. Then let's go watch. It seems the outcome of this match might affect the final house cup? Colin nodded. Yes, the point differences among the 4 houses are not significant. As long as the house that wins the Quidditch match isn't penalized 100 points, the house cup will essentially be secured for them. Typically, when such a flag is raised, it tends to topple. On the day of the match, the atmosphere was lively. Vivian surveyed the scene and estimated that at least 3/4 of the school had come to watch. A casual glance at her magical map revealed that the names were overlapping due to the crowd density, making it appear as if the map had frozen. They were seated at the junction of the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw stands. Though seated closely together, Lily and Karina occupied the Gryffindor stands, while Vivian and Snape were positioned in the Ravenclaw section. The boundary between the two stands lay directly between Lily and Vivian. The commentary for the match was provided by 2 individuals. One, a vibrant Gryffindor upperclassman whose enthusiastic voice resonated with praises regardless of which team scored, and the other, a poised Slytherin senior who maintained a decorous demeanor but exuded an air of reluctant calmness. No matter how animated her co-commentator was, her volume remained steadfast and measured. She sat composedly in her seat, seamlessly continuing the narrative during the Gryffindor commentator's brief pauses, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Vivian often found herself merely spectating the Quidditch match, as her eyes struggled to keep pace with the players' swift movements. Meanwhile, Lily was animatedly discussing the fluidity and coolness of the recent scoring move executed by the beater, who had struck the quaffle with both hands off the broom. Vivian, on the other hand, gasped, how did the quaffle suddenly appear over there? Observing Vivian's confusion, Snape leaned closer to her ear to elucidate the situation regarding the quaffle. He was certain that this was the most earnest Quidditch match he had ever witnessed. Although he found little enjoyment in the game, he appreciated Vivian's gaze when he explained the intricacies to her. As the end-of-term exams approached, Severus achieved the top rank in his year. Vivian noted with pride his excellent score in flying class, contrasting it with her own modest pass mark. It was only logical that a former Hogwarts headmaster would be incapable of taming a broomstick. Yet, Vivian suspected that her passing grade was perhaps owing to Professor Hooch's leniency. She quietly tucked away her report card, reassured by the thought that her parents would not scold her over a mere flying class score, especially as her performance in other subjects was commendable, including history of magic. This was largely thanks to her dear Severus, who had compiled a detailed chart of significant events along with their corresponding dates and figures during their revision sessions. Vivian had memorized that chart thoroughly, which proved invaluable during her history of magic exam. On the Hogwarts Express, Severus, having stayed up late a few nights prior, leaned against Vivian and slept soundly. Sweetie quietly confided in Vivian. Chirp. Severus spent most of last night taking notes. The compartment housing the four friends and a phoenix was enveloped in tranquility. Under Vivian's recommendation, Lily and Karina began reading the suspenseful romance novel penned by Felicia 2 years ago. They even sketched character relationship diagrams on parchment while engrossed in the story. Sweetie and the others enjoyed a leisurely routine at the small table, alternating between snacking and napping, their adorable demeanor a sight to behold. Recently, under Karina's guidance, Vivian had started perusing books on alchemy. With little else to occupy her on the train, she began diligently sketching 50 basic alchemical circles on parchment. Whenever she hit a mental block, she would glance at Severus, who was dozing beside her. Vivian recalled that when she first brought Severus back to Holt Manor, he had a phase where he seemed perpetually sleepy. This wasn't he out of a fondness for slumber, but rather because he would grow drowsy while engaged in various activities, often dozing off if she was nearby. Concerned for his health, she had Karina check on him several times, but the health examination spells only revealed mild malnutrition. Later, Sweetie also took a look and chirped, "No health issues. He's just tired. Let him sleep enough." Vivian reflected that this state of affairs likely persisted for nearly a year. As the train approached its destination, she gently roused Severus from his slumber, noting that he appeared somewhat dazed upon waking. Unable to resist, she pinched his cheek playfully. This time, they were greeted by the house elf, Cece, who had come to escort them home. Since their last visit to the room of requirement, Vivian had been practicing the mental occlusion technique with Severus. According to his assessment, by the end of the summer, she would nearly be able to shield her thoughts from the headmaster's soul-sucking scrutiny. Though she could not yet match Severus's prowess, she was at least confident that her private memories would remain concealed. Karina had recently been investigating the interplay between electricity and magic, and during the summer, Vivian joined him in this endeavor, even assembling a rudimentary generator to show her unwavering support for her father. Despite her struggles in history of magic and flying class, she believed she still excelled in the realms of mathematics and science. Vivian found Karina's research to be of utmost importance, declaring that if Hogwarts ever adopted electricity, she would advocate for the installation of air conditioning. Finally, seizing the opportunity to teach his daughter alchemy, Karina exclaimed, "Alchemy is incredibly fascinating. Come join me in the study." Meanwhile, Felicia, once again engrossed in her writing, proclaimed, "Inspiration has struck. This time, I shall craft a tale of revenge." Severus, who had been refining a new potion since the end of term, pondered what could possibly be wrong with the proportions. Thus, the house elf, Yelira, once more took it upon herself to ensure that everyone adhered to their meal and rest schedules. Chapter 119, The Passage of Time, and I-18. Vivian and Severus received notifications for the new academic year, discovering that the professor for defense against the dark arts had seemingly changed once more. Together with Sweetie, they ventured to Diagon Alley to procure supplies for the upcoming school year, concluding their shopping with a delightful meal at the apothecary alongside Aaron and the shop assistant. During the first week after classes resumed, following dinner, there was still ample time before dusk, and Vivian took Severus for a stroll around the castle. "How does one extract memories?" she inquired. Severus tilted his head, contemplating whether she intended to show the headmaster her memories. Vivian nodded, feeling that explaining each detail individually would be overly lengthy. She paused, then continued, "I plan to create a film of the information I can share with the headmaster." Severus recalled the film they had watched during the summer with Karina and Felicia and found the idea agreeable. Vivian's current mental occlusion skills were quite satisfactory, alleviating any fears of the headmaster discovering their unwillingness to disclose certain matters. "Using my memories?" he questioned, halting to look at her. Vivian squeezed his fingertips reassuringly. "Yes. Using mine. Trust me, Severus, I know my boundaries. When the memories are compiled, you can review them first." She then smiled at him, adding, "I intend to include some additional scenes for the headmaster." Severus inquired, "Such as?" Vivian replied, "For instance, remarks made by his former beloved, Mr. Grindelwald." Severus blinked in confusion. "Grindelwald, Dumbledore's beloved? Are you referring to the dark wizard imprisoned in Nurmengard?" "Indeed," Vivian remarked, finding his astonishment rather endearing. She tilted her head, asking, "Didn't you notice during the soul-sucking sessions?" Severus candidly replied, "I only glimpsed fragments of your past experiences and many of your thoughts regarding me." During both soul-sucking instances, Severus had not maintained contact for long. In reality, their gazes had only met for a fleeting few seconds. The memories and emotions he had perceived were substantial, but primarily comprised her contemplations from that time, alongside more recent thoughts and memories closely tied to that period. In 2 instances of soul-gazing, he glimpsed the everyday life of Vivian Holt with her parents from years past, fragments of her previous life's experiences. The majority of his own past encounters, and an abundance of declarations of love directed towards him. Vivian blinked, recognizing the logic in this. She looked at Severus and smiled, affirming, "After all, when I see you, I inevitably think of you." In his heart, Snape concurred. Whenever he beheld Vivian, she was ever on his mind. When she was absent, she lingered in his thoughts as well. Vivian and Severus soon ventured to the room of requirement again. This time, they entered a space resembling a workshop from home, rather than a cluttered storage room. Snape instructed Vivian on how to extract and assemble the memories she needed, a task that proved not overly complicated. Vivian quickly grasped the method, dedicating the remaining time to organizing the images she intended to present to the old headmaster. Once her work was complete, she requested Severus to perform the soul-gazing on her. Vivian meticulously arranged the timeline of Tom Riddle's lineage, his Horcruxes, the prophecy preceding Harry's birth, the treachery of the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, and Dumbledore's subsequent strategies against Voldemort. She concluded with a segment depicting Grindelwald's scornful remarks towards Voldemort following the headmaster's demise, as well as the scene at the tower. The reason for including this segment was Vivian's hope that the headmaster and Mr. Grindelwald might once again cross paths. After all these years, if reconciliation was unattainable, they should at least acknowledge that their past affections were genuine. If all goes well, we should be able to eliminate the existing Horcruxes before Tom Riddle creates the locket, she murmured. This time, there will be no opportunity for Tom Riddle to inflict harm upon so many again. On a weekend at the end of September, Vivian and Severus, accompanied by Sweetie, sought out Headmaster Dumbledore. Sweetie and Fawkes appeared to have formed a strong bond, as upon entering the headmaster's office, Fawkes joyfully seized a piece of the old headmaster's candy and fluttered over to Sweetie. Dumbledore, seemingly accustomed to the sight of Sweetie and Fawkes frolicking together, watched them with a twinkling smile before turning his attention back to Vivian and Snape. "Good children, do you have something to discuss?" Vivian replied. "I feel that verbal descriptions are too slow. Perhaps you would prefer to view a segment of memory directly?" Dumbledore hesitated briefly but swiftly responded, "That is acceptable, my dear. I assume you know how to extract memories?" Vivian nodded and extracted the prepared memory into the pensieve. Dumbledore instructed Vivian and Snape to sit for a while in his office as he examined the memory. Since Vivian's assembled memories were fragmented, she essentially edited her recollections and thoughts into a video. She found the sensation of having her memories extracted somewhat peculiar. She was aware they had been removed, yet could not quite ascertain which memories had been taken. It was a curious experience. If she held a memory orb in her hand, it would likely glow a brilliant red, for even through this method of extraction, the human brain does not entirely forget these events. Just as an individual can recall memories triggered by certain stimuli, so too did she feel the remnants of her memories lingering. Concerned that Vivian might grow bored, or perhaps he was genuinely worried that she would feel anxious after the extraction, Snape sat beside her to engage in a game of wizard's chess. Having never played before, Vivian learned from him as he guided her with each move, allowing her to take 3 steps for every one of his. Sweetie and Fawkes soon joined to observe, but lost interest and flitted off to enjoy some of Dumbledore's candy. After some time, Dumbledore concluded his viewing of the cinematic memory Vivian had prepared. As she reclaimed the memory, the peculiar sensation of having lost a part of her mind dissipated. Vivian casually retrieved a map from her small satchel. With a feather quill, she marked the locations of the Horcruxes she could currently identify on the enchanted map. The golden cup was securely placed in Gringotts' vault by the Lestranges, while the resurrection stone resided in the old Gaunt Manor in Great Hangleton. These 2 locations were fixed. All that remained was to confirm them against the magical map. Vivian then searched through her notebook and, after some time, discovered that the names of 2 Tom Riddles nearly overlapped on the map. It seems his diary has yet to reach the Malfoy family. From my observations, Tom appears to still carry that diary with him, she noted, presenting the marked map along with the previously destroyed diadem to Headmaster Dumbledore. "Shall I hand these over to you first? The curse on the resurrection stone is quite troublesome, so I suggest you consider seeking assistance from Mr. Grindelwald. Of course, it's not obligatory, but do remember not to wear the resurrection stone, as it cannot truly bring the dead back to life." Dumbledore, who had yet to find an opportunity to voice his thoughts, remarked, "It feels as though I am being rather transparently orchestrated." Severus, observing from the sidelines, mused that the headmaster, who had previously orchestrated others' plans, had now become a pawn in someone else's game. Chapter 120. Time and Me, 19, as Halloween approached. Following a history of magic class, Vivian was discussing lunch options with Severus and Sweetie when the Ravenclaw prefect suddenly approached them, stating that the headmaster requested their presence in his office. Initially, Vivian assumed there had been new developments regarding the Horcruxes, but upon entering the office, she was taken aback to find Mr. Grindelwald shielding himself with a ring of fire. He managed it quite well, enveloped in a circle of blue-black flames that posed no real threat. Even the carpet in the headmaster's office remained unscorched. Grindelwald regarded Vivian, Severus, and Sweetie, all ensconced within the circle, and greeted them. "Good morning, three of you." Vivian replied, "I can do that too. I've just never had the chance to try it. Since the esteemed one is here, I shall create a circle of my own for study." She then drew another ring within Grindelwald's, encircling herself, Severus, and Sweetie. Vivian discovered that, as long as she did not initiate any hostilities, the flames were rather aesthetically pleasing. Feeling a surge of delight, Vivian greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Grindelwald. It seems you and the headmaster have reconciled?" To which Grindelwald responded, "Strangely enough, I am somewhat pleased." The dual layers of blue flames resembled a gas stove. Grindelwald inquired, "Is that phoenix yours?" Vivian nodded, affirming, "Indeed, her name is Sweetie." Dumbledore, who had hurried back to his office upon receiving an urgent message from the portraits, had originally intended to chide Grindelwald for frightening the children. However, at that moment, he merely wished to implore Grindelwald and the young girl not to frighten him, as he held an emotional attachment to this office. In that instant, Severus sensed a subtle alignment of emotions between himself and the old headmaster, regarding his somewhat formidable beloved in this office that held a special place in their hearts. With an impassive expression, Snape gently lifted Sweetie from his shoulder and playfully tugged at her wing feathers. Though he did not pull any out, Sweetie still squawked in mild discomfort. "Chirp. One must test their own pain to discern whether they are dreaming. Isn't that right, Severus?" Snape remarked. "Ah, it appears this is no dream." Grindelwald extinguished his protective flames, and Vivian's enchantment lasted only until the inherent magical energy dissipated. Soon, the dual gas flames in the headmaster's office vanished entirely. The effects of the cards in the game do not align perfectly with reality, likely due to adjustments made to reflect the real world. This particular skill indeed serves both defensive and offensive purposes, allowing Vivian to summon a formidable fire dragon after actively seeking out an enemy. When not in pursuit, she maintains a tranquil demeanor, yet still exudes an undeniable coolness. Grindelwald's card, the gas stove, has received favorable reviews from all who have tried it. The headmaster's office has returned to its normal state. Observing the relaxed atmosphere, Tyan playfully tapped Severus's arm twice in retaliation for his earlier tugging at her wing feathers, then flapped her wings and joined Fawkes to share some of Dumbledore's snacks. Vivian sensed that Grindelwald appeared to be in quite good spirits. The once formidable elder now radiated an aura that could almost be described as serene. Grindelwald gestured towards Dumbledore's desk, indicating that Vivian and Snape could approach the old headmaster to discuss matters. He then casually settled onto the sofa in the office, leaning back against the cushion while watching Dumbledore. Vivian mused, "How delightful. My shipper's heart burns like an unquenchable flame." Snape glanced at her, reluctantly igniting a flicker of enthusiasm before adopting a more relaxed posture. At first glance, the portraits in the office seemed to be asleep, but upon closer inspection, they were all peeking with one eye open, enjoying the spectacle. Dumbledore, seated at his desk with his hands clasped, also enjoyed the commotion, though he wished he could simply observe without being the center of attention. Vivian tugged at Severus's hand as they approached the desk. She caught sight of the processed resurrection stone ring and the Hufflepuff cup laid out in order. The ring seemed acceptable, suggesting they had perhaps restrained themselves to preserve the resurrection stone. However, the cup looked as though it had been gnawed on by a vicious fire, a pitiful sight indeed. Dumbledore was aware of Vivian's unique ability to locate Tom's Horcruxes. "What of the diary?" he inquired. Vivian began adjusting the scale of the magical map to locate Tom Riddle's name, which currently appeared to still be in his possession. Theoretically, if Tom had transformed the locket into a Horcrux, he would likely carry it until he had safely hidden it away. At present, there were only 2 overlapping names, indicating that he had not yet crafted the locket into a Horcrux. Since leaving the headmaster's office last time, Vivian had noticed that Severus seemed somewhat discontented. But why was he unhappy? Just days prior, she had received an owl letter from the shop assistant, stating that the apothecary was thriving and that Eileen was doing well. Therefore, it likely wasn't due to family matters. Tyan had been closely following Snape. Though his roommate was taciturn, their relationship seemed rather amicable. Vivian had heard Lily mention that Severus always partnered with his roommate for potions class. She found it hard to believe that if there were any discord, Severus would still willingly pair with him. It was unlikely to stem from the Marauders, although James and Sirius continued their mischievous antics. Vivian spent most of her free time with Severus and rarely saw them approach him. If they did, they would undoubtedly face a crushing defeat. After all, he was a former headmaster of Hogwarts, and Tyan was always by his side. Even if Severus chose not to intervene, Tyan would surely dispatch them. Vivian recalled that there were perhaps 2 instances in the library when James insisted on sitting beside Lily, only to be met with a disapproving smile from Karina. James had caused a bit of a ruckus, which provoked Madame Pants, the librarian, to cast a spell on his bag. Consequently, every item within it, including books and quills, began to leap and chase after James's head. Vivian had witnessed Severus wearing a delighted smirk as he observed James's misfortune. She suspected his joy stemmed from seeing his old rival in distress. Was it because of Tom Riddle? Yet, Vivian felt that their progress was proceeding smoothly. With only the diary remaining as a Horcrux, and the old headmaster rallying the Order of the Phoenix alongside Grindelwald's assistants, they appeared well-equipped to confront Tom. It seemed that Grindelwald had also relinquished his former ambitions, yearning instead for a tranquil existence alongside Dumbledore. So, why was Severus unhappy? Chapter 121, Time and I, 20. It was futile to remain ensnared in conjecture. Vivian resolved to directly inquire about Severus's feelings. After dinner, Tyan chirped, announcing her plans to fly outside with Fawkes, promising to return before bedtime. Seizing this opportunity, Vivian took Severus for a stroll down a deserted corridor. Why the glum demeanor lately? She gently asked, gazing at him. Severus paused, then turned to Vivian with a smile. I am not unhappy. He softly brushed his hand against the side of her face, earnestly reiterating, I am not unhappy. Vivian remained silent, studying Severus intently. I merely find it somewhat surreal, Severus confessed. In truth, he felt he ought to be exceedingly happy. Eileen and he had left Tobias behind. His mother had secured a good job, no longer fixating on the unworthy old Snape. She was rekindling her talent for potions, buying him new clothes and delicious food, writing him letters filled with love, and apologizing for her past neglect. School life was joyous, free from Potter and Black's inexplicable harassment, with Tyan safeguarding him daily. He could also spend each day with Vivian. Vivian cherished potions and alchemy, enjoyed thrilling novels despite her fears, relished the excitement of Quidditch matches though she often lost track of the score. She savored delectable treats, adored Karina and Felicia, loved Tyan the Phoenix, and held fondness for Lily and Karina, and perhaps, she even held a deep affection for him. The progress against Voldemort was also favorable. The formidable dark wizard Grindelwald had somehow found himself in their camp, and they were nearly privy to all information regarding Tom Riddle. Holt's apothecary was diligently supplying various potions to the Order, and thus far, there had been no casualties. He felt almost useless. Severus had previously contemplated asking Vivian to assist him in locating Horcruxes, but now he realized he might not be needed, as Tom Riddle's Horcruxes had dwindled to just the diary. Life felt so splendid that it seemed almost unreal, like a dream. Severus allowed Vivian to pinch his cheek, lowering his gaze as he spoke softly. Vivian, please don't leave me alone. He was uncertain how he could confirm the reality of their present if she chose not to be with him in the future. In this world, only Vivian loved the true him, the one who had erred and delved into darkness, the one who had struggled for redemption and ultimately embraced death. Severus felt like an outsider, as though he never truly belonged here. Severus, look at me. He obediently raised his gaze to meet hers. Just as she had done every time before, despite knowing of his prowess and legitimacy, she remained unguarded in his presence. I promise, Vivian said, locking her eyes with his. Before death can separate you and me from the realm of the living, I assure you we shall remain together. This is the truth. It is the eve of Halloween, the time for the annual masquerade ball at Hogwarts. The quartet is engaged in a discussion regarding this year's festivities. To be honest, the mere mention of the masquerade evokes memories of Severus in Vivian's mind. She stealthily approached Severus while munching on a sandwich and recalled his words from last year. There was none. She noticed Snape swiftly taking a bite of his egg, his gaze averted, yet his posture instinctively straightened. There isn't one this year either, Severus murmured, continuing to eat. Vivian retreated to her original position. Well then, I shall inquire again next year. Lily expressed her disinterest in portraying a little devil this year, while Karina maintained that she could reprise the role of a vampire 1,000 times over. 1,000 times, Vivian echoed. Lily, with all seriousness, added that theoretically, one could embody a character at Hogwarts Masquerade a maximum of 7 times, as after 7, one would graduate. Vivian nodded in agreement. That makes perfect sense. Severus, however, felt this conversation was rather trivial, yet Vivian insisted it was indeed logical. He acquiesced, conceding, Vivian is correct. Karina chimed in, don't be too amusing, my friends. Ultimately, Lily donned the guise of a lady knight, while Karina transformed into the vampire rescued by the knight from a wicked dragon. Vivian assumed the role of the dragon that imprisoned the vampire, and Severus declared he would be the dragon's favorite black cat. The dragon nodded at the cat, affirming, yes, you are my favorite. In truth, the dragon did not wish to imprison the vampire. It merely desired to keep the cat by its side. The black cat replied, I know, for I too wish to remain beside the dragon. The knight and the vampire exchanged astonished glances. The masquerade was lively, with the dragon and its favorite cat sharing delectable pastries in a corner of the great hall. Then, Vivian spotted a carriage dash past her. Realizing her poor dynamic vision was leading her to doubt what she had seen, she muttered, "What?" Severus remarked. "The school prohibits students from using transfiguration on others at the masquerade. Points will be deducted from Gryffindor." Vivian suppressed a laugh, winking playfully at him. "What if it's not Gryffindor?" Severus subtly raised his face, gesturing for Vivian to look in that direction. Following his cue, she glanced over and discovered the carriage had indeed transformed back into a human, adorned in the unmistakable garb of Gryffindor. "You're so clever, Severus." She quickly retracted her gaze, altering her statement. Severus regarded her with a smile, affirming, "Vivian is right." The weather began to grow increasingly cold. Severus, following Vivian's lead, donned a sweater early on. Sweet would invariably doze off during History of Magic, and while everyone initially thought it would be uncomfortable for him to sleep on their laps. Since winter arrived, Lily and Karina had been taking turns cradling the slumbering Sweet to warm their hands during class. Vivian pondered when Sweet would finally notice this arrangement. Professor Flitwick spearheaded the formation of a dueling club, open to all students in their second year and above. Vivian exclaimed, "How splendid! Our headmaster is organizing the dueling club. He was once a master duelist." Severus, recalling less than delightful memories, retorted, "Lockhart is truly insufferable." Vivian noticed Severus' expression, as if he had encountered something foul, and guessed he was likely reminiscing about the dueling club Lockhart had once led. She reached out to gently caress his cheek, stating, "But in my heart, my Severus is the greatest." Flattered, Severus replied, "Shall I teach you?" "Oh, I would be delighted to learn dueling from my favorite professor," Vivian exclaimed, beaming with joy. Chapter 122, Time and Me, 21. Recently, Vivian has been engrossed in the study of the Patronus charm. She intends to attempt learning Animagus after mastering the charm. Silvery mist emanated from the tip of her wand, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Although she could not yet discern the complete form, Vivian speculated, based on her current progress, that she was nearing success. The weather gradually warmed. Vivian continued to wait for Severus by the window in the corridor. However, she did not wait long before encountering James and Sirius. Vivian thought to herself that if those two were looking for trouble, she would send them flying. James first ruffled his perpetually messy hair before addressing Vivian. "Good afternoon, Holt. I heard your family runs a prosperous apothecary in Diagon Alley." Vivian wondered what mischief they were concocting. Why was he calling her that Holt? Wasn't she the only Holt in the school? She placed her book on the windowsill, casually resting her left hand there, while her right hand discreetly gripped her wand. Sirius chimed in. He misspoke. James added, Yes, I misspoke." Vivian raised an eyebrow, expecting them to vehemently refute. "The thing is," James continued, rummaging through his bag to produce a seemingly new potions journal, "I heard from my father that your family's apothecary takes custom potion orders." He flipped to a page in the journal. "I wanted to ask if this can be customized?" "The price is negotiable." Sirius echoed, Yes, the price is negotiable." Vivian glanced at the title of the journal, which discussed the principles and practical research of Wolfsbane potion. At this point, they had already discovered that their dear friend Remus was a werewolf. Realizing that James and Sirius were not there to cause trouble, Vivian accepted the journal. "For Remus Lupin? You know? How did you know?" Sirius exclaimed. Vivian perused the article, noting, "One should remain calm when the negotiation reveals the other party possesses more information, Mr. Black, or else you may appear quite foolish." James, unable to contain himself, wore a dramatically exaggerated expression. "Your tone is identical to that of Slytherin's Severus." Vivian offered them a mock smile. "It is my honor." A look of shock washed over James and Sirius, as if they had just swallowed a sizable chunk of excrement, stifled by her feigned smile and words. "This potion is too new. It requires time for research. A minimum of 6 months, perhaps even a year," Vivian concluded, closing the book. They seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and Sirius pulled out an old, tattered book from his bag. "This will suffice. Consider it a down payment." Vivian hesitated, thinking the book was so worn that it might crumble at her touch. Noticing her reluctance, Sirius urged, "Don't be fooled by its condition. This is the Black family's potion tome. Do you understand what that means?" Vivian replied, "You're rather impatient." She merely pondered why he hadn't placed a protection charm on it first. With a flick of her right hand, she cast a protection charm, a waterproof charm, and a durability charm on the nearly disintegrating book before accepting it. As she leafed through it, she discovered that Sirius had not lied. This indeed appeared to be the Black family's collection, containing not only potion-related content, but also a considerable amount regarding dark magic. "Are you not afraid that your family matriarch will pursue you for stealing their books?" Vivian inquired. "Let bygones be bygones," Sirius replied. James, who had just been called out for his slip of the tongue, quickly interjected, "After all, it's not the first time the matriarch has chased after him." "Thank you, my good brother," Sirius said. After discussing business, James began to digress. "Why are you always with Lily and a Slytherin?" Vivian casually pointed to Sirius. He is a Slytherin too. Why do you always hang out with him? Sirius exclaimed. I am not one of those extreme pure-blood fanatics. What good can come from those obsessed with dark magic? James paused before adding, he is different. Vivian raised her hand and tapped lightly on the dimly lit glass of the window. Do you see the black lake outside? If I were a villain, I could use the levitation charm to lift you above the lake and let you go. It's so vast that even proficient swimmers could meet their demise. Surely, the levitation charm does not qualify as dark magic, does it? If I were to roast something over a fierce flame, and it turned out delicious, do you think I deserve to be imprisoned in Azkaban for that? Under special circumstances, Aurors are permitted to use unforgivable curses when apprehending notorious dark wizards. You claim those who study dark magic are not virtuous, yet why do you still attend defense against the dark arts classes? Without understanding dark magic, how can one defend against it? When true villains confront you, what will you use to resist them? Your current principles of distinguishing good from evil based on black and white magic? Or perhaps your bias against Slytherin? Vivian casually lifted the old book that Black had just given her. Much of the foundational knowledge for healing potions involves the study of spells that can inflict harm. This book contains a wealth of information on dark magic, and I find it quite fascinating. So, I suppose I embody the kind of bad person you speak of. One who enjoys delving into dark magic. And indeed, I possess some knowledge of it. Vivian arched an eyebrow at them. So, how about the trade for Wolfbane potion? James and Sirius exchanged glances, thinking, you should really tone down that expression that suggests we might be silenced if we refuse. Considering Remus's furry little issue, they both nodded. Vivian inquired, what about the cost of materials? James replied, the Potter family is covering it. Excellent, she responded. And for the labor? Sirius added, the Black family will take care of that. Vivian made an okay gesture. I'll contact you when there's news. James, tugging at his hair, asked Holt. Can we add someone to your study group? Vivian smiled. Is that a request to learn? James, with a mix of indignation and determination, asserted, yes. Vivian spotted Severus emerging from the classroom. She gathered her journal and the old book, stacking them with her own books on the windowsill, and remarked with mock annoyance. You little trickster. I'm off now. When I need money, I'll send Sweet to find you. She dashed towards Severus, clutching her books. Severus, have they been bothering you? Sweet chirped, cheap? Are they causing trouble for you? No, not at all. Vivian adjusted her grip on the books, freeing one hand to gently touch Sweet's beautiful feathers before encircling Severus's wrist. I mentioned the Wolfbane potion to them. I just gave them a bit of a scare. Chapter 123, Time and I, 22. Severus noticed a hint of pride on Vivian's face, which he found endearing. However, he felt certain that Vivian's attempt at intimidation was entirely ineffective, as did Sweet. Thus, both turned their gaze back to James and Sirius, who had yet to depart, each displaying a mockingly sinister expression. James and Sirius exclaimed, she must be going to tattle. Sirius lamented, we've seen Severus in action at the dueling club. We might not stand a chance. James pondered, do you think she'll go tell Lily as well? Vivian walked alongside Severus towards the great hall. This is for you. She handed the old book that Sirius had given her to Severus. He said it belonged to the Black family, and I thought you might appreciate it. Severus accepted it. Flipping through a few pages as they walked, Vivian could tell from his expression that he genuinely liked it. How many doses of Wolfbane potion do you require? She asked, continuing her stride. You can focus on your work. I told them I need to conduct some research. The trade won't happen for at least 6 months. Severus paused, slightly taken aback. Wasn't I supposed to brew it? Vivian, equally surprised, replied, how could I possibly assign you tasks without consulting you first? She couldn't resist gently brushing her hand against Severus's cheek, exuding a touch of blind confidence. But I believe in your capabilities. The formidable potion master Severus can continue his research into new brews. Severus seemed to let out a sigh as they reached an unoccupied corner. He stopped and turned to look at Vivian, softly asking, if I hadn't seen that, you wouldn't have intended to tell me, would you? Not at all, Vivian replied, halting as well. Even if you hadn't seen, I wouldn't conceal anything from you. I might need some time to articulate my thoughts, but I want to keep secrets from you. Severus responded, Vivian, I am not so fragile. He hesitated, seemingly struggling with how to continue. I am quite old, after all. Do you really think those childish little trolls could harm me? Severus acknowledged his disdain for Potter and Black, as well as for Lupin and Pettigrew. But he could not take revenge on them for events that had never transpired in this life. He had no inclination to bully others. He refused to become the very type of person he despised. Vivian's attention suddenly shifted. And what about me? Am I just another childish troll in your eyes? Severus realized he had flushed. Vivian noticed. She tenderly caressed his cheek and earnestly said, Severus, just because they can't harm you now doesn't mean you must force yourself to forgive them. In this matter, we neither forgive nor reconcile. My agreement regarding the Wolfbane potion is, in fact, a business decision as the owner of the apothecary. Currently, the potions supplied to the Order of the Phoenix are provided free of charge, with the majority of the potion ingredients supplied by Professor Dumbledore. However, we cannot reduce the labor fees for the potion masters. This is a small way we can contribute to the war. I hope every member of the Order fighting against Voldemort can remain safe. So, why not pursue new business opportunities? They will even send us precious books that we adore. Besides, I've never researched the Wolfbane potion before. But Severus, if you ever feel the urge to go teach them a lesson, I will certainly accompany you. And I'll bring Sweet to help. That's a different matter entirely. Sweet chirped, cheap. No problem. I understand, Vivian, Severus replied, but I'm not referring to that. I just feel you might be overly protective of me. However, Vivian, you know my age. It is I who should be protecting you. So, you need not worry so much. You can entrust everything to me. He gazed at Vivian with warmth and smiled. Don't you consider me the most formidable person in your heart, Vivian? Don't overthink it. You can tell me anything. He added. And what is the point of wasting time confronting them? He pinched Vivian's fingertips, looking at her. Vivian, spend more time observing me. I watch you every day. Vivian responded. Severus, no matter what you do, my heart is always directed towards you. She formed a heart shape with her hands towards Severus and included her parents, Sweet, Yulia, delicious food and fun, potions and alchemy, Lily and Karina. Severus lowered his gaze and smiled, I know. And also the unfathomable Quidditch, the shopkeeper's sister, and the apothecary. The fear of thrilling novels I still want to read, and the occasional thrill of shipping couples. My Severus is so clever, Vivian remarked. Because my Vivian is very intelligent. Severus replied. Sweet chirped, cheap. Oh, I'm so hungry. Let us hurry to eat. They resumed their path towards the Great Hall. Severus suggested. We can stop by the library first to borrow a few books. He mentioned titles that included various introductions to related materials. The journals and books concerning werewolves would likely require signatures from the restricted section. Vivian, then I shall inquire with Professor Dumbledore this evening. He is unlikely to refuse. Snape, you may conduct your own research first. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. He added sternly, furthermore, I must be present during the brewing process. Vivian chuckled. I understand, you wish to oversee the potentially explosive cauldron. Snape, the description of a high-speed explosive cauldron cleaning machine will be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Vivian playfully shook his wrist. Severus is the best in the world. Snape struggled to suppress the uncontainable smile that tugged at his lips and uttered a soft HM. This too would be remembered forever. Upon hearing the reason, Dumbledore readily signed for Vivian. At that moment, Vivian also spotted Mr. Grindelwald sitting on the sofa, amusing Fox. She had borrowed several advanced potion journals from the library, as well as books concerning werewolves from the restricted section, including an autobiography by a werewolf. Werewolves, in their animal form, exhibit a strong propensity for aggression. If they find themselves alone, devoid of human or animal companionship, they may begin to turn their aggression upon themselves. The primary function of the Wolfsbane potion is to sustain the werewolf's sanity during their transformation. In truth, nearly all potions that affect the mind are rather challenging. Vivian diligently organized her notes on the books and journals. During her break, feeling a bit aimless, she sat at her desk and practiced the Patronus charm she had been honing recently. Amidst a swirl of silvery mist, a magnificent silver tabby cat emerged. The cat was quite large, with no place to land, and it perched itself upon the table of the quartet, tilting its head left and right to gaze at Snape. Chapter 124, Time and I, 23. Vivian was initially astonished that her Patronus had succeeded, and then she marveled at how large her Patronus cat truly was. Just then, she heard the footsteps of Madame Pants approaching. Vivian, oh no. She hurriedly retracted the magic sustaining her Patronus, and just before it dissipated, the cat lifted a paw and gently patted the top of the little professor's head. Vivian, this is doubly disastrous. That wasn't part of her lesson. Madame Pants had already arrived beside her. In that moment, Vivian felt a long-buried fear, reminiscent of being scrutinized through the glass door by the headmistress. In a matter of seconds, she awkwardly pretended to be engrossed in her reading, picking up her pen with a compliant demeanor. Across from her, Lily and Karina quickly diverted their gaze and began flipping through their books. Madame Pants, do not casually use spells in the library. Vivian quickly nodded. And do not seek to draw attention to yourself. Vivian murmured, I'm sorry, Madame Pants. It won't happen again. Madame Pants surveyed the small wizards who had been covertly glancing in their direction, satisfied to see them all hurriedly restoring a quiet studying atmosphere before she departed. Vivian leaned down on the table, resting her notebook atop her head. Truth be told, she hadn't anticipated her success. The cat was incredibly adorable, but far too large. It was impossible for such a striking creature to go unnoticed while perched on the table. Vivian discreetly turned her head beneath the notebook to glance at Snape. Upon meeting his gaze, She offered him a look of feigned innocence. Surely, the professor would not think she had done it intentionally, Vivian pondered disheartenedly. With a sigh, she returned to her studies of the journal and books in hand. Before long, Snape slid a neatly crumpled piece of paper toward her. Vivian unfolded it to find a candy shaped like a cat's head, wrapped in transparent paper. Flattening the paper revealed the words, "Don't be disheartened, the cat is lovely. Just like you." Ravenclaw gains 30 points for Vivian successfully casting the Patronus charm. Vivian felt as though beautiful flowers had blossomed before her eyes. She turned to Snape and found him gazing at her tenderly. Quietly, Vivian formed a heart shape with her hands for him. Like a thief, she devoured the cat-shaped candy and carefully stowed away both the wrapper and note. The candy seemed to contain a dose of joy. "Vivian, Professor, did you concoct the candy in a cauldron? And you shaped it into a cat's head." Seeing her quickly regain her spirits, Snape felt a sense of happiness as well. The cat was indeed beautiful, and the Patronus form reflected Vivian herself. Vivian's research on the Wolfsbane potion progressed smoothly, largely due to Snape's guidance. She felt that Severus had softened a bit. She wished to present him with all the finest things. The professor bore no obligation to teach her this. Considering the matter from his perspective, it was unlikely that Snape harbored any fondness for Lupin, who had nearly cost him his life in a past life. Lupin would not perish due to his werewolf transformation. Snape could brew the Wolfsbane potion, but he had no obligation to assist Lupin. Initially, Vivian had assessed the time for their exchange based solely on her own capabilities, but in reality, progress had moved much more swiftly than she had anticipated. Thanks to Severus's unwavering assistance, it was truly only Snape's desire to accompany Vivian in learning potion-making that drove him. He loved cats and supported whatever they did. Vivian organized the list of materials required and then took it to Sweetie, asking her to arrange funding from James and Sirius. Thus, at the corridor window where Vivian awaited Snape after class, she saw James and Sirius sneakily bringing Lupin to her. James rummaged through his bag and produced a pouch of galleons. "Is this enough?" "Vivian, you're quite wealthy, Potter. That will suffice." Vivian accepted the pouch and tucked it away. "Did you not inform Lupin?" Sirius shook his head, uncertain about the outcome. He feared that if Lupin heard and it fell through, he would be disappointed. "So how is it progressing?" "Vivian, quite well. We have entered the practical phase." By the way, she retrieved the old book Sirius had previously given her from her bag and handed it to him. "Sirius, not studying anymore?" Vivian replied honestly. "I've finished my research and would like to ask if I can exchange it for a new one." She and Severus had also copied a version. "Sirius, all right. I'll take a look in the study next time I'm home. Any requests?" Vivian pondered for a moment. "None. After all, I've probably never read most of the ancient texts your family possesses. By the way, don't you worry about being chased down for taking books from the study?" "Not at all." Sirius casually placed the book into his bag. "The dust in the study is so thick that it's difficult to be discovered even if you don't return it." James added, "The last time in Diagon Alley, he got chased because he insisted on loudly proclaiming he wanted to go to Gryffindor." Vivian made an okay gesture. And then the two of them stealthily returned to find Lupin. In the final month of this academic year, Vivian, holding a batch of prepared Wolfsbane potion, along with sweet Severus, made her way to the headmaster's office. Just in time for the full moon. Vivian informed the headmaster in advance that he would observe Lupin's transformation to assess the effects of the Wolfsbane potion. Vivian intended to accompany him to confirm the application of the potion, and James and the others insisted on joining as well. Eventually, Headmaster Dumbledore agreed, reasoning that it was better to supervise the children than to let them sneak off. In truth, Vivian initially planned to go alone. She did not wish for Snape to revisit the Shrieking Shack, which held no good memories for him. Not at all. However, Snape was unwilling. "Severus, you are the one who watched me brew the potion. You know it will surely work. So nothing will happen to me. Besides, isn't Dumbledore going with us?" Vivian urged. Snape. "Yet, among those individuals, there is not a single one I can completely trust." He gently caressed Vivian's cheek, saying, "Then take Sweetie with you." Vivian instinctively wanted to refuse. She wished for Sweetie to remain and protect Severus in her absence. Severus gazed at her earnestly, stating, "You see, although you are fully aware that no one at the school would harm me, you still wish for Sweetie to stay." He softly inquired, "Do you comprehend my intentions, Vivian?" His dark, beautiful eyes locked onto hers. After a brief silence, Severus lowered his gaze. He delicately encircled Vivian's wrist, appearing as if he feared she might pull away. "Do not leave me here alone. I would be frightened," Severus confessed. In that moment, he recalled the werewolf with its sharp fangs and claws lurking within the Shrieking Shack. The possibility of a tardy Dumbledore in a critical moment, the arrogant Potter, the loathsome Black, and the treacherous Peter. Memories of the giant serpent capable of biting through necks that occasionally haunted his dreams made it difficult for Severus to believe Vivian's reassurances that nothing would happen. He was not lying. He would indeed be afraid. Observing Severus with his downcast eyes, Vivian felt as if she had been struck by something profound. Thus, a considerable number of people ventured to the Shrieking Shack. Throughout the journey, Vivian obediently stood behind Severus, resting her chin upon his shoulder and secretly holding his hand. She embraced him from behind, her cheek pressed against his shoulder as she admired the collar of his white shirt. Severus clasped Vivian's inquisitive hands in his own. He realized that in the future, when he recalled the Shrieking Shack, it might not be Nagini that first came to mind, but rather the affectionate cat that nestled against him. Dumbledore had also destroyed Voldemort's diary. The malevolent Death Eaters were being systematically incarcerated in Azkaban, and it was likely only a matter of time before Tom was captured as well. Vivian remained steadfastly confident in the strength of the old headmaster and Mr. Grindelwald. She crafted a chibi version of Dumbledore and Mr. Grindelwald in a loving embrace, transforming it into a small stand to present to the headmaster. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, this is delightful. May I have another? Vivian proceeded to create an identical small stand for Grindelwald. Severus, who hesitated yet ultimately spoke, I would like one too. Vivian blinked. Is it for GG80? A resigned Severus replied, you and I. Consequently, Vivian illustrated a chibi version of Severus the cat and herself, crafting another small stand to gift to Severus. At the onset of their third academic year, it seemed Severus had entered a phase of voice change. His speech took on a slightly hoarse quality, transitioning into a deeper timbre that had not yet fully settled. In simpler terms, his voice was breaking. The young professor was becoming increasingly reluctant to speak, even when Vivian sincerely praised him with her gaze, assuring him that his voice would become exceedingly melodious. Severus remained disinclined to engage in conversation. At that moment, Vivian was diligently practicing to become an animagus. She was still struggling with the first stage, which required her to continuously hold a single leaf of mandrake in her mouth for a month. This was already her third attempt. During the previous two, the day she could finally remove it had not coincided with a clear full moon. Vivian felt the need to study divination to ascertain which full moon would offer a cloudless night. With a mandrake leaf in her mouth, speaking was inconvenient. So Vivian began to ponder. Since neither she nor Severus was conversing, they might as well communicate through writing. Inspired by the principle of a two-way mirror, and guided by corollaries distance correspondence, she created two resonant alchemical notebooks. After establishing a magical link, whatever was inscribed in either notebook would simultaneously appear in both. Furthermore, Vivian implemented security measures to ensure that only the notebook's owner could view its contents. They commenced their correspondence through the notebooks. Oftentimes, sentiments that were too difficult to articulate in person could be expressed through words. For instance, Severus penned his feelings of longing and love within the notebook. On the final day of her month-long endeavor with the mandrake leaf, Vivian finally encountered a clear, cloudless full moon. She meticulously mixed all the ingredients and sealed them in a crystal vial, placing it in a dark, undisturbed corner to await a thunderstorm. After a prolonged wait for the storm, Severus's voice change had concluded. The young professor's voice had become remarkably pleasant, and during a festive occasion, Vivian requested him to recite the words he had once penned in the notebook. However, after a few lines, she interrupted him. No, Severus. Perhaps you should refrain from reading for now. Severus merely smiled at her, likely pondering how he was not yet blushing. As the storm approached in the dead of night, Sweetie, ever thoughtful, scampered from Severus's quarters to rouse Vivian from her slumber with gentle nudges. At the moment lightning split the sky, Vivian grasped the crystal vial containing the blood-red potion and requested Sweetie to guide her to a secluded spot. The instant she uttered the incantation and consumed the potion, she felt two distinct, fervent heartbeats. With calm determination, Vivian envisioned her Patronus form, transforming into an adorable tabby cat amidst the rhythmic sound of her heartbeat. She wobbled as she adjusted to the four-pawed gait, quickly realizing that her animagus form was significantly smaller than her Patronus. Vivian felt akin to a little ball of fur. The tabby cat playfully seized her wand and dashed around the clearing, eventually leaping on a Sweetie's back, soaring through the skies alongside a phoenix. Perched atop Sweetie, the flying cat gazed at the lightning cleaving the night sky and the rolling clouds, feeling as though she were a daring superhero sailing through the winds. Oh, how audacious of me to fly with Sweetie during a thunderstorm, the tabby mused. Sweetie returned her to the dormitory, and as Vivian shook the water from her fur, she reverted to her human form. I did it, she exclaimed, casting a drying charm upon herself before embracing Sweetie in a quiet, yet joyful display of affection. Before dawn, Sweetie quietly bid farewell to Vivian and returned to Severus's quarters. The following evening, the little tabby cat, Vivian, stealthily navigated the marauder's map until she reached Severus's dormitory. At that moment, his roommate had yet to return, and Sweetie, with uncanny intuition, opened the door. Thus, a curious Severus, wondering why Sweetie had opened the door, found the small tabby cat crouched at the threshold. Vivian the cat, meow. Severus, Vivian? With a leap, she bounded into Severus's arms, showcasing the remarkable jumping ability of her feline form. The cat nuzzled against Severus's cheek, while Sweetie thoughtfully closed the dormitory door. Meow. Vivian the cat is utterly adorable. Meow. Sweetie is also exceedingly charming. Severus carefully cradled the cat, allowing her to paw at his clothes and hair. So small she was. He gently stroked Vivian the cat's fluffy ears, leaning down to plant a kiss atop her head. The tabby looked up at Severus, her eyes wide with wonder. Severus caressed the cat's chin, whispering, "You are simply delightful. Would you like me to escort you back to your dormitory?" Severus inquired softly, stroking the fluffy head of the cat. It was indeed possible to slip back just in time to avoid curfew. Even if not, it mattered little. The former headmaster of Hogwarts had now become a seasoned master of nighttime escapades, unlikely to be caught. Vivian the cat shook her head in refusal. The cat leapt from Severus's embrace to his bed. It curled into a small ball beside his pillow, its paws tucked in, gazing at him with wide, beautiful eyes filled with expectation. Tomorrow marked the weekend, and with no classes to attend, Vivian felt she could afford to remain out of her dormitory. Severus, with a hint of resignation, called her name. Vivian. The cat promptly lifted a paw to show him, signaling that her paws were clean. Although she had touched the floor, prior to her transformation into an animagus, she had cast a cleaning charm upon herself after tidying up, ensuring her paws were immaculate when she sought out Severus. Severus cradled the cat once more in his arms, stroking her fluffy paws. "That is not what I meant." Yet the cat nuzzled against his chin, her front paws pressing lightly against his collarbone through the thin fabric of his nightshirt. "You cannot transform back into a human while sleeping," Severus reasoned with her. Vivian. The cat obediently nodded and let out a soft meow. Severus lowered the bed curtains, and Vivian began to frolic on his bed, occasionally leaping beside him to snuggle close. The sweet creature, nestled in the cozy bed he had prepared for it, watched Vivian's playful antics. Eventually, once Severus's roommate returned and extinguished the lights in the dormitory, the cat curled up beside the side-lying Severus, resting her head against his chin as she drifted into slumber. Severus gently prodded her ear with his fingertip. The cat flicked it in response, yet remained fast asleep. He mused that the sweetness must have come from her. Another dream unfolded. Severus found himself staring at a giant serpent, its fangs bared, as he awaited the pain of being bitten in the neck to jolt him awake. Upon waking, he would likely feel a chill, perhaps due to the nightmare or the naturally cold atmosphere of the dungeon. After being startled awake from such a nightmare, he often found it difficult to return to sleep. Yet, he thought, before dawn, he could manage to doze off again. This time, however, the dream felt distinctly different. In this dream, the serpent attacked his neck, but he felt no pain. Instead, a peculiar sensation enveloped him, as if something were pressing against his neck. To his bewilderment, Nagini suddenly vanished from his sight. In the dream, Severus seemed to regain control over his body. He raised his hand to touch his neck, discovering no wounds. No blood, only a soft, warm sensation. "Ah, my neck has grown fur," he thought, bemused, before awakening from the dream. As he did, he realized that what he had touched was, in fact, the cat sleeping beside him. The cat had transformed from a curled ball into a stretched-out figure, now slumbering in a position that would undoubtedly be uncomfortable from a human perspective. He carefully adjusted her posture, cradling her in his arms. Not long after, Severus felt the warmth of the cat against him, and he could hear her gentle breaths, which soon lulled him back to sleep. It was a peaceful slumber, devoid of nightmares. The following morning, the cat awoke to find herself lying atop the supine Severus. Vivian, the cat, wondered if she had fallen asleep in this manner the night before. As soon as the cat stirred, Severus awakened. He patted her head gently, uncertain whether his roommate was awake or still asleep. With a flick of his wand, he cast a silencing charm around the bed curtains. "Good morning, Vivian," he finally spoke. Vivian, caught off guard, transformed back into her human form without any warning. The sudden increase in weight startled Severus awake, dispelling any lingering drowsiness. Severus sighed in exasperation. "Vivian, we agreed that you wouldn't transform back into a human while sleeping." Vivian sat up, looking at him earnestly. "Could you speak a few more words, Severus?" "Anything will do. Your morning voice is quite lovely." Severus, bemused, listened as Vivian responded to his earlier query. "I didn't transform while sleeping. I'm awake now." She gazed at him innocently, still processing the situation. In truth, she felt it was Severus's fault. Had he not spoken, she wouldn't have let her mind wander. And thus she wouldn't have transformed back into her human form. Severus, unable to dispute her logic, sighed softly and brushed her slightly tousled hair back into place. "Shall I escort you back to your dormitory?" Vivian looked at him with longing, eager to sneak a glimpse of the giant squid. Severus inquired, "And then what?" "We can have breakfast together, she replied. Severus smiled at her. The cat will have breakfast? He teased. Vivian chuckled back. Vivian will have breakfast. She tilted her head. I'm not wearing my robes. May I borrow one of yours, Severus? Of course, he replied, gently ruffling her hair. Just wait a moment. He opened the bed curtains slightly, stepped out, and then closed them again behind him. With nothing to do while waiting, Vivian poked Sweetie's wings, which were still drowsy. Sweetie, now awake, blinked confusedly. Chirp? Who am I? Am I awake? Once Severus had organized his attire, he returned with a robe for Vivian, who promptly slipped it on. It was slightly oversized, but that mattered little. Vivian noted how rapidly Severus had grown since their 4th year. They had once been of similar height, but now he towered over her noticeably. After adjusting the robe, she transformed back into her cat form and leapt into his embrace. Sweetie adeptly perched upon Severus's shoulder. To prevent him from developing uneven shoulders, Sweetie alternated between resting on either side of him. I am truly the most considerate companion, Sweetie mused. Severus, cradling the cat in his arms while Sweetie perched on his shoulder, left the dormitory and approached the transparent windows of the common room. Vivian nestled against him, watching the small fish swim outside. It felt akin to being in an aquarium. A giant squid swam past in the distance. Vivian couldn't resist reaching out her paw to touch the transparent glass, only to have a rather fierce-looking fish dart toward her paw. Although the fish couldn't breach the glass to reach the cat, Severus instinctively raised his hand to shield her. The aggressive fish halted just in time, flicked its tail, and swam away. After a while, another fish approached the window, gleefully trying to scare the young witches and wizards. However, Vivian suspected this would hardly frighten the Slytherin students. Upon spotting the giant squid, Vivian the cat joyfully extended a paw to demonstrate her paw flower trick to Severus. He pinched her paw, amused by her antics, and led her out of the common room. On their way to the Great Hall, they found an empty classroom, where Vivian transformed back into her human form. Hand in hand, they proceeded to breakfast together. Chapter 127, Time and I, 26. Voldemort is dead. When the system delivered this news, Vivian was in the midst of her History of Magic class, striving to decipher every word spoken by Professor Binns while meticulously taking notes. The sudden sound from the long quiet system startled her, causing her to snap her feather quill in surprise. When will I cease to be startled by the system? She lamented. The system responded, and Severus gently stroked the back of her hand, his expression inquiring what was amiss. Vivian held up the broken quill, attempting to explain that she had been startled due to the quill breaking rather than the other way around. Severus found her utterly endearing. He averted his gaze with a smile and retrieved a new quill from his satchel, presenting it to Vivian. Blame me, the system lamented within Vivian's mind. Blame me for not conversing with you daily, preventing you from acclimating to the sensation of having someone speak within your thoughts. Vivian replied, it's not necessary. So, what now? Vivian inquired of the system in her mind. Congratulations on successfully navigating this world. What lies ahead after deviating from the predetermined path remains unknown to the system. But the uncertainty of the future is precisely what renders it intriguing. So what comes next? What comes next? Focus on enjoying your second life alongside your Severus. Moreover, with the recent completion of another lovely lady's journey, the system's key performance indicator for this universe can be considered fulfilled, allowing for a delightful respite. Does the system also have KPIs? Of course, every adult system has KPIs. However, as a mere subordinate, I have no desire for promotion. So I simply fulfill the most basic KPIs in each universe and then relax. Shall the card deck be returned? And what about you? Will you be going on vacation? The auxiliary system's enhancements are effective for life. I shall reclaim them once you cease to exist. I intend to seek out my companions for some merriment. She is an overcomer system, and there are heaps of excitement to be witnessed at her place. If you wish, I can occasionally relay the tales to you. Wow, that sounds splendid. I wish you much joy in your upcoming adventures. And I wish for a brilliant and resplendent future for you and Severus. Vivian would occasionally transform into a cat to seek her Severus. She began to discover more intricate details of his life. For instance, he exhibited a rather light sleep, awakening at the slightest disturbance, though he never vocalized it. Each time Vivian, in her feline form, was cradled in his arms, he radiated joy. The cat had a slight fondness for the aquarium. Severus often took Vivian, in her cat form, to stand by the transparent window of the Slytherin common room, observing the little fish swimming in the black lake and the occasional passing giant squid. Additionally, Vivian noticed that Severus would sometimes drift off during lectures. On one occasion, while in class, she casually opened her alchemical notebook and discovered that Severus was practicing drawing cat heads within its pages. Upon realizing this, she found him adorably charming and proceeded to sketch a cat head beside his. Then, a message appeared on the notebook, "Pay attention in class." Vivian responded in the notebook, "But you are also drawing cats." Severus continued to write, I am still attentive to the lesson being taught. Vivian, very well. Then I shall focus on the lecture. Kisses, Severus. She saw Severus draw a cat heart with the words, Kisses, Vivian. Occasionally, when Severus was in a foul mood, he would wash every single one of his cauldrons. The first time Vivian witnessed this, in her feline form, she asked, Are you feeling better? I have many cauldrons as well. If Severus wishes to wash cauldrons, I can offer mine too. Severus, sweetie, watching the commotion, chew. Go for it. Wash the cauldrons. Consequently, Severus washed all the cat's cauldrons as well. The cat jumped into Severus's lap, nuzzling against him, hoping to lift his spirits. Severus found the cat irresistibly adorable. The cat also thought Severus was quite charming. Chapter 128, Time and I. When Vivian, in her cat form, did not seek Severus, he would occasionally summon his Patronus to find her. Vivian recalled the first time she encountered Severus's Patronus cat in the dormitory. She stared, somewhat bewildered, into the eyes of a massive silver tabby cat for quite some time. The Patronus cat approached her, bumping its head against hers, then settled on her bed, encircling her with its tail. Vivian, I don't recall casting a Patronus. Is this my cat? She summoned her own Patronus cat with her wand. Upon its arrival, her cat leaped toward the one perched on her bed. The two enormous, nearly identical silver Patronus cats embraced, grooming each other affectionately. Vivian, I believe I now know whose cat this is. Moreover, is my bed a bit small for two large cats? Fortunately, both cats were not strictly corporeal, allowing Vivian to lie comfortably on the bed, even though it was occupied. Vivian picked up her alchemical notebook from her bedside. Severus, did you cast the Patronus charm? The reply came almost instantly. Yes, I miss you. It's too late. Don't come out. Let the cat keep you company while you sleep. Vivian had just been contemplating whether to seek him out. Then I shall visit you tomorrow. Good night, my Severus. He replied promptly, Good night, my Vivian. They began to attend the potion invention exchange, delivering speeches at the event. During dinner, they engaged in necessary socializing, then ventured to the second-floor balcony to admire the scenery. The lake's surface resembled a mirror, reflecting the starry sky and moonlight. Vivian and Severus gazed into each other's eyes under the night sky, realizing that the myriad stars paled in comparison to the beauty of one another's gaze. Every year on Halloween, Vivian would ask once, and finally, after 7 school years, she succeeded in touching Severus's cat tail. Severus led Vivian to an empty outdoor corner of the castle. As she caressed the fluffy tail, he lowered his gaze, flicking his cat ears. She raised her hand to stroke his soft, furry ears, which brushed against her palm. Suddenly, beautiful fireworks erupted in the night sky. On this splendid evening adorned with magnificent fireworks, Severus knelt before her, presenting a lovely ring and asking if she would marry him. Vivian smiled and consented. Severus had pondered his words for a long time. He had previously confided in Coralla and Facilia, assuring them that he would cherish Vivian with all his heart. Coralla exclaimed, You rascal! I knew you were chasing him around Holt Manor. Facilia, who had long recognized their daughter's intentions, speculated that perhaps Vivian was the first to harbor such thoughts. Severus also consulted Sweetie and the 2 house elves from the Holt family. Sweetie cheered, Chew. Go for it, Severus. Marry Vivian soon. Yelira and Cece. If the young master likes her, then Yelira and Cece agree. He then sought out Eileen. After a moment of hesitation, Eileen expressed her support for her son. Yet she added, If Miss Holt declines, do not be too disheartened. You may try again. I believe Miss Holt has some affection for you. When not in Vivian's presence, Severus exuded confidence. He assured Eileen that he had no issues, but upon facing Vivian, his confidence seemed to wane. Severus had prepared a lengthy speech, intending to convey to her how well he had fared over the years, how he had seemingly learned to love someone, and that perhaps he still fell short, but he would love her with everything he possessed. He wished to express that he would dedicate all his future and loyalty to the one he loved, Vivian. However, before he could articulate this prepared speech, Vivian had already accepted him. Severus's fingertips trembled nervously as he placed the ring on Vivian's hand, lowering his head to kiss her knuckles. Vivian cradled his icy fingers, gazing into his dark eyes that reflected her own image. The enchantment lifted, yet Vivian still perceived him as her adorable cat. I love you, my Severus. Severus kissed her. I love you, Vivian. That lengthy speech remained unspoken, but that was of no consequence, Severus thought. He would spend the rest of his life conveying it to her.